T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" just keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Today, I've had a read through the material, and it's time to talk about a little bit about what's coming up in our future. There is, plenty of information for you to read if you wanted to read through it yourself in the document. Actually, I'm going to post it up here for you guys in case you want to read it along with me as well.
And I did post this in the Discord last night, like the order of events by which they should take place. There is, believe it or not, in all of this, a little bit of mystery and perhaps what may happen on the between the 24th and the 25th of trading. Let me pin this message to the top here so you guys can see it in case you want it. I'm not sure what's going on with the big back of the big tramp today. It's acting a little bit like it's Mad Max in this morning. I don't know what's the deal. I'm under hostage. I was talking to somebody last night and on the computer, and suddenly my screens just went blank, and all I did was turn them back on, and never had that happen before. And as soon as I turned them back on, it switched everything from one screen to the other screen, and I had to move everything back around again. I probably should have rebooted last night, but it takes me like a half hour to get up and going again. And when I was doing this, it was pretty late for me, and I didn't want to have to go through that process, and there was no way I was waking up early this morning, so it didn't get done. So we're going to have to kind of wing it today and see how this thing performs without a reboot. But tonight I need to definitely reboot. Hopefully somebody will remind me at the end of the day so I can do that. But so we're winging it. You can see this. The computer was having problems. Just even playing this song today that was rough. I have no idea what the deal is, but let's take a look at in regards to what's happening in our future. So the title for the day today is a dive into our future 8/24. That's when all the fun really begins. And 2 weeks from yesterday. It's a little bit less than that, not quite 2 weeks, but let's take a look here. So if you are in the Discord under the general section, and I probably should have posted it under DD, which is actually what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to copy and paste it right now so that it's there. I don't know why I didn't post it there in the first place, but I should have. And I'm gonna drag across the Discord here so you guys can read along with me. But here's the few highlights. On 8/24, AMC only is going to reverse split. It happens prior to the pre-market on open, essentially at 12:01 a.m. in the morning. They're going to do the reverse split, which means that the pre-market hours will see the reverse split on AMC only. Ape will not get the reverse split on that the 24th, which is Thursday, by the way. The SEC filing suggests it will open at 10x the previous day after our closing price, and so the trading should start whatever the closing price in the after hours. So if you were to take last night's closing price in the after hours. AMC had, let's see here, after hours trading. Actually, I don't remember. Oh, I have it plugged in my Excel spreadsheet. Hold on a second here. I do have it. After hour trading put us at $3.45. So if 10x were going to be the case, then it would be $34.50 is what AMC would be trading at. However, I think many of us understand or should understand that that's probably not going to what price stays at. Because AMC and Ape are not going to be converted just yet at that point, right? So now you have a very large discrepancy. Well, actually, you don't. I did the math last night, and there's no discrepancy in market cap at that point. But there's going to be this period of time where there might be a little bit of a discrepancy between market cap and reverse split and conversion. And that might be when Ape is converted and reverse split the night of the 20. What's actually going to be during the night of the 24th after the aftermarket hours of the 24th. So yeah, continuing on, Ape trades at the current price without the reverse split. So we'll be seeing again using last night as an example, 345. We would see AMC trading the very next day at like 34.50, and Ape would be trading at still the same price as what it was without a reverse split. So we're talking like $2.09 like it was in the after hours yesterday. That won't change market cap. Market cap should remain the same, right? Because all you're just doing is you're applying a reduction in shares, but an increase in price, and it should keep the market cap the same, so everything should be fine. When the market closes on the 24th, then there's going to be this period of time between the 24th of the closing, including the after hours, and the opening of the pre-market, actually the market opening, where Ape does the reverse split and converts 1-to-1 into AMC and trades at market open. So there's this period of time between after-market hour close, basically the pre-market hour trading period, where there's going to be this discrepancy in market cap, because you can't just convert Ape into AMC and have it trading at the same market cap, because it's going to alter it. So I have a theory on what may happen, but I'm not positive. I mean, this is all kind of, this is new for all of us. This is kind of uncharted territory. So I have a theory that there's a strong possibility that what we'll probably see happen is either on Thursday when AMC convert or does the reverse split, we'll probably see the price being pushed down pretty rapidly, knowing that going into the next day, they're going to have to get the market cap down in total, which is where they'll probably push the price from like $34 down to whatever the conversion rate's going to be based off of what the market sees as the true value. So I'm not sure if the volatility is going to happen on the 24th or if the volatility is going to happen in the pre-market hours of the 25th. I'm not sure where that's going to happen. It could be all of it. It could be the entire time. But here's my thought process is that, we have often seen major changes in price in the after hours, because that's where the least amount of volatility occurs, and there's no halting of a stock during those periods of time. So that entire volatility may occur in the pre-market of the 25th. So 825 Ape does its reverse split and converts 1-to-1 into AMC and trades at market open. The other part to this is it's pretty clear to me, sort of, it's actually kind of muddy. It's very muddy to me in the documentation that it's basically stating that AMC or Ape shares will transfer into the price of AMC. This is why I'm suggesting that the market's going to have to adjust the price to bring the market cap down, because if they don't bring down the price of AMC, then Ape shares will turn into whatever the value of AMC is. So this is where it throws, you got to throw your tinfoil hat on here a little bit, almost, because it's a period of time of unknown as to how that's going to play out. But then moving into 8/28, which is the following Monday. By the way, the record date for AMC ownership is the end of the 24th. So anybody who owns shares of AMC by the end of the 24th, you will be recorded as a shareholder of AMC and be issued your shares on the 28th for the settlement, where you get 7.5 shares for every one share for every 7.5 shares that you own post reverse split. So that's when that's going to occur. So that's the breakdown of what I'm reading and what I'm seeing. There's going to probably be some altering opinions out there. I'm open to listening to what those opinions may be, as I do think there's a little bit of muddiness in, specifically, I guess, the part where it talks about Ape shares becoming the price of AMC at the beginning of trading on 8/25. But, I mean, I think that's really kind of a speculation kind of thing. We don't know how the market's going to treat it. I suggest that the market's going to treat it in the way that I would think that it would treat it, which is where they're going to value the market cap the same way, right? So they're going to try and put the market cap right back to where it was. And so we should see AMC's price dropping, I would think, pretty drastically on the 24th. Which is why I kind of want to talk about it now, because I don't want people to have, we have seen so many people that are being like, oh, they're just going to drop the price of AMC back down again, start shorting it, and it's not a shorting issue, right? That's not what the problem is. It's more of a problem of the market needing to make sure that the market cap is correctly adjusted to meet the expectations of what the market cap should look like before and after they're converted, the reverse split and then converted. So I think that's the main issue. It's not a shorting issue whatsoever. And then Jesus United Church says, could we possibly see a pop before the 24th, perhaps today? Absolutely, we could see a pop at any time between now and then. There may be institutions that may need to have some shares on hand before then, and they may be purchasing between now and then. But I'm not going to suggest to you that that's absolutely going to be the case. But we absolutely could see a pop. Suit says stock retail mentioned that too. It's not what's in the middle price of Ape and AMC, but whatever AMC is. Yeah, that's the way that it's stated in the 8K filing, which is why I'm suggesting that the market's going to try to adjust the price of AMC down to get that market cap in alignment. But if they don't, that it's pretty clear in the documentation that the price of Ape is going to be the price of AMC, which, that's great. It's awesome. If they can't get it down enough, then we'll see Ape transfer over and become the price of AMC. All right, my glasses are clean. Oh, no, they're not. I got a little smudge still. They're almost clean, so we should say, since I'm 12 minutes late into getting into the numbers here. Let's see here. ProJeweler says the 1 to 7.5 settlements should eat up some shares from brokers to pay up on all those synthetic shares, and it should also eat into their pocketbooks as well, right? Because any remaining partial shares should be distributed in cash, right? So if you don't have a perfectly round amount of shares, and it's divisible and there's some kind of remainder amount by 10, then that remaining amount would be issued to you in cash, and so these brokers are all going to have to cough up a lot of cash unless people round out their positions. So and I know I've had oh man, I can't remember who it was that was suggesting it. It might have been Papa Mac. I can't remember, but somebody was suggesting, is it possible that it might be better for us to not necessarily round our accounts out so that it hurts them even more in our brokers in the pocketbooks in regards to having to pay out cash. I don't want to make any. I don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm not going to suggest to you guys that there's anything you should particularly do. You got to make your own decision on what you want. If you want that extra share, you can round out your numbers. If you don't want that extra share and you'd rather see the money in your account, then just let it ride, and that's what you'll get. So I'd rather just tell you what you can do to get what you're going to get, but I don't want to tell you what to do with your money. So. Let's see here. Yeah, ABGM, the reason that there's a confusion of that, and I've seen this from a lot of people, is that since AMC is going to be reverse split before Ape is, that's why it's 1/110th, right? Because at that point, Ape has not been reverse split yet. So there's so many people out there that are saying that Ape's gonna divide, by this, that there's gonna be, you're only gonna get like some fractional portion of shares out of Ape. It's a 1-to-1 conversion. It's very, very clear on that. The reason that it's 1/110th is because AMC will do the reverse split first, and since AMC has done the reverse split already and Ape has not done the reverse split, that's why it's 1/110th, because that division of 10 still has to occur on Ape. So there's a lot of people out there that seem to, are misunderstanding, I think, a little bit about, there being some kind of ratio that's not correct. Well, yeah, that's because they haven't, the reverse split doesn't occur and the conversion doesn't occur until the next day on the 25th. So And that's where all that confusion is coming in, and it further proves that what it is that we've been saying this entire time is accurate in regards to it being a 1-to-1 conversion rate. The other thing that I want to mention too, real quickly here, is that these numbers are all very, very easily to calculate out on your own, and you can pull this up from the document itself. And I'll show you the math here, how it works out, really quick, because I do think this is kind of important. But if you go to kind of like the very first section of the document that was provided by AMC from the 8K, they give you all the numbers that you need, right? So the numbers that you need in here in order to figure this out for yourself is this. The settlement amount of shares is already known. That's how many shares right there, 6,922,566 shares. The total amount of shares in Ape shares that are going to be converted in a reverse split is 995,406,413 shares, and then the total amount of AMC shares is listed right here. I feel like there's another spot where it shows. So you actually would have to go to another page to find this, but this is what it is going to be after the reverse split, 51,919,239. This is going to be a trust me bro moment on this, but all you have to do is add a 0 onto the end of this, because that's actually how many shares it is, and I've got it down in a breakdown from another filing, and it's the actual literal number is 519,192,390. So and when you divide that by 10, you just take the 0 off the end, it becomes 51,919,239. So those are the correct numbers, right? So those are the only 3 sets of numbers that you need to know to understand what's going to happen after this is all over. The total amount of AMC, the total amount of Ape, the total amount of settled shares, and then what's the numbers going to be afterwards, right? And if you take these numbers, and I actually posted, this is it's funny. It's funny you should bring this up, because I literally got done posting this this morning in response to somebody who didn't quite understand. But there's the same exact numbers. You have your AMC amount total now, Ape total amount now, the settlement shares. This is the post conversion reverse split plus settlement is going, and this is right in the document in here. It says exactly how many shares there's going to be afterwards. Right. Let me find it. Where did it go? Right here. There will be 158,382,446 shares, right? So you can reverse math this. If you know that this is the case, the amount of total shares with the conversion, reverse split, and settlement, it's going to be 158,382,446. You can just simply take the total amount of outstanding shares for both AMC and Ape, divide it by 10, and it gives you this value right here. Add in the settlement shares, and it equals 158,382,446. It's the exact same number. It's really simple math. It's not hard to figure out, and it tells you that indeed, truly, and honestly, everything is being divided by 10 and not some other random number. So it's really simple math. Notice to get the correct value, it's divided by 10. To figure out the pre-CRS, it's 10x, right? So all you got to do is, if you want to figure out how many shares each share is worth of Ape, then you just simply multiply by 10, right? So if it's going to be 99,540,641 shares of Ape after the reverse split, then you just multiply by 10, and it gives you the correct value, which it's all very clearly outlined right here. This is what our current amount is right here. This is what it's going to be afterwards. Everything's right in this section right here. It's item 303, material modification to rights of security holders. It's very, very, very clear. So there's nothing really to be left for discussion. I mean, it's straightforward as possibly can be, and the math works. So you can verify it. It makes sense, and so that whole 1/10 portion that everybody's throwing out there, that's showing up right in here. It says right here, Ape is now comparable to 1/10. That's simply because on the 24th, Ape will not have been reverse split like AMC has, which is why it needs to still go through its reverse split, and so you have to divide it by 10. That's it. And while I'm since I just saw Point Break Thor's name, Point Break Thor, I just want to verify because I feel really bad. I was going through my list of songs this morning to play, and I did play your birthday song. Please tell me, because I have a very forgetful memory, and I feel like I played it, but I can't remember if it was a dream or not. So let me know if I played your song or not, because I was feeling bad this morning, going like, oh my gosh, did I miss his birthday? What happened? So, anyways, let's see here. MIA B is saying, so if they ask to pay out more settlement shares, they know something is phony. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, Manjit says play whatever you feel like. It was your birthday, Manjit. You gotta give me a song. And that way we get to know what kind of music it is you like. Jathan says, Casey, if anyone has less than 80 shares, they don't get a settlement reward. Correct. That is not really correct. So you need to take whatever amount it is that you have and do the reverse split on it, and then divide by, which is dividing by 10, and then divide that number, whatever it is that you have on AMC, divide it by 7.5, and whatever value you get. Right? If you get a number less than 1, then you would get paid out. Right? So if I take your example, I take 80 divided by 10, gives you 8 shares. Divide that by 7.5. And you get 1.06, which means you're going to get 1 share. And the rest of it, your broker will more than likely pay you out in cash. And they should not, they're not supposed to give you a partial share after this is over. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that's absolutely not going to be the case, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't give you a partial share. If they do, we should probably be reporting it. But anyways, that we'll get to that when we get to that. So that's what I would, in regards to your question, that's what I would do. It's real simple. Just divide whatever you have right now on AMC, divide by 10, or on the end of the 24th, really. Divide by 10, divide by 7.5. Whatever value that comes out to. I don't even if you have like 637 shares, right? Divide by 10, divide by 7.5, you're going to get 8.49, right? You're going to get almost 8.5 shares, but the other 0.49 should be paid out to you in cash. That's it. Real simple. If you have 70 shares, again, 70 divided by 10 divided by 7.5, you would get 0.93, which means you would not get a single share, but you would get a cash distribution of 0.933 of a share. So again, whatever number you have on the end of the 24th, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. Simple numbers. Make it simple. Don't make it hard on yourself. Make it very, very simple. It's easy math. Not hard. Just real. I just covered all that information. You can go back and take a look at it. In regards for, you're saying you're not sure how Ape will reverse split and convert 1-for-1 in the process. I outlined it, but the simple answer to you is that the reverse split happens first on AMC. The next day, Ape does its reverse split and conversion 1-to-1 into AMC. And then the settlement shares get paid out to you on the 28th. Alan, do not make it hard. Don't make it hard on yourself, Alan. You're making it really, really difficult. Divide by 10, divide by 7.5. Real simple. Keep it simple. No, that is not. No, Jeff, that is not correct. Whatever you have for AMC at the end of the 24th, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's it. Your Ape shares are not getting a settlement, so you don't get to add those in there. So whatever you have on AMC on the 24th, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's how many. That's the additional amount of shares that you will receive. Any remaining portion of that calculation will come out to. Should be distributed to you in a cash form. SE Formula says, so is the divide by 150 correct to have a round number of shares? I mean, you could play around with the math a little bit and see what happens when you run the numbers. I mean, it's the math is easy, right? Divide by 10, divide by 7.5. I don't know. Let's just do a division of 150 times 20. No, that's not a good number. Let's try that's too round of a number. Let's do 150 multiplied by, let's say you have 32 times that, right? So let's say you have 4,800 shares AMC, divide by 10, multiply or divide by 7.5, and then you get 64. Yep, it's a round number. The math works out. So you can do the math yourself and run it. It's really super simple, right? Like take whatever the total amount is, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's your number. It's very, very simple. Your cost average will go up, yes, Hazel. But in regards to what's happening with this, cost average is it's not something that I'm paying attention to. Alan says, should we be buying Ape instead of adding to AMC? It's your money, it's your choice, and you're not going to get me to comment on how you should be purchasing your shares with your money. That's something that you need to decide for yourself. I have always maintained that it's important to see buying pressure on AMC and Ape all the time. That's how I feel. I'm not gonna change or waver from that. Mega Johnny says, so if I have 3 coconuts and Lizzo gave me a banana, what would I got? 3 coconuts and a banana. It's been mentioned before. I think the first person that I may have seen it from, I don't want to. I mean, there's probably I probably did see it, and I'm sure there was other people who probably put it out there. But the numbers are easily divisible by 150 on AMC, and then 30 on Ape. I think is what it was, right? So if you wanted the conversion to work out, or the reverse split and conversion to work out for you in round numbers. Then that's what you would need to round to, is the closest 150 or 30. I think those were the 2 numbers. Can you use beer as an example? I can understand beer. Do you want liters or ounces? Because we could talk ounces. Which, by the way, I don't know how this escapes me, but for some reason I found out on our trip to the beach when my wife and I went to the beach recently. I found out that I don't know what a standard can size of liquid is. I still don't apparently, because I can't even. I'm sitting here trying to remember right now. Is it 8 ounces for a can? I don't know. This is so sad. I should know how many ounces there are in a can of soda, and I just don't know. So I think that's really funny to me. I don't pay attention to 12. Okay, 12 ounces to a can. I don't know why I don't know this, but I just don't seem to care. I don't really care how many ounces there are in a can. Apparently I will never remember All I know is that my wife, I saw the can size that she bought when we went out there, and they were the big cans, and I was like, these aren't the same. These got to be like 12 ounces. And she's like, no, these are not. I don't know what I said. I said something, but so yeah. Anyways, apparently I don't pay attention to those kind of things all that closely. Apex says, how do you think cost average will be affected when my Ape shares are still priceless as in original shares? And I know the cost average isn't a big deal, just curious. How do you think cost average will be affected when my Ape shares are still priceless? What do you mean by still priceless? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I guess all I'll say is that cost average should go up. I guess in terms of Ape shares, your cost average, it'll all go up. Everything should go up. I mean, if you want to know true cost average, just take the total amount of money you've spent on shares, divide it by how many shares you have afterwards, and that'll give you your answer. Of course, I mean, you're probably wanting to know like your cost average breakdown on each share, and it's like, I mean, you can get ridiculous with that kind of stuff. Oh, they were the original shares given to me, never added, never sold. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's gonna be it's still gonna be whatever it is that you originally invested into it, divided by the amount of shares that you have. That'll be your cost average. Alrighty, guys, we're well beyond time to take a look at the numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here in regards to numbers. I'm gonna take you over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is that you guys are writing, and we have actually some exciting numbers to talk about today. I was like a kid on Christmas Eve, looking at numbers, so I couldn't wait. I had to slip my finger in the edge of the wrapping paper and take a peek into what we got going on here for our numbers. So I apologize, but I just couldn't wait to see those short exempt volume numbers, and man, are they juicy. So let's dive into this. Of course, I'm sure people are probably going to be asking questions here, but I'm not going to be able to answer them because I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying until you see that. I don't even know what to call the Mad Max car until you see the. Does anybody know? Hold on a second. I'm just going to look it up. What's the name of them? Let's see here. It's probably something I should know too. The Interceptor Pursuit Special. Or otherwise just known as the famous V8 Interceptor Pursuit Special in 1973 Ford XB Falcon GT 351. Just for those who are, super ultra anal. The Pursuit Special Interceptor. I don't know. Maybe we'll just call it the Interceptor, I guess. Until you see the Interceptor back up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see that. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, it would probably be useful to do so, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. And then last but not least, guys, we have changes that are now outlined and defined to our brokers. If you didn't already get a digital copy or a hard copy of your portfolio statement and have it within your possession, and your broker decides to start changing some of these numbers and they don't look right to you, how are you going to prove them wrong if you don't have a copy of what it was looking like beforehand? And the answer is you won't. And you're just going to be putting blind faith into them and what it is that you're holding in the changes that they make. And if you want to do that, that's your money. It's your money. It's your choice. You get to decide how you are trusting of your money, but for me, I think it would be a really good idea to make sure and have that in advance in case something happens and you need proof of ownership of what you had prior to any changes that are made, as these numbers should be really simple math. So let's take a look at what was going on with our numbers. Price prediction tally points. Oh, son of a gun. Hold on a second here. I got to pull up a screen. That did not work out the way I wanted. Come on. There we go. Price prediction tally points. Let's see here. I'm going to have to get somebody to fill in for Einstein. If somebody wants to start filling in for Einstein, please let me know. Glenn says that he would step in, but he doesn't want to do it until after the reverse split and conversion. So for whatever reason, I'm not sure. I guess he's got some kind of model that helps him to figure out what price is going to move to on a daily basis, and I think he only wants to do it. It's only going to work for him afterwards. But if somebody wants to fill in for Einstein for the time being, let me know. I need to get somebody to fill in for him. I had 460 to 760 yesterday. Eric had 380 to 680, and Apex had 450 to 750. The combined total, we had AMC close at 207 and AMC close at 339. The combined total on that was 546. The closest person to price prediction would have been Eric. He was off by about 16 cents, so he's not going to get an additional bonus point, but he was definitely the closest. Nobody missed, so there is that. Everybody was in the price range here. So we'll start off the week here. If somebody wants to jump in for Einstein, let me know. Let's see, one. Congratulations one last time to Apex for winning last week. All right, short exempt volume. This is the good juicy stuff right here. Short exempt volume for AMC yesterday. Drum roll. We've been looking for this forever. I think it's maybe only happened one time, maybe one time. It may have not even happened one time. This may be the first time that this has ever happened. It was 3.7. I'll just read the number. 3,762,824 shares. That is massive amounts of short exempt volume. Now, what's the problem with why it's why I'm not going to like jump up and down and go like, yeah, we hit, I'm not going to do that just yet, and I'll tell you why. Short exempt volume doesn't, there is a period of time where those shares are given the ability to be able to be found in the marketplace. It's the T plus 35, which means that we're obviously not going to see the end of that time. Now, I don't know how that's necessarily going to transfer over to a conversion or reverse split. I don't know if they'll have to find the shares before then or after then. I'm not sure how it's going to work, or if they just simply transfer over straight over to AMC completely. But we'll figure it out down the road. We'll know when we see failure to delivers after reverse split and conversion. So, but anyways, I think that's by far one of the highest numbers I have ever seen. 3.762 million shares. That is massive. Ape, on the other hand, wasn't so high, but it was still elevated. Ape came out to 39.5 thousand shares. No, wait, that can't be right. Hold on a second here. That was yesterday's numbers. Hold on a second. Maybe let me make sure I'm clicking on the right thing here. Monday the 14th. Ape was 267.8. Day-over-day price change. AMC was down 35.55%, obviously due to the aftermarket hour adjustment in price from Friday. And then AMC was up 16.29. Let's check out utilization. Pokey stick of volume is happening right now, so we'll go over and check that here in just a minute. Short share interest of the free flow. So utilization for AMC is 82.91%. It's definitely up. And on Ape, utilization came out to 100% utilization. Oof. Oof. Nice. That's beautiful. Loving that. All right. What's next? That means somebody, more than likely what that means is somebody stopped reporting available shares, as many available shares to borrow. So it's nice to see 100% utilization. That should cause cost to borrow to start moving up on Ape. Let's take a look at what's next here. Max pain for the day. We started out the week at $6. I feel like that's going to come down a little bit. We did see quite a bit of what I think was probably closing of positions, and actually you'll see it in the short interest and when I show it to you here in a little bit. But I think there's a lot of closing of short interest that allowed there to be a free up of shares available to be borrowed on AMC. So max pain, I'm going to guess is going to drop to around 550. Nope, still $6. Let's take a look at off exchange. By the end of the day on AMC, we had 50% of all volume going through off exchanges. EDGX was 8.81. That was definitely shy of the 64% that we would normally see. It was about 5.19% lower. CHX volume, 1.3 million shares going through, 3.41 million shares going through that exchange. Super heavy volume going through there. On Ape, the final numbers for the day, we had 40.69% going through off exchange. EDGX was sitting at 7.07. The combined total was 47.76%, or about 16.24% less than what I would expect to see. CHX volume was double what gets me excited. Anything over 30,000 shares is a lot on Ape, and we had 61,000 shares. GME CHX volume for yesterday was 112 shares in total. So nothing outrageously large going on there. Institutional ownership yesterday was 147.162 million. Let's see what it is today. 148.446. We want to see that number going up. Institutional buying should help us with price movement. And let's see here. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of background music while I move some screens around. We'll go over the rest of the data. Actually, I'm going to take you over to the other page here real quickly. Without the music, we're going to take a look at the Pokey Stick volume. I don't want to get too far away from where we're at. So far for the day today, we had about 208,000 shares trading in our Pokey Stick, plus another 66,000 the minute after, so I need to subtract that from our total amount. So we had about 470,000 shares going through in volume as of our Pokey Stick. That's really dang near close to 100 million shares traded for the day. So I'm going to probably guess somewhere between 50 and, no, let's do 60, 90. 60 to 90 million shares traded on AMC for the day today. And yesterday, by the way, I said 150 to 200 million. I ended up being too high on that. It ended up only being, whoa, that's the wrong one. Hold on a second here. It ended up being 133.3, so I missed by 12 million shares roughly. So I was a little bit high. That's not good. I don't like being high. On Ape, I suggested somewhere between 125 and 175 million shares traded, and that one I did hit. We hit just over the number. It was 125.1. So it was I just barely got that one in. But 60 to 90 would be my volume prediction for the day today on AMC. Obviously, I think that they will push down volume throughout the day, which is why I think I'm going to adjust it down just about 10 million because I have full faith that they will try to push volume incredibly down. So I'm going to go 50-80, and I think that should be pretty close to accurate. I'd rather be low than high, so I'll make that adjustment. And then on Ape, Pokey Stick of volume coming in at about 67,000 shares. Not really a whole lot after that. So 67,000 shares on top of the shares that were already traded gives us around 220,000 shares traded for the morning on Ape. Let me think here real quick. That would roughly be probably around 400. A little over 400,000 shares traded for the day, but usually you have to divide Ape by half. So we're looking at about, I said 400,000 shares. I'm sorry. That would be close to about 40 million shares, 42 million shares-ish. But this, you have to divide Ape in half, so it's probably going to be somewhere around like 22 million shares. So I'm going to guess somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares for the day today on Ape. There's a very strong chance that we see Ape and AMC trade almost identical amount of volume. But as I'm basing this off of what I'm seeing in the pre-market, and that's what I'm going to give you. 10 to 30 million on Ape. I might be guessing a little too low on Ape. There's a strong chance that we see something. More than likely, it'll be towards the top end on Ape, closer to the 30 million, I would think. If we go back to April 3rd, no, I'm sorry, April 5th. If we go back to April 5th and look at the volume suddenly spiked 89 million, and the next day it was 25 million. That sounds pretty close to right. And then if we go back to April 5th on AMC, let's see here. It went from 90 million down to about 30 million. So it may be a very low volume traded day today. I might end up being really high on these numbers. The extra volume might come in tomorrow because I'm noticing that on both AMC and Ape on the 6th, 2 days after the big price change, was when the big volume kicked in. So I might end up being a little high on these numbers, but I'm going to run with them. All right, let me leave you on this screen here while I move some screens around, give you a little bit of music, and we'll see what we got going on here. All right, as you guys can see, the price of AMC and Ape combined is running around $5.51. As it stands right now, for the most part, starting around noon yesterday, we just kind of started trading sideways. And I wouldn't expect to see, I think we'll have a little bit of volatility in the beginning portion of the morning today, but then I think for the most part, once that volatility is done, maybe by around 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll probably see a very similar trend as well, where there might be a little bit of initial upwards momentum, followed by some sideways trading, and maybe closing it around maybe like, perhaps maybe like around 569, 570 range, somewhere around there. So in regards to when I do my price prediction for the day today, I'll probably be considering that 570 price point in that prediction. All right, short share interest of the free float showing up today on AMC is 27.76%. Utilization is up a little bit day over day on AMC from 81.98% to 82.91%. On loan amount increasing from 199.18 million shares to 202.41 million shares on loan. That is a new record. We have never seen 202.41 million shares on loan. That is a very large number. Our last record, let me just read it off to you because I was writing it down real fast. Our last record was set at 200.96 million shares on 4/12, which is really just a few days after the last time we saw a big price move like we just saw on Friday. So we're at 202.41. New record set on 8/15. The change in on loan amount 202.41. Yesterday we had 199.18. 3.23 million new shares on loan. Ortex usually estimates about a third of that, so we're looking at like 1.07 million shares more than likely. Let's see what they're estimating. They raised the estimated short-term interest of the free float from 27.55 to 27.76. So we're looking at 0.21. Yep, 1.089 million. Which I'm just going to round to 1.09. On loan average age per day. I mean, that's a 3.23 million shares is quite a few shares to be bringing on. I think this might flatline the number, but not necessarily drop it. I'll be a little surprised, although we do know that there was short interest that was returned day over day. So that, returning short interest is always going to lower this number, but I'm not sure if it depends on how old the short interest was, and we'll figure that out here in just a minute. If it's really old short interest, on loan average age per day is probably dropping. It didn't drop. It actually went up. It went from 133.38 days to 134.1, which tells me that any of the short interest that was closed out was more than likely newer short interest than older. Security lending volume day over day was close to the same. It went from 5.54 million to 5.4 million. On Ape, short share interest of the free float at 8.14%. Here's our utilization driving back up to 100% utilization. I say back up. It's been a hot minute. The last time we saw 100% utilization was back on September 5th of 2022. But we are back up to 100% utilization from 83.21. So what happened to cause that? And it does look like we took on some more loaned shares. We went from 80.06 million shares to 85.22 million shares. So an increase of 5.16. Yeah. 5.16 million. My math might be good on that. I don't want to check it, though. I'm pretty sure that's close to right. 5.16 million new shares on loan for the day today. Taking a look at, obviously, that's going to drive up the estimated short share interest of the free float, and it did. It went from 8.05 to 8.14. On loan average age per day should be I don't think this is going to be enough shares to drop this, but it won't be a day's worth. It might drop to maybe like 3/4 of a day up. So let's see, it went from 16.01 to 16.98. It was really close to a day. Security lending volume is rising. Went from 6.6 million to 21.63 million in security lending volume yesterday. VIX this morning is up 2.7%. That means we're looking at red markets this morning, anywhere from down from 0.6 to 0.92. Let me see if that makes sense. 1% on how much on the VIX? 2.731. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Yeah, that's close. Orders by Fidelity customers. Yesterday, AMC had some amazing movement. Hold on 1 second. I gotta answer this phone. Hi, this is Nora from your senior assistance program manager. What the hell? I'm not a senior yet. Gee whiz. I'm not even 50. Come on, for crying out loud. I cannot stand those phone calls. AMC, where were we at? Let's see. Buy orders versus sell orders. Were these just the last 4 minutes of the day's worth of trades? I think these look like the last 4 minutes. It's hard to say. This might be the whole day's worth. I think this might be the whole day's worth of orders. So AMC came in third yesterday with 79.73% buys to 20.27% sell ratio. Looking pretty strong there. Ape did slip down the list, but ended the day with a 60.07% buy to 39.93% sell ratio. 60-40 is the ratio that I love to see, that I think is a pretty sure signal that there's more buying of shares than selling of shares, and that's what happened on Ape. So we're back up on the list, top most 30 heavily traded stocks by retail. GME is also making the list this week here with 76.44% buys to 23.56% sell ratio. Very, very strong numbers by all three. Congratulations to GME shareholders as well. Glad to see you on the list with us. SSR's trigger price for the day today is going to be $3.05 for AMC. The reason that it's triggered or is on for the day today is due to the fact that it tripped on from Friday's move to Monday. So it will be on for the day today. Ape closed at 2.07 yesterday. Oops. Minus. But SSR would trip for Ape today at 186.3. Shares available to borrow this morning is showing up at 1.1 million shares. And, there's going to be tons of people out there that are crying crime and where did these shares just suddenly show up from? And I'm going to be like, guys, look, they closed out like over 1 million shares in short interest yesterday. So there's going to be some shares available to borrow again, and you have to understand that that's how this works. They open and close short interest all the time on a daily basis, and all that should really matter is that we're net positive on seeing them borrowing shares, and we're at an all-time record on borrowed shares. So that's really the key main focus point. Do note this morning so far they have not borrowed any of those shares at all. Fees are currently at 673.7%. We're starting to see the cost of borrow starting to rise again. The rise. I should have. That almost seems like the better title for the day. The rise of the CTB. Maybe I'll put it in for tomorrow. Calls for the day today. These numbers are still not accurate. There's no way this is right here. This may be right on in the money puts, but I can't imagine that there's. Let me just look at the chart real quick here. I'm gonna look at options. I feel like I didn't go over options yet. We didn't go over options. Let me go back over options again here. Since we're talking about it, let's just bring it over to the other page and we'll talk about them. I guess one of the things that I kind of want to point out before I refresh the screen, because these are yesterday's numbers, is going into next week. Obviously, anybody who has any kind of strike prices next week, options this week aren't going to be affected at all, but next week will be affected because AMC is going to be converted, and that will change some of the options going into Friday, the 25th. So these numbers are going to alter to a ratio of 10x. So when you start seeing things in the range of like $3, then it's going to become 30 for a strike. And so anything in open interest that pops up over here when I refresh this is going to they're looking at a $30 strike. Well, if that's the case, if it, say for example AMC trades at a $30 price on Thursday, then or plus, then anything it would have to be above $40 for any of this to be out of the money. So anything below $30 is going to be in the money. Sorry, above. Anything above $30. So let's say, for example, you should start trading at 30. Anything above that will be in the money. So let me refresh this real quick here and see what turned into open interest. Just because I'm kind of curious about how the market's going to be rebalancing for next week. Looks like the most amount of open interest going into next week is going to be at a $4 strike. My guess is that they may be expecting price. I don't know if they want in the money positions going into it. I guess they're good where they're at. It does look like $3.50 is kind of like that middle ground. All right. As far as the call side goes, it looks like a lot of calls are guessing for a $4 strike. And it also looks like the puts are kind of guessing for a $4 strike as well, which put us at about a $40 price point. Which is where I kind of feel like we're going to end the week this week is at about $4 at some point or another. So, but taking a look at open interest for this week, currently our highest amount of open interest is at a $10 strike now. Yesterday, our highest amount of open interest was at also a $10 strike. There was 241.4 thousand contracts. There's now 237.8, which means that's dropped a little bit. Some of those positions may have closed. And our highest amount of open interest on the put side is $4. Yesterday, there was 268.8 thousand contracts. There's now only 219.8, so a lot of closed positions yesterday at a $4 strike. Closing of in the money puts is bullish, and we also have a close runner up here at a $10 strike as well on puts, in the money puts that have been opened. Some interesting stuff going on here on this on these options chain. Yeah, but there's no way this is accurate. Wow. I didn't think this was accurate. I'm looking at it right now. It is accurate. There's not that much in the money right now on the call side. It's about what it's claiming it is. 11.771. That's right. That's exactly right. Yep. These numbers are accurate. All right, 654,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 11.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 358.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 748.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. That's pretty crazy. That is some This literally looks like we have like a put side gamma potential possibility here. If retail's, I mean, this is more than likely institutions and not retail, but my goodness, that's insane. It's insane. I just can't believe I just clicked on that. Don't click on that, Casey. Let's take a look at what we got going on in banks in the pre-market this morning. I'm only looking for market movers that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater. In the pre-market this morning, we've got Western Alliance down 3.44. And that is it. Oh, I take that back. FRC is up 3.23. Oh, no, that's not pre-market. That's closed from yesterday. Never mind. Ethereum Classic is showing down right now, 1.14%, and on a trend down. DXY is up 0.15, and trending up. Oil is down 1.69, and opening up lower this morning. SPY is down in the pre-market this morning, 0.61. Tesla is down in pre-market this morning, 0.89, but trending upwards. Amazon is down 0.55, also trending upwards. Cinemark is down 1.39 and has only traded 29 shares. Opened up low, but is consolidating at that 1.39% down. Doge is down 0.8 and looking very much like Ethereum Classic and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.25, still hovering right at 29.3. There is a lot of support and resistance at 29.3. It's insane how price is being stuck right there. GME is down 1.05% so far in the pre-market this morning. Very low volume in the pre-market. And after the initial pre-market drop in price, I'd say it's consolidating now. HYMC, same thing. 2,000 shares traded, initial drop in price at pre-market open, and then consolidating. And CMI is up 1.98 in the pre-market, and man, it's had 502 shares traded so far. It's all over the place. For the most part, I would say this is kind of consolidating, though. I mean, it's up and down, but it's hovering right around maybe like 358. Hood in the pre-market is down 1.03, and initial market open down with consolidation. Pre-market on Ape is down 0.03, and it had a pre-market open maybe slightly up, but then came back down and is currently consolidating again from some of the prices that we were seeing closer to close yesterday. And then AMC is up 0.89. And for the most part, same kind of thing. Initial market, pre-market open up, and then coming back down and coming really close to where price was when it closed in the aftermarket hours, or not in the aftermarket hours, but when price closed yesterday. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had about $30 million more inflow than outflow. Earlier this morning, I was talking about quantity of volume and gave you an estimate of about 50 to 80 million shares. I have a feeling I'm going to be on the, I don't know, man. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to think I might be on the high side volume prediction, but I got 50 to 80 on AMC. We'll just have to see how bad they knock down volume right off the get-go. I mean, by 10 a.m., we should be seeing the knocking the snot out of the volume portion of the day starting. So on a 4-hour time interval, we've currently got more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 26.15, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next hour. RSI at 33.07, and that is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 39.36, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 37.71, which is below average. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately, it was really low. I mean, it's less than 200,000. It was like 120,000 more inflow than outflow. Very, very close numbers. 386,000 shares traded so far this morning. I'm predicting somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded. I think it might be on the high side of that. I guess time will tell. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.17, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.45, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next 30 minutes. RSI is at 46.57, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.91, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoku on a 1-hour time interval. Now this is going to be super jacked up right now based off of Friday's numbers, but we're going to take a look at it anyways, as it may give us a clue as to where price is moving to in the future. Lagging line is about ready to cross price line, unless price of Ape were to drive back up above $2.40. So, and conversions already dropped below baseline once and now a second time, and it's currently below base. I would expect to see price moving down through the green cloud for the day today, and lower than the green cloud for a close. So we would probably be looking at maybe a, if I had to guesstimate, maybe a one. I feel like I should look at AMC's first and then come up with the price prediction, because I'll have a better idea how much Ape will move based off of that. But I think that parity of $2 and $4 in market cap between AMC and Ape is probably a realistic thing. So I'm going to guesstimate probably around $2 for a closing price on Ape for the day. In order for this to become a buying signal, though, because I guess I should probably kind of give you an idea where that's looking. Price needs to hit, like I said, above we need to get the lagging line above the price line, which is going to be $1 or 240. So 241 or higher helps us on a 1-hour chart. On a 4-hour chart, we have lagging line above price line, conversion still above base, hasn't quite crossed over yet. And price is still above conversion, so that's actually they're right about the same. So that's still good. The lagging line's got a few days before it's going to hit any kind of price line here, so this isn't necessarily suggesting a huge drop in price. But do note that rate at $2 for the day today is actually base for the day today is at 206. So if we see price dropping below 206 at any given point, we might see a little bit of a sell-off, right? And so getting down to that $2 range would put us right about this area of breaking through a future green cloud, which I would expect to see I would expect to see that happen. So to keep this a buy signal for the day today, price is going to have to stay above 208. So I'm going to put 209. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base. We are moving into green cloud or red cloud territory, which means we should be going green and heading up towards that. This is where I would suggest that perhaps maybe we see price closing somewhere in the range of maybe like 421 to 389 for the day today. And so that in the aftermarket hours and maybe leading into pre-market tomorrow morning, we're above 421. So I'm going to guesstimate I might go a little bit lower on some of these numbers here, just because I don't know that we'll necessarily drive up that much. Let's go with a. Let me see what the math works out to here. 380 on AMC, and what did I? 580. If I said $2 on Ape, that would be 580. And I think earlier this morning I was suggesting that we may close around 570. So I might be a little high on my AMC prediction. I might want to bring that one down just a tad bit and suggest maybe like 370 for a close. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to guess about 370 and 2. In order to turn this into a buy signal for the day today on AMC on the 1 hour chart, lagging line needs to get above price line, conversion needs to get above base, price needs to get above the cloud. The cloud is sitting at 439, so if we were to hit 440, that probably won't be a buy signal just yet because the conversion line won't have crossed base by that point. But I would expect it to cross the base perhaps maybe around like 4. Probably around 510. Four-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base. Price showing currently in a green cloud area, which means we're already underneath the cloud. But we do have red cloud in the futures, and if we were to start seeing price rising up into that $3.70 range, it's going to start that slow climb to try and break through this cloud here. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe going into next week on Monday, maybe breaking above the cloud at around 435. So to turn this into a buy signal a bit, and this would actually be a really strong buy signal for the day today, we would need to see lagging line get over price line, conversion go above base, and price above the green cloud. All of that would occur at about a price of 540. So 510 and 540. Big numbers there. Not really expecting to see that happen. Alrighty. That's all I got for you guys. Take you over back to the main page here. Is there something wrong with my sound right now? Is it not? Is it all jacked up? What's the deal?
Yeah, you can hear everything.
Tom D says break time. It is. Mega Johnny says shares of big Wall Street lenders fall pre-market as report says Fitch may be forced to downgrade multiple banks, including J.P. Morgan. Credit event coming. I mean, that's been one of the hot topics lately. I had somebody mention and I see this all the time. A lot of people are. This is, I think, probably one. And I think it's just a frustration thing that people say this, but they always go like, "Who's going to enforce the rules?" Whenever you see somebody writing that, I just know it's frustration that people are kind of putting that out there. But it's actually really not a bad question, and one of the things that you have to remember is that eventually somebody does enforce the rules, and you can go back to 2021 of January and ask that same question: who started enforcing the rules in January of 2021, and why did they enforce the rules? Who enforced the rules in 2008, and why did they start enforcing the rules? You know, these are important questions to ask yourself. Does financial stress on banks cause the rules to be forced into play to where margin requirements are required to be met? And it's a very important question. Who does enforce those rules? And the thing is that if those rules suddenly start being enforced, what happens? Right? So it's not a bad question. Are the rules currently being enforced like they should? Probably not. And they have a good point, but it doesn't mean that it's going to continue that way. It just means that somebody's not backed into a corner to where they have to enforce the rules. So once we start seeing bank failures, I do think that those rules will be enforced, and there will be people who are held accountable for delivering of money to make things right. And banks are usually the pressure that is needed or required in order to see that pressure being applied to have rule enforcement. Jason wants me in a semi. Yes, dog. The reverse split is happening before the conversion, and I outlined it very clearly early this morning. If you go back to the beginning of the live stream and listen to where the music stops, and I come in and start talking, I went over it in detail as to how it's going to play out. But the reverse split will occur first. I'm going to make it real brief and simple. Reverse split first on AMC on the 24th. Reverse split conversion on Ape on the 25th, and settlement shares delivered on the 28th. Record of shareholders for the 24th will be recorded to determine who received shares on the 28th for AMC. Real simple. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break. Let me put up my message. You heard no such thing. Let's see here. All right, I'll be back at 8:15. I would say to do price predictions, but I've already kind of done them. I'm going to go with a 570 close, which means that I'm going to be looking at, let's see here, 420 to 720 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. And that, I think that's it. Roseanne says, why do they have to wait until the banks fail? Why can't they go in and remind them of the past and tell them to get their act together? Because financial institutions look out for financial institutions because they're all tied into this together and they all get screwed. So it would be like asking a question like, I got to be really careful about what industry I decide to use here because I'm going to offend somebody. It'd be like asking, why don't, oh man, I don't want to use that either. I guess, oh man, there's so many industries I could use as an example, and I don't want to use an industry. It's like asking the question. We'll just use this. We'll use criminals, right? Why doesn't criminals snitch on criminals? It's because they're part of the problem. And if they do snitch, then they're going to get in trouble too. So they don't want to get in trouble because they are a part of the problem. So that's the simple answer. They're just simply part of the problem, and nobody's going to rat out anybody if it's going to affect them as well. So I will see you guys at 8:15.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
If you hear me grimacing in pain, I just racked my knee right into this wood desk. Oh, man. All right. Suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah, I know it's hot. I turned on the microphone like right at a few seconds after. Oh man. Let me turn this music off. The corner like split my kneecap right down the middle. Oh, I mean it was just kind of like one of those zing kind of moments, but gee whiz. Apex, I'm running with a combined close of 556, 406 to 706. I'm going to write you down, sir. Let's see here. I got you down. Theron says, don't need your coffee now. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. For price prediction for the day today, guys, I already kind of came up with it earlier this morning. I'm kind of thinking about a 570 close on AMC and Ape combined. Currently, our combined price is 556. So I'm thinking about maybe like a 14-cent increase in price, total price for the day. I am expecting Ape to go down a little bit and AMC to come up a little bit. Looks like, actually, I don't know if. Okay, yeah, Apex didn't split. Apex, you don't need to feel like you need to split it out. I was just checking to see if you did split it. Oh, all right. Meep, you're right. You're absolutely right. I was getting into the car, and I hit my knee right on the edge of the car door. That's right. That's what I meant to say. The circus is waiting for you on Discord. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't see a circus on Discord, but I will get on there. I guess I can get on right after market open, because yeah, that's not a problem. And then it says, I heard heavy breathing and got excited. Seriously, hope you're all right. I know, I was like, it felt like one of those Family Guy moments where I'm just like, Albert Amato says, who would sell Ape if the combo reverse split is a done deal? The conversion reverse split, and yeah, I don't know, man. It's I don't know. Manjet, thank you very much. This is the Interceptor. I think I looked it up earlier this morning. I forgot what the Interceptor something or other. Again, thanks to Pantheon for the cool ride for the day today. He was working feverishly in the garage, the Big Tramp garage, and converting the Eliminator into this lovely hunk of power. I almost said junk. It's not a hunk of junk. How dare you call it that? This thing is a well fine-tuned piece of machine right here. Albert says, so without borrowing Ape legitimately, how could they manipulate buying pressure? Most of everything as far as price manipulation go that we see on a daily basis is almost always directly through off exchange. Keto, yes. But how the market decides to value AMC is a different story, right? Like, so the if you're going to come out with a so this is, and I'll throw it up on the screen here real quick, and it's actually I don't know how long you have to sit around and watch for, so I'll just show it real fast, quick and dirty, right? Like, so if you were to just look at this real fast, it's just simply shares, it's shares times outstanding shares times price gives you market cap, and so you can just plug in, and we know what the numbers are now because they put it out in that 8K filing. Those are the numbers that you're seeing on my screen right here. We also know that settlement shares are going to equal a specific number, and you can check the math on that by dividing these two numbers here and adding them together, and then adding this number to it and coming out with the exact number that they gave. That's these two numbers right here are going to give you a combined market cap of this over here, market cap combined. And if you simply take market cap, if you take market cap combined divided by the outstanding share, that's going to give you the price that price that it should be trading at after that's all said and done. However, how the market decides to trade it based off of valuation of the company is a completely different story. So while the total value should equal around $24.44 at this point on yesterday's after-hour closing prices, what the market actually trades it at on the very first trade is going to be a different story. So you have to understand that there's going to be a little bit of wiggle room in there. John, yes, we should be getting that data today. I think you're correct. I think today is the day. Mad Max is where this ride's coming from here. There is no formula for understanding how high the price can go, Menjit. And I think Bob's his answer to you back is probably a really good answer. Multiply your share count by your conviction equals selling price. Right? It's really going to come down to, for me, it's going to be different for everybody, right? Like there is no formula for how high it can go to. And there is the definition behind short interest is that there's infinite level of risk, meaning that there is no top or ceiling. It really just kind of depends as a whole, as we investors decide where that top's going to be. And anybody who's trying to tell you that they know what the top's going to be on this thing, they don't know. It would be impossible for anybody to come up with that number. John says, I'm ready. You can open the casino now. I feel like my clock's a little off today. Let me check and see. Because I noticed, yeah, it's about a minute behind. Maybe even a little bit more than a minute. Wow. My clock's showing 8:27 right now, and my phone watch is saying that it's 8:20. It's been 8:27 for a while. It looks like it might be about a minute off, which means I might need to start considering doing the start a little bit earlier than what I was using for time for before. So that being the case, it is time to get this day started. So I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay. keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, guys, so the title for the day is a dive into our future on 8/24. Speaking of dives, AMC is taking a little bit of a drop here. It's not as bad as you might think. Right now, we're only down 0.38% from yesterday's close. I know it looks really big on the screen there, but it's really not that bad. The whole market's not really doing that great right now, so there's going to be a little bit of downside here ahead of us, but that usually does change after a little bit. We're all crawling all over the bottom side of this Bollinger Band here on the back, and which usually means that there's going to be a reversal on the price, and it usually comes back up to meet up with a simple moving average at about right now, which is at 345, which will continue to dip a little bit, but we should see a combining of the price and a merger of the simple moving average around 340ish. But let's talk about real quick here a dive into our future on 8/24. So a lot of people are kind of wondering and maybe a little confused as to what our future holds for us. And in regards to that, I've got a little bit of a breakdown that I put on my Discord last night so that people would understand what our future looks like. So let me pull that up real quick here and show it to you guys. This is I put it under the DD section of the Discord. And it's just a few quick highlights, just really fast, something to kind of give you an idea as to what I see happening based on how I'm reading it. If you guys have altering opinions and you'd like to discuss it, we can do so. I think that there is a little bit of muddiness in here as to there's some specific timing on a certain few events that's going to occur that I think leaves some interpretation as to how things are going to play out. But let's talk about it. On 8/24, AMC only. Remember, this is only AMC, not Ape. Only AMC is going to have the reverse split happen prior to pre-market open, which means that we're going to be seeing 10x. The SEC filing suggests it'll open at 10x previous day after our closing price. So, you know, if we were to take yesterday's after our closing price, I think it was $3.95. Oh, no, sorry, not $3.95. What am I saying? $3.45. Let me check real quick here. Yeah, $3.45. If we were to use yesterday's after our closing price of $3.45, the 10x amount of that would be $34.50 would be the opening price for 8/24. Ape will continue to trade without the reverse split, meaning whatever the price was the closing day, it'll trade that same amount that same day. If you were to kind of break those out in regards to like market cap, that won't change market cap at all, and the alignment of market cap will be okay. There shouldn't need to be any change in price as far as the market goes at that point in time. However, this is a big however, after the aftermarket hours close, the next day, that will be, by the way, the record date for anybody who holds AMC positions for the distribution of shares to anybody who held up until the 24th. On 8/25, Ape reverse splits and converts 1-to-1 into AMC and trades at market open at the price of AMC. It is very, very clear that it trades at the price of AMC at that point at market open, 9:30 in the morning. That means that there's pre-market in there pricing where the market can change the price of AMC to reflect the correct market cap combination of Ape converted into AMC. Now, why do I say this? Because when you break out the math and you look at how market cap will affect price. If Ape were to convert back into AMC, it's going to drop the price a little because there's more shares in there. And unless the price of Ape was higher than AMC, then that wouldn't necessarily be the case. But with it being lower, it will lower the price a little bit of the total value, market value. So I don't know how this is going to exactly happen. My guess is that we'll probably see in the pre-market morning a bit of a drop on price, and then this is where a lot of FUD's probably going to come in. Oh, see, they're shorting the price back down. It's like no, and they're trying to align the market cap is what's going on. But I might be completely wrong, and what we end up seeing is we just see price stay exactly the same as where it was on AMC, and then Ape just simply converts into AMC, and we see this big market cap adjustment upwards. So I don't know how it's going to play out. That's a little bit of a gray area for me in regards to knowing how that's going to play out. I would assume my experience is that the market should value the company the next day as it did the previous day, which means that they should probably drop the price of AMC a little bit in order to account for the new market cap. So we'll find out what happens when we get there. But as of right now, I think it's kind of an unknown. Then on the following, and that's Friday the 25th, by the way. The following Monday, 8/28, the shares are issued for the settlement, 1 for 7.5 post-reverse split to AMC shareholders as of record of 8/24 close, meaning that anybody who owned a position at close on Thursday will receive their shares on the following Monday, or should receive their shares the following Monday. I say should because we've seen what happens when these brokers don't have the shares that they need to have. A lot of them don't deliver on time, so it may take a little bit of time for some people to get some of their shares into their accounts, and that's actually outlined in the SEC filing as well. That may be the case. So Hopefully that's clear as mud for you. That should maybe clear things up for you. A lot of people, I think, are still a little confused about the distribution of the settlement shares and how those are going to go down. And all I would say is whatever shares you have on the closing of the 24th of August, take that number, divide it by 10, then divide it by 7.5, and that's how many shares are going to be issued to you. So if I were to just come up with some random number, somebody quick, throw out a random number. Somebody fast. First number that comes up, I'll take it. Whatever number it is. I don't care. I really don't care what number it is. We're not saying that's how much you have. I'll just take the first number I see. 21. 21's okay. We'll take 21. That's fine. It's perfectly okay. 21 shares of AMC. You divide it by 10, and then you divide it by 7.5. Oops, sorry. Hold on a second here. What you said? 21? 21. 21 divided by 10, divided by 7.5. Your total amount of shares that you would receive is 0.28 shares for the settlement. Since they will not be paying out shares in the settlement in partial, they shouldn't be paying out in partial shares. You would receive a cash distribution of 0.28 of a share in cash. So that's what you would end up getting. Now, there's a lot of people putting some weird numbers. 69, Japan Ape says. But that's the easy, quick way to do it, though. Just divide by 10 and then divide by 7.5, and that's going to be how many shares you should be getting. To prove to you that that's the case, I'm going to show you the outstanding shares. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up, because there's going to be people out there that doubt what I'm saying is true, and so I want to use documentation to kind of back up what it is that I'm saying to you guys, so that you know that I'm not just pulling your leg and trying to fib with you. Because right here it says AMC will have in total, after this is all said and done, they're going to have 51,919,239 shares. You got to add a zero into that because that's after the reverse split. All right, so there's a zero that actually goes on the end of this, and so here's how you take the math. Right. We're going to put the number in here as the original amount of shares. We currently have outstanding 519,192,390. We're going to divide that by 10, and that gives us the same number that they have down here, 51,919,239, right? And then we're going to divide that number by 7.5 shares, and it gives us 6,922,565 shares. Well, if you come down and you look, they actually state down here that there's going to be an issuance of 6,922,566 shares, and if you round this up, that comes out to the same exact number. So that's how you know that what I'm saying is correct. Just simply take whatever number you have of AMC by the end of the 24th, divide it by 10, divide it by 7.5, and that's how many shares will be issued to you as a settlement. So that should clear everything up for you guys in regards to how many shares you should have issued to you as a shareholder for that settlement. And by the way, this is all, and I linked this into the top. This is from the 8K. All this information, if you just drag down just a little bit, most of this is in the very first section of the filing here, item 303, material modification to rights of security holders. And this is where they show you a lot of information here, like how many shares are going to be used to settle with, how many outstanding shares is going to be of AMC after the reverse split, how many outstanding shares there's going to be of Ape after the reverse split, how many there were before the reverse split, and all this information is in there. It makes it really, really, really super simple and easy to figure out, and you can reverse math all this stuff and come up with the same solution and answers, and tells you that what they're writing here is correct. It makes sense. It is exactly what it's supposed to be. There are some people out there that are getting a little bit hung up on this section right here on the 24th, where it says last day of trading of AMC preferred equity units. No adjustment is made to prior closing price. One Ape is now comparable to 1/10 of the share of Class A common stock. And then remember how I told you that the reverse split on Ape doesn't occur until the 25th. So if AMC has a reverse split, guess what? Ape needs a reverse split still, which is why it's 1/10, because it needs to be divided by 10 still, which happens the next day, right? So that's where I think some people are kind of getting confused about this not being a 1-to-1 ratio. It is a 1-to-1 ratio. It's just that AMC is reverse splitting a day prior in trading than Ape, and that's why there's that confusion from a lot of people. And this is very, very clear about how nope, that's not the case. It's just that it hasn't been reverse split yet, and when it does reverse split the next day, it will be a 1-to-1 ratio, not 1/10. So it's these numbers are very super simple. It's not hard to figure out, and as long as you just sit down and you write it all out and try to make sense of it, it's crystal clear. So CPR says, after all this crap, I'm really going to have 10 shares. Yeah. I hear you, man. We're all going to have 10 shares. It's always 10 shares, right? Let's see here. I'm going through what people are writing here. Let's see here. Ice Cream says market cap of AMC and Ape have to be adjusted to same total dollars. Example, please. It doesn't. They don't have to be adjusted the same exact amount. It should probably just be really close to the same. So I wouldn't suggest that to be the case. What I can do though is I can put up on the screen for you an example of what I have as a breakdown, and this is using some of the same numbers that we just saw on that last screen there. So I've plugged them into my calculator in here, the little Excel spreadsheet that I built out. And these are based off of prices in the after-hour closing of yesterday. We could plug in current numbers right now just to kind of give you an example, but this is the 519,192,390 shares of AMC. Currently, there's 995,406,413 Ape shares currently. And then the settlement shares is going to be 6,922,566 shares. The outstanding amount of shares after the post conversion reverse split, and I should put plus settlement in here. Plus settlement. We'll just call it set. That way I don't have to expand my screen out anymore. Plus the settlement, this is going to be the outstanding amount of shares, 158,382,446 shares. Market cap is going to be the combined amount of these two amounts prior to the reverse split and conversion. And so if you just simply take your market cap divided by your amount of outstanding shares afterwards, that should give you what market sees as the value of AMC and Ape together. However, this is the big however, that may not necessarily be the case, right? The market actually may perceive the value to be higher, or it may perceive it to be lower. So what really the value is going to be traded at the very first minute, and this is where I think anybody that you hear saying that nobody's going to be able to know what the exact price is going to be, they're right. They're absolutely right. This is a theoretical value right here. What the actual price that the market decides the value is will depend upon the very first trades that go through. So, and that will probably more than likely drastically alter what the actual first trading price is going to be. Whether it be up or down, I don't know, but it will be different. I can almost promise you that. But this is a good idea to kind of guesstimate where the value was prior to the reverse split and conversion and where it should be. But again, how the market values it is going to be completely different. So we'll continue to monitor this on a daily basis. I will update this on a daily basis with the different prices that we have for close, just to kind of see how things are moving. But it kind of gives you like an idea as to what we're seeing happening live. So there's that. Let's see here. Let me see if there's any other questions. That dude says, "Can you do that breakdown one more time?" No, you can reverse in the channel and go back and rewatch it. Ben says if we own the float over and over, are there enough to go around or more synthetics? More, it's an accounting problem, Ben, is what it comes down to. And what I would suggest to you is that they will create enough if there's a need for them, meaning it's just going to be a consolidation of synthetic positions. Moomoo platform shows X date is 8/23/2023 Eastern Standard Time, 13 for 100 bonus issue. What does this mean? Don't know, Daniel. The 8K is pretty clear about the 24th being the ex-dividend date for the shares, so I'm not sure what that's for. C. Pimpin says, do you think that the price will run up before the reverse? I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could tell you that. I simply can't. It's impossible for me to know what's going to happen in this market between now and next Friday. I mean, there is a lot of really hot, steamy financial pieces of crap, landmines out there right now that are really making this market look, a little shaky. So what happens between now and next week? Who knows? There's all kinds of possibilities. John says, looks like the failure to deliver data just dropped. Let me take a look at it real quick here. I am kind of curious about this. Give me 1 second while I pull the page up. Stats. The numbers are still high. Actually, okay, wait a minute. I'm not seeing. Wait. Okay, no, I was looking at the wrong data. Let me go to the other page. I want to see. You're probably looking at a chart exchange. Let me pull it up there. Let's see. What are we looking? Failure delivers. All right. The failure to delivers on AMC is showing, and they did drop a little bit. They went down from let's see. So the middle of the month where we ended off at was at about 11 million shares, or thereabouts. Looks like. Actually, hold on 1 second. Let me see what's the last reported day here. The last reported day that we had was 7/14, and there was 10.9 million. Okay, so after that 10.9, it went down to 9.9, then back up to 11.9, 11.1, 11.9, 12, 11.4, and then it started decreasing starting on the 25th of July. It went from 11.4 down to 8.3, down to 7.5, down to 6.8, down to 7.1, and then back up to 7.7. So there's still quite a few failure delivers in there, but they did find about 3.1 million shares on the 25th to drop that down. But those numbers are still very high, and is likely the reason why we're still on the failure to deliver list. But they did find some of those shares, but the failure delivers are slightly dropping a little. I'm sure with yesterday's short exempt volume that occurred, which is something I read off to you guys earlier this morning. Our short exempt volume is through the roof from yesterday. We had 3.762 million on AMC alone. Those turn into failure to delivers, but they've got time to find those. So, but yeah, crazy numbers there. Still very high. Grant says, when the market makers have to give us our 1 to 7.5 settlement, will they have to buy them in the market, or can they just make the synthetics to give us? For their record keeping, they will probably just account you with bonus shares available. And I personally, I don't think that there's going to be a forced need to go buy those shares. However, there is a side problem to this, and that's that that's going to be direct money out of their pocketbook at any given point, right? So they're going to see that as a negative loss if they're not holding the positions already in advance. They're going to see that as a negative draw on their books. So they may want to go buy shares beforehand in order to not have as much pull on their books. But the other part to that is that there are going to be shares in partial amounts that are due, which means that they have to give you a cash settlement. And if that's the case, then that's going to directly impact their pocketbook right off the bat, and they will have to deliver cash into your account, which you could potentially either withdraw or use to reinvest. It's entirely up to you. But that will definitely apply some pressure on their books as well. The Rui Life says cost to borrow at all-time highs right now. We got about 1 minute left here to take a look at the numbers. Well, they did drop, Curtis, and that was something that I was mentioning to you guys. You know, they were returning shares, but you have to also remember that today we hit an all-time high on borrowed shares. Today hit an all-time high, so we got an all-time high right now on cost to borrow according to the Rui Life or the Rui Life, and then actually, you know, I think I'm saying your name wrong. The Roof Life. I don't know how to say the name. I apologize, bud. But yeah, so but our total amount of shares on loan right now hit an all-time high. We were previously back in April at our all-time high of like 200.9 million or thereabouts, and today we're at 202.41 million shares on loan for AMC. So those numbers are definitely increasing. Albert says, Casey, your thoughts on how the shorts even cheating can close out Ape? They can't. Grant says, so the IOU will actually cost them money. Yep. Yeah, Albert says also, yeah, cash loss for hedgies, and since it's a closeout, they have to report it in that particularly hot potato for them. They can't just kick it past the 24th. That's right. That will become something that shows up on their books, and it will be it will look pretty bad. Well, it's time to do the numbers, Ariel, so we can take a look and see. Ariel says that interceptor has 2 superchargers. Nice. All right, let's go over to the other page and take a look at what we got going on here. We're going to look at numbers and see what's going on with this market and AMC and Ape, and a little bit of GME too while we're at it. Taking you guys over the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see that interceptor back up on the page again. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns, until then, that are specific to me. Let's see what we got going on for the day-to-day here. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you're doing that, if your broker allows you to set up a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea, as you never know if something's going to happen to your primary. And then what else do I want to say to you? Oh yeah, yes. We've got known changes coming here, guys. We have some very serious known changes that are happening to our positions, And I have tried to stress this to you guys for a very long time, and I hope this is getting through to you guys. This is super important. You're going to have changes to your account being made here in the near future. If you don't have a digital copy or a hard copy of your portfolio statement from your broker or brokers, then you're going to simply be relying on them to make the changes and make them accurately, and without you being able to double check their work. Make sure you get that information. It's almost too late for you to have had that information. If you're going to change your position between now and whenever, make sure you get that statement after you've changed your position so that you can have that more current information available. Please, please, please don't be one of those people that says, my broker changed my numbers and I think they messed up and I don't have any documentation. I'm going to be like, I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do to advise you as to how you potentially help yourself or protect yourself, because you're SOL at that point. And I really hope that you guys are heeding that warning. I cannot stress it enough. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. We got one for every day. I am looking for somebody to fill in for Einstein here for a little bit here, and or maybe for a long bit. I don't know. We'll see. And then Eric has got a price prediction in for the day today. Apex has one. I've got one. So Glenn said he'd like to fill in or start doing price predictions, but he's going to wait until after the reverse split conversion happens. It may only be temporary that I need somebody to fill in for. If you decide you want to do that, let me know. These are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply, today it's 3 apes, trying to figure out what price is going to be within a $3 range, on the combined price of AMC and Ape. I've got 420 to 720. Apex has 406 to 706, and Eric has 392 to 692. Short exempt volume from yesterday. And this is a big number, guys. I'm almost positive this is the largest amount of short exempt volume we have ever seen go through on AMC before. It was 3.762 million shares, which is massive. Those shares will have to be found at some point. Somebody's going to have to find those shares and deliver those shares. They made a market for 3.762 million shares that they didn't have shares for. That is massive. I cannot explain to you how massive that is. I get excited if it's over 1 million. It was 3.762 million shares. It should give you goosebumps to hear a number like that. That is extremely large. On Ape, we had 267.8 thousand shares in short exempt volume. Utilization, and in regards to the idea that they made 3.762 million and made a market for that much and didn't have the shares for them, this may be institutions who are buying right now, and if institutions are buying shares, that would show buying pressure from somebody who's going to have to find those shares to deliver them at some point. So that's a lot of shares. Utilization went up on both AMC and Ape yesterday. Utilization on AMC went up from like 81% or something like that to 82.91. It was a fractional amount. And then Ape went up drastically to 100% utilization. I can tell you right now that Ape, I'm just going to give you a sneak peek into it. Ape only had 5.16 million new shares borrowed yesterday, and they were like an 80-something% utilization, which that's not nearly enough shares to cause it to drive up to 100% utilization, which tells me institutions may be recalling, either they're recalling shares or they're not making as many shares available to be borrowed on Ape any longer, which is going to probably cause the cost to borrow to go up on Ape. So they drove up to 100% utilization. Day-over-day price increase due to the after-hour market adjustment to price. AMC was down 35.55%. Ape up 16.29%. I need to get rid of my one of three real quick here. I just noticed it's in there. Max Payne, we started out the week at $6. We're still at $6. There's been no change to that. Let me go ahead and modify this page here so that I'm on the right thing for failure to delivers. All right, off exchange for the day-to-day is at 51.87. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 54% going through. No, sorry, 44% going through off exchange, so it's a little elevated. And then EDGX is sitting at 5.46, the combined total, and that's 57.33%. That's about 3.33% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 156 shares, nothing unusually large on that. Yesterday we did have a very large quantity of shares being delivered. We had a total of 1.341 million delivered yesterday through CHX. So definitely still needing to return shares right now for due shares. Taking a look at Ape. Off exchange this morning, very, very low numbers here on off exchange, 31.03%. EDGX is sitting at 8.64. The combined total is 39.67%. That's about 14.33% lower than what I would expect it to be. Where's all the extra volume going? It's going to the NASDAQ GSM. The NYSE is actually getting quite a large amount of volume for this morning. And also the NYSE ARC is slightly elevated. A lot of movement of shares this morning. CHX volume is 100 shares for Ape. GME CHX volume for the day is 0. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday was it rose this morning, earlier this morning, from 147 something and some change to 148.446 million. Let's see if it's changed any since earlier this morning. 148.461. So slightly up a little bit more. And taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning is at a $3.50 strike for AMC. That's a 50-cent decrease from yesterday's numbers in volume. There's currently 13.5 thousand contracts. On a normal day, I would expect to see about 3,500 contracts by this time of the day. So that's already an exceptional amount of volume at a $3.50 strike. On puts, holy moly! Look at the in the money puts that are being purchased right now. At a $4 strike, there's currently the most amount of volume. There's 13.8 thousand contracts at $4. So market doing something very weird here, where normally it would be the calls on the top side, puts on the bottom side, but it's the exact opposite. Calls are 3.5, puts are 4. Market suggesting a closing price between $3.5 and $4 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.40. We did find some support down here at $5.36 in Fibonacci retracement that we fell down to, and seeing a little bit of support. Remember that SSR is on for the day-to-day on AMC. I suggested a closing price at around $5.70, which is going to be about 30 cents higher, 28 cents higher than where we're at right now. I'm expecting a slow climb with a decrease in volume occurring right up until, I would imagine, decreasing volume and the big sideways trade from 10 o'clock a.m. until, I don't know, probably 1:32-ish, the power hour. Might be a yawner kind of day today for you guys. Just saying in advance. All right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hold on one second here. It looks like they're gonna make me update this page for 1 second. All right, there we go. All right, taking a look at the Ortex for AMC. So far for the day today, we have 2.16 million shares having been borrowed on AMC. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 27.91. Cost to borrow mins at 339.42. Average is 826.45, and max is 1,040. Those are pretty elevated numbers there. Here's let me zoom in just a little bit. Here's a sampling of what our utilization looks like day over day, from 81.98% to 82.91%. And then on loan amount increasing day over day by 3.23 million shares, from 199.18 to 202.41, a record all-time high of shares on loan. And then estimated short share interest of the free float obviously going to be rising with those new shares on loan, from 27.55 to 27.76. That means that Ortex is estimating that about 1.09 million shares of that 3.23 was in new short interest. And then if you take a look at the on-loan average age per day, it's actually still increasing. Even with 3.23 million new shares, it went from 133.38 days on average to 134.1, which tells me that any closed out short interest yesterday would have been newer positions. Security lending volume day over day was pretty close to the same, about 5.54 the day before to 5.4 to yesterday. And then on Ape, so far for the day today, we have about a return of 10,000 shares. It's not a whole lot. That's not really going to change anything on the estimated short share interest of the free float. So that's going to remain the same at about 8.17. There's only been a return of shares, no borrowed shares on Ape for the day today. It does say 100% utilization. I can't verify that they don't have any shares available to borrow, but currently this morning when we got the reporting, it was all shares were borrowed. Shares on loan for the day today is sitting at a much higher number than what it was, 5.16 million shares to be approximate. On loan amount drove up from 80.06 million shares to 85.22. That's obviously going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise from 8.05 to 8.14. Let me put utilization up here on it as well. That's the increase in utilization from 83.21 to 100%. And then on loan average age per day is driving upwards still, from 16.01 to 16.98, and security lending volume increasing from 6.6 million up to 21.63 million. Orders by Fidelity customers. Where are we at on this list for the day today? AMC is on the top 30 list here, probably within the first 10, 3, 6, 9. Yep, we're 10th. We have a 79.11% buy to 20.89% sell ratio this morning, looking very strong. And Ape is on the list here with a 73.8% buy to 26.2% sell ratio. Retail is doing exactly what it needs to do. That is looking very good. GME did not make the most heavily traded stock today, likely due to low volume. AMC's SSR is tripped from Friday to Monday's price movement. It tripped yesterday, so it's still on for today. It would trip again today at $3.05. Ape would trip at 1.863. Shares available to borrow is down to 700,000 shares after we saw earlier this morning 1.1 million. So we're looking at 400,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Some shares have been returned into the ETFs. Let me write this down. 400,000 shares borrowed. That's going to cost, the fees are showing up right now at 673.7%. I verified the numbers this morning. These are actually accurate. There's 654.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 11.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 358.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 748.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. What I want to say about this is the following. Remember that most of this is institutional positions that are held. If these were exercised, each one of these contracts would be worth 100 shares, which means that there's approximately 74.8 million shares that are in the money in contracts. And that may scare some people, and they're going like, "Oh my gosh, does that mean can they exercise those and use those to close out positions?" And the answer is not really, because that's not what I don't think that's what you're going to end up seeing happening. A lot of these positions are counterbalanced held positions to keep retail investors from going into the market and creating a gamma squeeze on the options chain. So some of these positions are counterbalanced to these out of the money calls. And it's just simply to price us out so that we're not going in there and creating a bunch of gamma ramp moves. So, I mean, see it for what it is. I don't think this is going to be something that's going to, be a closing type situation. I'm not seeing it. But I know that fear is out there, though. Taking a look at, let's see, how's the market doing? Hold on a second. My wife texted me. I gotta. Oh. Okay. Cool. Let's see here. NASDAQ is down this morning 0.9%. Actually, let me refresh this real quick here just to make sure. Yeah, NASDAQ is down 0.9%. Dow Jones is down 0.85. S&P 500 is down 0.88. We currently have 4,613 decliners to 1,490 advancers. The market is on fire. Look out, hot lava below. If you touch the floor, you're burning your feet. Holy crap. That looks nasty. Taking a look at, it could be worse. It's just a flesh wound. Let's see. Banks, big movers this morning. We've got, I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is down 6.25. PacWest is down 3.35. Western Alliance down 5.06. Bank of California down 2.79. Zion is down 3.98. And that might be the end of the big movers. Yep. Only one green one in here, Coinbase, but just fractionally. Ethereum Classic is down 1.09% and really kind of consolidating currently. DXY is down 0.22 and consolidating after having had a little bit of a drop here. Oil is down 2.68 and on a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.02 to 0.1 and both on an uptrend for Vanguard and BlackRock. SPY is down 0.85 and starting to consolidate a little bit after having had a market open downtrend right up until about 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time. VIX for the day, as of right now, is up 9.11%, opening up quite drastically up and taking a nice big jump up here. Currently trading at 16.16. It is up over 16 once again. We've had multiple tests off of 16 here over the last. Actually, let me put this to a daily. Over the last few days, this has just been flirting with 16 like crazy. Breaking past 13 is where I thought would be maybe somewhere inside this box in here, and we're on that last day for us to break, and we haven't had a single candle that stayed above the 16 mark here. So I don't know that today is going to be the day. Obviously, today is not going to be the day, so my box is not in the right spot here. I maybe should have moved a little bit further back, but we are definitely flirting with more trend upwards on this, as you can see down here by the TTM squeeze indicator. It is still trending upwards. VBR is, of course, if the VIX is up, the market's down. VBR is down 1.28 and trending down, which is one of the largest ETF holders of AMC stock. VB is down 1.18. It's another one of the large holders of AMC stock and is also trending down. Tesla is down 1.28 and consolidating after the earning morning drop in price. Amazon is down 1.52, also consolidating after early morning market drop. Cinemark is up 0.09 and trending up since market open and kind of starting to consolidate a little bit. Doge is down 1.11, and I mean, it had an initial drop at market open, and then it's coming back and kind of settling in at about 0.073, maybe a little bit of consolidation. Bitcoin is exact same thing. Dropped initially at market open, then came back up again, resting right around that 29.3 range. That's been there for quite a while. It's certainly a level of support and resistance that's held up for a while. GME is down 3.38 and trending down, but flatlining a little bit, maybe doing a little bit of consolidation here. HYMC is down 2.39, and I'm going to call it consolidating. NCMI is down 0.57, consolidating. Hood is down 1.83 on a downtrend. Ape is up 0.24. We had a nice little dip in the first portion of the morning day, and we're kind of recovering from that. It is only about 30 minutes away from the consolidation barcoding from the rest of the day today, so we may be entering into that phase right now at 207. And AMC is up 1.33 and doing the exact same thing, initial downtrend in the market down to 330 and then recovering back to about 343 right now and starting to kind of consolidate. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow for the day on AMC, we have about $3 million more inflow than outflow. 14.47 million shares traded so far after 54 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 104.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we would see somewhere between 50 to 80 million. I was originally going to go 60, 90, but decided to kind of drop it a little bit just because I've been seeing this 10 a.m., knocking of the volume down for the day, and I have a feeling there's a strong chance that maybe we don't even hit 50 to 80. It ends up breaking like right below 50 or something like that, but we'll see. So far, it's holding up the volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more, what do we have? Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 27.55, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. No, yeah, that's correct. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.52, which is that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.33, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator maybe within the next 10 minutes or so. RSI is at 59, which is above average. On Ape for the day today, we have approximately just a little over $100,000 more volume in outflow. 10.43 million shares traded so far after 55 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 73.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think I may have underestimated on Ape here, which I think when I was talking earlier this morning, I said there was a chance we'd come in high on this one, like the high end of that 10 to 30 million that I predicted. So, and that's looking, so far, it's looking like that's going to be the case. Which I don't mind being low. I just don't like being high. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.32, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.57, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.3, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator occurring within the last 10 minutes. And RSI is at 56.37, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoku cloud on the 1-hour time interval. My price prediction for the day today was going to be $2 on the closing price for the day today, and I'll tell you why. The lagging line has now broken the price line, so lagging line's below price line, conversion's below base. Price should be moving through this green cloud here. The bottom side of the green cloud by the end of the day is 206. I kind of feel like there's going to be a little extra downwards momentum bringing us to maybe somewhere around $2 by the end of the day today. It did initially, market did open and did initially find 202 at some point, but did recover from that initial downwards momentum. So I'm kind of expecting to see us drop through the cloud here. If we don't, it's kind of bullish. But we would need to see price within, I think we would need to see price probably staying above 215 at some point. Well, maybe not 215. 212 in order for this to continue to stay bullish. I wrote 209 as a closing price for the end of the day to stay bullish. That was looking at the baseline from pre-market hours. Notice the baseline's moved up now to 212. So I'm actually going to erase my 209 number and say 213 is what we need to finish at for this to remain a bullish signal. Well, remaining a bullish signal is not really the right way to say this. To not turn into a selling signal. That's probably the better way to say it. Taking a look at the 4-hour time interval, we've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base. Price is rated about at conversion at 2085. This does not turn into a sell signal until price breaks below the baseline, which is at 206. So at some point, if we do see a 206 trend or run in that direction, it may drop down to that $2 range that I'm looking towards. Let's see what we got going on with... to get buying pressure for the day-to-day, we got, or keep buying pressure, we got to see $2.41 or greater. As eventually this lagging line is going to have to break above the price line. On Ape, on a 1-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order to turn this into a buy signal for the day-to-day, we're going to have to see price rise above the cloud and likely see something around the price range of about, I gave you guys a $5.10 number earlier this morning. I think it's actually less than that. The buy signal would actually kick in right around $4.08. I misread the chart earlier this morning. We'll blame it on being tired. Because there actually is a case here where lagging line can drive above price line at 408. Conversion would drive above base at that point, and then price would be outside of a cloud, which means it would represent a positive buying signal at $4.08. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. Price would need to see, in order for this to become bullish for the day-to-day, price would have to get up above somewhere in the range of about 527. I wrote down 540 earlier this morning, and I do think that the reason I put 540 in is I think that this lagging line is going to, I could probably reduce that number to about 530. 530 is a possibility. Not that I'm thinking we're going to get there, but just saying 530 would be acceptable. All right. I think that's it. That's all I got for you guys as of right now. Make sure these are lined up here. Alrighty. Back to you guys. Vishal, good morning. Stuart says, so my average is 16, so after the split, my average is going to be 160. I have 3 XXXX shares. Basically, I'm screwed. I'm starting to doubt my own DD, and feel like a fool now. That's what a lot of people are saying that don't understand what's going on, or people who are just trying to create doubt and fear in the community. So I don't know what to tell you. If you don't understand what it is that you own, and understanding what your cost average and how that plays zero into what price would look like if it were to go up, I think your math is probably off there a little bit. There's no way it's going from 16 to 160. That's not going to be quite right. Those numbers aren't right. But that just, it's easy to mishandle the numbers a little bit, and I would encourage you to probably go back and recalculate your numbers, because I guarantee you that's not going to be your cost average. Unless there is an unless in there. Unless you did something stupid with your shares, like sell them, then perhaps maybe that might be the case. Apex says, Casey, I sent you a screenshot of TradingView reporting of AMC upcoming reverse split. Says 1,113%, or 1,113 to 1,000 on the 23rd. Man, yeah, somebody else was reporting something else from another brokerage site that was reporting some weird numbers as well. Some people were doing the math on that and saying that it comes out to essentially the 7.5% or something like that. I don't remember. 1113. I gotta move this. What was the number that you put in there? 1,000. Oh, duh. Yeah, move the decimal place. It's 89.8. Let's see, times 100. Oh, son of a gun. 89.8 minus 100. 10.2. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're getting those numbers. I don't know. Doug says that Richmond north of Richmond song has to be one of the best songs I've heard in a long time. I think what I like about it, because I'm not a really, I even said this not too long ago, I'm not a huge fan of country twang in the voice. And I think what really kind of what I like about the song is the fact that I hear passion, and it's the passion that allows me to get past the twang. I feel like there's a lot of country songs that are saying that don't have passion, that just have twang in it, but there's no real heart. But that song's sang with heart, and allows me to, I guess, kind of get past that whole twanginess of it. So that's just how I feel. Trumpy Bear says, so the AMC RRS is completely independent of the Ape AMC settlement. To get my actual number, I should do both and add those. No. It's really simple, Trumpy Bear. Whatever shares you have of AMC on the end of the 24th, divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's how many settlement shares you're going to get. So I'm just going to throw a random number out there. 1,862 divided by 10 gives you 186.2 divided by 7.5. Actually, I don't know if they should they probably won't. I don't know. We'll see. They might round that off on you and just call it 186, but it should be pretty close. So anyways, you should end up with about 24 when you divide that 186.2 by 7.5. You get 24.82. So you'll get 24 AMC shares in the settlement from the settlement, and then the 0.82 should be converted into cash. There may be where I might be wrong on this just a little bit is that after the reverse split, they may not give you a fractional share, meaning that you would only have 186 shares, not the 0.2, because they might cash you out for the rest of that. So then you would divide the 186 by 7.5, which would give you 24.8, but it's close enough. I said 24.88. They'll give you the other portion of that in that other 0.8 in cash. So that'll be the formula that you're going to want to use. Just divide by 10, divide by 7.5. That's it. Simple, stupid simple. UPS delivery guy says Russia raised their interest rates to 12%. Oof. You know, yeah, that's right. Kiss it. Keep it stupid simple. DD214 Army Bro says, I did the math. It says I owe them shares. I love it. You know, that actually, maybe that is something we should probably talk about. Just because. If your shares are on loan and you have them out on loan on the 24th, you don't have ownership of those shares. You're not getting shit, by the way. So think about that for a second. Any institution who has their shares out on loan and doesn't do a share recall on those shares doesn't get shit. They get nothing. So the owner of the shares who they're loaned out to gets the shares, the settlement shares. So, and I'm not trying to, make any assumptions here. I'm not trying to say anything negative, bad, or poorly of anybody who's in our community who's choosing to lend out their shares. That is your choice. It's your money. It's your choice. It's how you decide to do what you do with your shares. I particularly don't lend out my shares because I don't want them to have more ammunition to be able to fire back at us. But that's my choice, right? You what you do is your choice. But if you have those shares lent out at that point in time, you done effed yourself on any kind of settlement shares. So keep that in mind going forward. I personally myself, I do think that the lending of shares, and I'm only saying this from an institutional standpoint, not from a retail standpoint, but from an institutional standpoint, I want shares to be lent out only by the institutions. And the reason that I want that is because that creates short interest, and the more short interest that there is, the more of a chance of a squeeze opportunity that you get. So I want those shares to be lent out, but I don't want them to be my shares because that's just more ammunition. It could potentially create more short interest, and yes, it would potentially make the squeeze a little bit higher, but I'm not particularly fond of wanting this. I mean, there's a lot of shares in existence right now, and I don't want to try and give them more ammunition to try and short the price down. So I'm not going to lend or have my shares available to be lent out. So just kind of keep that in mind, and I just want you guys to be aware of that. Wrath Wizard says, shouldn't there already be an appeal on the decision of Zern? Only if somebody's willing to put up hundreds of millions of dollars in order to do an appeal, because that's what it would cost them, as that's been set up in such a fashion that it was anybody who's going to make an appeal on this it's going to cost them money. 4 Million Gorilla says 40% are out on loan. No. Well, I guess if you want to take a look at it from that perspective, right? Like I get where you're going with that in regards to 40%. I guess in all technical terms, you're correct, right? 40% is what's on loan. But what you need to remember is that institutional ownership right now is not 40% of the float, which means that there's more than 100% there's more than 100% of loans being lent out, and so that means that some retail is definitely lending their positions. Now, some people in certain brokers don't even have a choice, so that's to be expected. But a lot of us do have that opportunity. Some of us don't know that you have to actively turn off share lending within your broker in order for it to not be the case. If you are one of those people and your broker is accidentally, quote unquote, letting you lend out your shares and you're not aware of it, you might want to check into that before next week if that's not what you want to have happen. So make sure you're looking into that. That is something to consider. I think it's kind of interesting to me how, oh shoot, I forgot to go back of the big tramp here. I gotta go back to the back of the big tramp. It's Tuesday. Okay. I'm in the back of the big tramp. Kim, how's it going? Preacher, how's it going? Good to see you guys. I guess I'm just going to continue where I was leaving off there before I realized I wasn't in the back of the big tramp like I was supposed to be. One of the things that I think is really kind of funny is we went from Win Zern to
Hey, I'm babysitting a bit, so I'm going to be mostly on mute.
Win reverse
Pretty loud over here, but yeah, just chilling.
Okay, no problem. Am I delayed
Speaking of
on?
hedge funds.
That's awesome. Let me see here. I got that's been added in here. We have oh yep, clowns. There it is. Clowns. We now have a clowns alert. They're amongst us. I'm noticing there's a big, huge delay on my sound to you guys, so give me just a second here while I Okay, looks like I just fixed my sound issue, so I should be okay now. If one of you guys could say something really quick so I can make sure I have my sound set up correctly.
Something really quick.
Sweet. Awesome. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's really funny how people have gone from Winzern to I can't wait any longer. It's like they literally have like a date now for when this is all going to happen, and it's just like we've literally been waiting for like two plus years now, and like everybody's like I can't wait any longer, and it's like, dude, you waited this long. How are you having a problem with 2 weeks? Like that shouldn't be difficult for you. This should be like, this is an easy walk in the park at this point. Yeah, win conversion.
I mean, Casey, you know how it is when the closer you get to the toilet. Same thing.
The further away it seems.
Oh, but the higher the pressure, it's like you can't hold it anymore.
Oh, man. Oh, any two will do says, can I have a tinfoil hat theory today, Casey? Yeah, absolutely you can. I'm not here to destroy theories. Well, I will if I don't think they make sense. No offense, but if you have an idea or something that you want to ponder or think about, go for it. Throw it out there. Yeah. So America, in regards to the call options, the strike prices are going to be adjusted by a factor of 10. So, for example, like any strike of $3 right now would be a $30 strike after the reverse split and conversion. So, I think there is some suggestion that there would be an adjusted amount of shares that would be issued in regards to how many shares each contract is going to be worth. In other words, like each contract is normally worth 100 shares. In this particular case, because everything's being reverse split, those contracts only become worth 10 shares. I think that would be the case. Those contracts will be worth 10 shares. And whether or not they get a settlement is another interesting question. I don't know about that. I don't know whether or not contracts would get a settlement if they were made prior to the 24th. That's a question I don't know the answer to. $4 million Gorilla says, how do you feel about Burry's puts? I don't know. I saw him and I made a comment on it, and then all of a sudden it seemed like people were getting jumped for commenting on it. I was like, "Well, I better not talk about it." Everybody's gonna jump on you, and be like, I guess. Sounds like a position to be. Sounds like he has an idea where he thinks this market's heading, doesn't he? What I kind of want to know is what were the strike prices and expiration dates on those, which I don't think I've heard anybody give that information yet. Any2 will do says, will they have everyone paying attention to this situation going on? And all eyes, hold on a second here, and all eyes are on this and GME squeezes. It's been on a sick downtrend for a while, and RSI is low as hell. Do you remember when we've talked about like squeeze cake and the ingredients that you need to make a squeeze cake, and whether or not you have the right ingredients? If you do have the right ingredients, then you could potentially have a squeeze. What I would challenge you to do, and I'll put this up on the page for you so you can see it. Let me see here. Control F, cake. That's not it. There it is. This is my wonderful world of notes. If you guys only knew, this is like 2 years worth of notes on a single notepad here. I really need to go through this thing and clean it out one day and like put everything in order of things that we've talked about and whatnot. But let's see, here it is: squeeze cake baking ingredients, right? And it's in order of things that are most important. And one of the things that you need is buying volume. That's your flour. That's probably one of the most important ingredients you could potentially have is buying volume. Holding is something that you need to also see, and you can find out whether or not there's holding pressure or not with looking at OBV. Indicators like OBV will definitely be able to tell you whether there's holding or selling or buying of a particular security, and that's your milk. Synthetic shares are your butter, right? So any short interest, synthetic shares is not short interest. Synthetic shares are rehypothecated positions held by institutions, and one of probably the best ways that you can find out whether or not there's a lot of synthetic shares or not is by simply taking your average 3-month volume, dividing it by the total amount of outstanding by the free float. Divide your average 3-month volume divided by your free float, and then divide by or multiply by 100. And if that number comes up to something higher than 5%, then the chances are that you've got a pretty large portion of synthetic shares that are in existence. That's a debate that we can have. If you don't agree with me on that, that's a debate we can have, and I can explain to you why I believe that to be the proof. Or I said the proof because I just read what 10Ds plus just wrote in there. I can try to prove to you why I think that's the case, but we don't need to debate that right now. I'm just trying to tell you what the ingredients are. Short interest is your sugar, and if you don't have, I feel like that should be higher up on the squeeze list. However, I don't think it necessarily has to be. You could actually have lower short interest and still have a squeeze. Anything over probably like 13% would probably be a good number. It could be even as low as 10. But if you have all the right combination of ingredients, then you have your squeeze cake. Utilization is your eggs, right? If you don't have high utilization, then that means that there's shares available to be borrowed, which means that they can stop a cake from being able to be baked. So you want that utilization to be really high so that shares are difficult to be found, which is obviously going to raise things like cost to borrow and days to cover, which I have grouped in into one little category together, which is your baking powder. If you don't have high cost to borrow, and these are not, cost to borrow is not necessarily a indicative ingredient by itself to a squeeze, nor is days to cover, but they are things that help you to identify whether or not a stock is close to squeezing. And cost to borrow and days to cover, and when those things are up high, and I don't know if there's specifically an exact number that I could give you, just a much higher percentage than what you would normally see on a stock, I guess I should say, then you've got the right amount of baking powder. So if you have all those ingredients, a lot of people will say, like, what about oven? You need heat to make all these ingredients kind of combine, and that is your heat is literally things like a gamma ramp, right? That's your heat is your gamma, and gamma comes from failure to delivers that are needing to be bought on the market when there is no shares available to be borrowed or no shares available in general, right? It's this condition. The heat comes from having all your ingredients ready to go. The heat is applied because you put it in the oven and it's ready to bake. So if you have all those ingredients, then you've got yourself a short squeeze. If you don't, and you're missing an ingredient, like maybe you're missing eggs, you're not going to have a squeeze cake. You're going to have flatbread or some. I don't know what eggs really. I'm not really sure what's going to happen. If you were to subtract one of these ingredients, but if you subtract any one of those ingredients from the recipe, you're not getting squeeze cake anymore. You're getting something else. So just kind of take that into consideration in regards to that. We could look at GME and see what these factors look like, but I can already tell you right now they're buying their volume, the volume that GME's been having, because a lot of people have been pushing for. And this is where I always get into this huge debate, and people hate it when I say this. But when you DRS your shares, you're eliminating the amount of volume that can be traded into the marketplace, and that takes out your number one ingredient that you need for a squeeze, which is your flour. What do you have when you add milk, butter, sugar, eggs, and baking powder together without flour? It's
very weird milkshake.
Yeah. It's just this, like, it's the batter that everybody wants to eat. It tastes great, but it doesn't really turn into a cookie or cake or nothing. It's that sounds like a cookie. No, because even a cookie has flour in the end. I don't know, but it's certainly not a squeeze cake, that's for sure. And it tastes good, but it's not going to go anywhere. You need that buying volume. No buying volume, and that volume can't be traded. And you may be thinking I'm talking about retail buying volume, and I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about institutional buying volume, because we only move volume by 10% at the very, very, very most on a daily basis. It's probably more like 6%, if that. So we're talking about institutional buying volume, and if you take that volume out of the marketplace and the market can't trade volume, you're never gonna get your cake, ever. So in regards to what it is that you're talking about over there, what I don't know what the last figures were on their DRS on GME, but I think they've got like 40% of their shares tied up out of the marketplace? How are institutions going to trade shares to create volume? And if you can't create volume, where's that price discovery going to come from? You got a flat cake. You got a cake that's not going to rise into anything. So you got to keep those things in mind. They make a difference. Papa Pop says, please don't bake a cake for me, Casey. Wait. Where is Pirate today? What the hell happened to Pirate? Because this is the perfect time to be playing this.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well. Oh well. So take that into consideration with that theory of yours, and see how it applies. Tendies Plus Plus says, unplug the mixer before licking. Yeah, always kick those things out. Kick those bad boys out and then lick them. No, Billy, I want to lick the batter. That's my... I love licking... that's my favorite part, man. We make brownies over here at the house, and it's funny. Like, everybody's always like, you shouldn't eat that. It's got raw eggs in it. And I'm like, do you know how many people eat raw eggs all the time and nothing ever happens to them? It's pasteurized, and there's nothing wrong with eating raw eggs. So I'm always, I want, whenever they make brownies, I always want the bowl afterwards. I'm like, you guys don't want to eat it? I'll eat it. That's not a problem. Give it to me. I want the batter. Any two will do says, I am missing a bunch of ingredients. Do you think I could borrow some sugar? Short interest. That's sugar, right? I don't know if you did it. Let's go over to GME real quick here and let's just take a look at it, right? Their average 3-month volume is 3.78 million shares. So we'll take 3.78, we'll divide it by their free float, which is currently being reported as 265.57 million shares. So divided by 265.5 times 100. Holy crap, they're only trading about 1.42% of their total daily volume. Holy crap. Why are they only trading 1.42% of their total daily volume when you go over and you look at their the report for them on their short interest, right? You come over here to short interest on GME. Sorry. And you pull up the short interest on GMEs, and they're like nearly 20%. Why? Why in the world are they only trading? How is it that they're only trading? It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. It's because their shares are tied up. They need more volume. Their volume's never going to ever in a million years show up as long as their shares are tied up. They are literally doing the job of suppressing the share volume and price for the work of the hedgies. It is absolutely helping the hedgies out at controlling volume and control of explosive price. And it doesn't cause any of those other ingredients to form the way that they need to. And it's a shame. It's an absolute shame that somebody somewhere along the line somehow managed to convince a bunch of previous GME shareholders that they needed to change up the game. Because the game didn't have DRS when it originally disclosed in 2021. But somebody decided that, we suddenly need to DRS our shares and that'll cause it to squeeze again. Who do you think came up with that idea? Do you think it was really retail that came up with the idea that we should lock up the float and that's going to cause share prices suddenly start blowing up? I actually want.
Can I add something to this?
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I just wanted to build on what you were saying. Basically, now we just saw what happened with the reverse split and conversion, right? The moment there's something that might cause them problems, there's lawsuits, there's this and that, there's the mainstream media attacking it. Everything that could stop them or could, cause any problems, they're attacking it, they find ways around it, whatever. I'd never heard any Kramer or Gasparino or any MSM or hedge funds blocking DRS. Nobody said anything against DRS, right?
Nobody.
So that already to me tells me something, like, because if it would stop them or if it would cause them problem, you would hear noise, you would see something being done to block this.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never seen anything.
It's a shame.
Yeah, that was it. Sorry.
It's a shame because I feel like there's so many people over there who are waiting just like we are. But not only are they waiting, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Like I feel like they legitimately could have had something happen a lot longer, a long time ago, if they'd have just, actually, I think the original. I went back and actually did some history searching way back in the day when I had some tools that allowed me to be able to go back and search to see where the ideas first came from. And I was actually able to pinpoint an account, and I kind of started highlighting some of the things that were going on there. But a lot of people were under the assumption that Cohen was one of the first people to suggest that they should DRS their shares. And let me explain to you why that might be helpful from the viewpoint of a CEO of a company. And of course, that wasn't the case at the time for Cohen. He wasn't really a CEO at that time. But one of the things that a CEO or maybe even board members might want to see in regards to shareholder ownership is they might want to have people locked into a position where when price does start rising quickly, that they can't get out of their position fast. Why is that? Because anytime there's large volatility in price of a stock, if people can exit their position quickly, you have a potential chance at somebody going out and picking up a bunch of shares and having a hostile takeover of a company. How do you prevent that? If those shares are locked up in DRS, the takeover can't happen because the proof of ownership is there. It's shown through that direct registry. It shows that there's ownership of some percentage amount, and that stops somebody from doing a hostile takeover. So why would a CEO of a company or somebody who might be a board member of a company recommend to you that you should DRS your shares? Because they don't want you to go anywhere. They want to lock you in for the long haul. And that's what it does. And if you want further proof of that, AMC even outlines that. AMC literally outlines this in the SEC 8K filing that we had this weekend, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but there are little asterisks down here at the bottom. It said, note to beneficial holders, which if you're not in DRS, if you don't have your shares in DRS, this is a note to you. It says, for securities held indirectly through DTC and brokerage accounts, the timing of adjustments appearing in your brokerage account for the reverse stock split, the conversion of Apes to Class A common stock, the litigation settlement payment, and any corresponding treatment with respect to fractional shares will depend on individual brokers, and we encourage you to contact your brokers with any questions. Now, for people who direct registry or registered holders, for securities registered directly with the company transfer agent, Computershare, the timing of the registration of the shares of Class A common stock in connection with the reverse stock split, the conversion of the Apes to Class A common stock, the litigation settlement payment, and the settlement of the fractional shares, and the mailing of the updated statements and checks is a process that is expected to occur over several business days. It's not a fast process, guys. It's slow. I did my homework and I went and bought shares of AMC with Computershare to see what it looked like. Their systems are antiquated and old and slow as F. I can't even imagine trying to make trades through them during a squeeze. And can you imagine? I don't even know if their systems could handle. I've seen times where there's been marginal price action on a security, and you can't even log into the dang website. And it's like, holy crap! How are they going to handle this when they've got like a flooding of people coming in to try to make a trade? They're going to have to take phone calls, and I don't know if you. I don't know if you ever called in to Computershare to try and get an answer from somebody, but it is not quick. It's pretty dang slow. So, I mean, take it for what it's worth, but I've done my homework. But I really, truly, honestly believe that had they not, if everybody on GME had not DRS'd their shares, we probably would have seen another squeeze out of this. I don't want to say that definitively, because there is another side to this that we've talked about from occasion to occasion, where I've told you guys that there was something that I didn't see, a lot of us didn't see, we didn't know was happening, which is where there was swaps that were occurring of positions through cryptocurrencies, and that really kind of put a kink in the whole system. So that's why this kicking of the can down the road's taken as long as it has, and it's something that should be considered as well. So even if they hadn't DRS'd their shares, they still may have taken a long time to squeeze again. Pirate says, I'm back. Can you all start from over? We got a special something for you, Pirate, for coming back. Oh boy. Welcome back, Pirate. Thank you, Preacher. I appreciate your hard work and endeavors in making the Discord a more pleasurable place to hang out.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
If you have any more ideas, let me know. I'm not a very creative person, so I don't really have ideas for what else to add.
Well, this round of applause is for you. Stand-up job. Thank you. Appreciate your hard efforts.
I was hoping to get a point, but thank you.
Oh, a point. Point it is. Let's see here. I've got your name on my board already. Ooh, you're
joking.
You're getting up there in points. By the way, I've been tracking. We need to start movie trivia again, starting next week. And let me just tell you, I think I'm going to just add up the last 2 weeks of just random points that I've got strewn up here on my board. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think you might be in the lead here on this board. It's a very strong chance that you win this out. There's a close runner-up, though. Pro Jewelers right behind you. Junito, good morning. Oh, Dynamite, don't be salty.
Are you a bit jealous, Dynamite? Look, I can teach you how to do this, and then you can also be.
It's actually really not that hard.
Yeah, exactly.
I make it way more harder than I need to. Do you want to? Preacher's probably gonna laugh at this and nobody else because you don't understand what it is I'm talking about. But I had the He-Man cake, and I clipped it, and I put it and I converted it to a sound wave, and then I uploaded it. But the problem was I had about like 2 seconds of silence before my mom would talk, and so it kind of made this like awkward amount of silence. And I was trying to figure out how to clip it down without. I just wanted to clip it, right? And so I sent to Hunter and I said, "Hey, can you clip this down for me? I don't have any software to clip this down." And then he comes walking downstairs and he walks up behind me and he goes, "You do understand you can clip this right from Discord when you upload it, right?" And I said I was trying. I could see where you could shrink it, but I kept trying to drag across and it wouldn't do anything. And he's like, "Why don't you try moving your mouse over the center of it and try pulling it across?" It was one of those father-son moments where you go like, I've worked with computer chips and making computers and all that kind of shit for 20 some plus years, and I got my son showing me how to do some stupid software thing on
There's
Discord.
a difference between hardware and software. I mean,
I
they go
know,
together, but
I know, but yeah, I know, but it's kind of one of those moments where you just kind of go like, I can feel the age sinking in. It's hitting.
Casey, if it helps, I actually didn't notice you can do it there, so I actually went for a website that clips it.
Oh, really?
I also didn't notice that, and yeah, I didn't notice.
Oh,
but
man.
You need to do it once. You need someone to tell you once, and then you know it, right? But
right.
Let me check, actually, because I didn't even pay attention. Yeah, you have the edges here. Yep, that's true.
Yep. It's at the very top there, and you just shrink it down.
Mm-hmm.
As long as your sound clip's 5 seconds. Actually, I think it could be over 5 seconds, and then you can clip it down.
5.2 exactly. I actually tried 5.2. Maybe it was 5.22 or whatever this clown's one, and it didn't work. So I had to cut down another millisecond, another tenth of a second.
Oh, okay. Down we go says, everybody's saying numbers. All right, I'm sorry. I'm 14 minutes late into numbers. Let's do numbers. My apologies. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying specifically to me until you see that interceptor back up on the page again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns. Two-factor authentication. Since I am late doing the numbers, I got to go ahead and give you guys this speech here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may need to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to do that, as it could prevent you from having some problems if something happens to your primary. Last but not least, please, guys, you have changes that are being made to your portfolio in the near future. If you don't plan on making any changes to your account or holdings, now would be a great time to get a copy of your portfolio statement from your broker or brokers, so that you have proof of what it is that you own. So in case they jack things up, you can have them fix it. But if you don't have that proof, I don't know what to tell you. So please do this now. If you do plan on changing your position between now and then, simply pull the report after you change your position and it's settled. Not a big problem. So please do that. I can't stress it enough. I really can't. It's going to hurt me on the inside when I hear that person that says, I didn't do that, and my account's not what it should be. I know somebody's going to say it, and it's going to hurt me on the inside, and I'm going to be like, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, and I don't want to have to do that. I mean, I'm sure there's something that you can do, but you're just at a serious disadvantage. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Off exchange for the day-to-day, I would expect to be about 60% by this time of the day. Combined between off exchange and EDGX, we're already at 60.11% on AMC, and EDGX at 5.08 for a combined total 65.19, 5.19% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,400 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. Off exchange for Ape. Man, these numbers are low today on Ape. It's really kind of odd. What is going on here? 37.09% going through off exchange on Ape. EDGX is 6.85. The combined total is 43.94%. That's 16.06% less than what I would expect it to be. 100 shares going through CHX. Those numbers are really low today on off exchange. A lot of volume being pumped through the New York Stock Exchange today. Somebody may be purposely pushing their positions through the New York Stock Exchange to keep the price up on Ape. It could be somebody who's invested in it, probably an institution of some sorts. On GME's off exchange for the day-to-day, CHX volume for the day-to-day on GME is 182 shares, nothing unusually large on that one. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was a borrowing of about 2.16 million shares. It's now 3 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 27.96%. Cost per borrow min's at 339.42, average is 881, and max is now 1,060. Shares on loan for the day today is at a record all-time high, 202.41 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 3.23 million shares, and Ortex estimated that about 1.08 million or 1.09 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago on Ape, there was 10,000 shares having been returned. It's now borrowing of 1.29 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 8.17. We're starting to see the increase on cost to borrow with utilization at 100%. Cost to borrow is at 6.54 for the min, average 9.13, and max is 9.86. We're getting close to starting to see double-digit numbers now. Shares on loans at 85.22 million shares. That's 5.16 million shares more. 516 million. 5.16 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day, sitting at a $3.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 13.5 thousand contracts there. There's now 20.6, but we do have the $4 strikes catching up. Highest amount of put volume for the day today is at a $4 strike. There was 13.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 28.9. By this time of the day, I would usually expect to see about 7,000 contracts. These numbers are really high, 4 or 5 times higher. Well, 3 or 4 times higher. Sorry. Market suggesting a closing price between $3.50 and $4 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is still trending upwards here at $5.64. It's now 6 pennies away from my price prediction of closing price for the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and Ape were on the list, but GME had fallen off the list this morning. AMC is at 77.59% buys, a 22.41% sell ratio. Ape is no longer on the list. Volume is probably falling off a little bit here on Ape. We'll take a look at it here in a second. SSR is on from triggering from yesterday for the day-to-day on AMC. So far, shares available to borrow started out about $1.1 million in the early morning this morning, and looks like they keep on borrowing more and more shares. Some of those borrowed shares are turning into ETF shares, but 850,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, which is a lot more than we're used to seeing compared to normal. Fees are now up to 769.7%, and the less shares there are available, the more that fee is going to drive upwards. NASDAQ is down 0.66. Dow Jones is down 0.77. We have S&P 500 down 0.76. Inflow versus outflow for this morning, we have 4,421 decliners to 1,735 advancers. That's more advancing than it was an hour ago. We had 1,490 advancers, so it's definitely heading in the more positive direction in the overall market. But still in that range of hot lava, it will burn the shit off your feet. And watch out for those layers of skin, because they might be missing if you're hitting some of that 4,420 securities that are not looking good. Taking a look at banks here, let's see what we got going on. Big movers for the banks. We've got FRC is down 6.25. Oh, I just updated. Sorry, 4.69%. Western Alliance down 3.25. Zion's really close, 2.7%. Let's see what else. Bank of America is really close, 2.67%. JP Morgan down 2.84%. And that's the end of the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.22 and consolidating. US dollar is currently down 0.27, but starting a little bit of a trend. I don't know. It's kind of starting a little bit of a trend up here. I don't know. For the most part, it looks like it's kind of consolidating right now, honestly. Around 102.92. It's been on both sides of this here. Both. WTI oil is down 1.95 and on a very slight uptrend after initial market downtrend earlier this morning. BlackRock mortgage-backed securities are down 0.15 and trending down. Vanguard's also trending down and down 0.1. SPY is down 0.8. Excuse me. Starting to trend up. VIX is now up 7.35% and dropping just slightly below 16. VBR is down 1.08 and slightly trending upwards. VB is down 0.95, also trending upwards. Tesla is down 1.71, trending up. Amazon is down 1.82, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.84 and trending up. Doge is down 1.11 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.26 and it's currently on a downtrend. GME is down 2.76 and trending up. HYMC is down 3.16. Actually, somebody was saying earlier GME is taking a big hit today. Not really. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like it's not that bad. HYMC is down 3.16 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.56 and consolidating. HUD is down 1.83 and consolidating. Ape is up 1.45 and was trending up, but just started to take a little bit of a drop there. You do note that the trend up was attacking the upper side of a Bollinger Band, which means usually price will come back down and retest the simple moving average, and it breaks through it. Usually will continue on down further. In this case right now, it's still kind of hovering right around where that simple moving average is there in the middle. So it may hold support there. We'll see what happens. $2.13 was the number that I needed to see today. That would and holding that for like an hour would cause more buying pressure. We hit 215 for a little bit there. On AMC, we are trending up 4.67% for the day today. We have outflow at 12.76 million and inflow at 17.51 for it's like $4.8 million more inflow than outflow. 26.15 million shares traded so far. After, let's see, what time is it now? 10:25. After 115 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 89.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 50 and 80 million. I think we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.44, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've had a crossover of the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 41.64, and that is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. RSI is at 54.22, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 67.97, which is above average. On Ape, for the day today, we have approximately $4.4 million more. What am I saying? That's not even close to right. $440,000 more inflow than outflow. 16.47 million shares traded so far. After 116 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 55.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I was afraid it was going to hit the top side of the 10 to 30 million, and it's looking like it's going to hit the top of that. I might be a little bit under, but I don't mind being under. I'd rather be under than over on volume prediction. I'd prefer to nail it, but if I'm going to be over or under, I'd rather be under. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.34, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Within the last 2 hours, we've had a divergence in the vortex indicator. RSI is at 56.48, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 54.41, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.74, which is slightly above average. I just want to throw a little note out here to you guys. Tomorrow, I probably will take an extended break for my 11 o'clock break. Only reason being is my wife's got another doctor appointment we got to go to, so I'm going to go with her to that, and just want to kind of let you guys know in advance. Tonight is her last night of working, and so she gets off early in the morning, and I don't want her to have to like drive and then, do all that kind of. Who wants to drive after working all night long and then having to go to like an 11 a.m. morning past her bedtime appointment? So I'm gonna help her with that. With that, I'll give you guys back over to the Interceptor. First it was the Eliminator, now it's the Interceptor. What's tomorrow? Thanks, Wolfie. I appreciate you for understanding, man. Sam says you really need to clear these things with us before you agree to them, Casey. No. Dino Mike, we've done the Mystery Machine before, so it'll be something new that you haven't seen. I feel like Yep, I was right. I'll do that later. Let's see. BlackRock is down. Wrath Wizard says BlackRock is down. What's happening? What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Let's see, I'll pull up some news and see what it says. This I read yesterday, 21 hours ago. I see something saying BlackRock expects economy to flatline for a year before inflation returns in 2024. Get ready for a generational shift to full employment stagnation. That's kind of what I was kind of telling you guys. That's in order to get to stagnation, all we need to see, the only remaining ingredient that's missing is lower or higher unemployment. So yeah. I don't see any other news showing up specifically for it. Kenny says, have you done the van from Texas Chainsaw Massacre? No, I have not. And Dino Mike is guessing Kit. That might be right. I want to see Casey and Bigfoot the monster truck. Million says, Casey, you didn't answer my question. Do you like nuts in your batter? I guess it depends on what kind. That sounds so bad. But yeah, probably I'm gonna go with no. Do the Undertaker monster truck in the spirit of digging the hedge fund's grave. Mac and Bees. There is a interesting website that you can do some contrast and comparisons. And what I'll say is this. go to socialblade.com. I think that's the name of it. Hold on a second. Let me look it up real quick here and just make sure I'm not misleading you. Yeah, socialblade.com. And in there, you can click on the profile, or you can enter in the name of a channel that you are interested in looking up this kind of information for. And when you go in there, you can look at the profile. Then you can go to the there's a tab in there called, dang, I can't remember. Hold on a second, I'm looking it up right now. There's a tab in there called, where the heck is it? Detailed statistics. It's like the third tab over. It says user summary, then future projections, then detailed statistics. If you go to detailed statistics and then you look down on that profile of that, what you're going to see is you're going to see, depending on the account, there are people out there who I am absolutely 100% convinced have purchased subscribers for their channel. And you can see it. It stands out plain as possibly plain can be. Now, the unfortunate thing is I'm telling you to do this right now, and this is only showing you a year's worth of data. If you were to happen to go back 2 years when some people may have originally started their channels, it would be a little bit more obvious than what it is I'm talking about. But if you want to do a contrasting comparison, I can tell you right now that I have never, ever, and I would never do this. I'm not making anything, so there'd be no point to it. Take a look at what my total subscribers looks like weekly and what the trend looks like over time. And it's just this constant, steady, gradual increase, right? But then go look at somebody's channel, not when they first started up, but go back and look at somebody's channel and see if you don't see some unusual spikes that show up in there. When you see that, when you see these really unusual spikes in subscribers, it's not because they just suddenly talked about something that everybody wanted to hear about. That's not what it is. I guarantee you. They paid for subscribers and to boost their numbers so that they would get more viewers, so they would trend higher up on the list on YouTube. So I've caught many YouTubers doing this. I'm not going to throw out any names because I'm not here. That's not what my purpose is here to do, is to try and, smear YouTubers. That's not what I'm here for. So, but if you go back and you look, you can find it, and it's kind of interesting information. It's probably one of the first things I do when kind of like a new name pops up within the community. I do tend to try and check that out and see, what it looks like. Nah, it doesn't tell you how many subscriber bots YouTubers buy, but you can see the spike, the day, like the weekly over weekly spike in numbers, and that's like a sure tell sign that they bought subscribers during that period of time. It doesn't naturally spike like that. It just doesn't spike like that. It's not how it works. But it is very, very interesting to check out, though. How about riding Fonzie's bike? Oh my gosh. I don't even know how that would work exactly. I'd probably have to put up the green screen for that to work out, which I could do. It would be kind of cool. Then somebody else said, where did they say it? Partridge Family bus and we can sing I Think I Love You to our driver. And then Kenny G says, do one with them Jamaican bobsledders. I mean, the important thing I think to remember, Maccabees, in regards to using that as a tool, is that people. I see YouTube for some people as a business, right? And they're putting in their time and their effort into it, and they probably want to receive something monetarily back for their efforts. And if there's something that they can do to help boost that, so that they make more money, and get to perhaps their goal of wanting to produce content for something, you know what I'm saying? It's all part of doing business, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't really hold it against anybody who does it. I've seen many YouTubers doing it, but it's not what I'm not doing it. It's just, I think it's just, I'm contrarian. Hit the down like button, and for all I care, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. If you want to hit the down thumb button, I'm all for it. It doesn't bother me none. I don't get nothing out of this anyways. So hit the thumbs down button, and it just makes me more motivated to continue to do what it is I'm doing, because I know if I'm bothering somebody with what it is that I'm saying, then I'm probably doing the right thing. So But I guess I just kind of expect it, Maccabees. I expect it from people because they're putting in their time and their effort, and so if they want to make more money, that's why they're doing it. But I would love to break YouTube's algo and have like just a crap ton of downvotes, and yet so many people watching. I think that would be hilarious. It would be funny to me if there was like, actually, I might even do this. I hadn't even thought about this until just now. If there ever is a day where we break 1,000 viewers on here and in a single day, I'm going to ask every person to put a down thumb button that day. And the reason for it is I want there to be 1,000 people or more who downvote a video but still continue to watch it. I think that would absolutely just be hilarious. I can't even imagine something that would make me feel more happier on the inside to know that you're breaking up the algorithms and the formulas that they probably use to decide what should be popular and what shouldn't be popular. It would be absolutely 1,000 downvotes, yet 1,000 people are still watching. I love the idea of that. The idea behind breaking up something that's supposed to work a certain way, and it's like, yeah, let's do it. Screw the algos. Hey, does this sound like anything you know of that we're trying to do currently? I can't possibly think of anything else what other algos could we be trying to mess up right now? So, anyways, like I said, it really doesn't bother me if you guys put down votes or not. It keeps me strong. Wolfie says, bad news, rumor, or FUD gets viewers far quicker than positive and good YouTube content. So you know something interesting, Wolfie? There was somebody within this community that I kind of highly respected that was not monetized for a while. And that person found out they wanted to do a test, so they decided to, quote-unquote, monetize themselves. And then, after they monetized themselves, they started saying negative things about AMC to see what would happen. And they found out they were getting higher viewerships. And they suddenly started seeing more people who were watching, more subscribers. So, and I'm not going to say who the name is, but as you well can imagine, if they wanted to try and make money and they felt like that was what was making them more money, was saying negative things and being more pessimistic about our play, then imagine how that would push them to continue to make content like that and to make money. BioLife Hemp says, I will. Marine Mike. I didn't say the name. But yeah. And those, by the way, those words were his exact words. And I don't know, man. It kind of made me sad because there was a time where I respected what it was that they were doing, because they were doing what I felt was the right thing to do. Not necessarily, it's not for everybody to do, but I felt like they were doing the right thing, and then they suddenly turned, and it was like a light switch. Watching him turn from, doing the things he was doing right to doing the things wrong was insane. It was almost as if something specifically changed monetarily for him that changed everything. And yeah, it was sad. Money changes people, guys. It really does. Joe Pound says, did y'all know Blue Beetle was originally from El Paso, Texas? I did not know that. Dan. That was really funny. I'm writing down a point for Dan here. That's worth a point. Dan Thomas, congratulations on your first point, maybe, ever. I don't know. Not that it gets you anything, but, recognition. I gave you a point for that. That's really funny. That made me laugh, man. I almost don't want to read it out loud just because I don't, but it's, I have to. You said, does his name rhyme with fat whores? I shouldn't be laughing at that. It's so wrong. No, sir. You should not. Wait a minute. Don't say those kind of things. Don't say those kind of things. Oh, that was funny though. That was really funny. I've never heard that before. That's the first time I've heard that one. It's not right. Don't laugh, Casey. Don't laugh. We got about 15 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers again. Leaf Crafts Crafts Store. That's hard to say. Crafts Store. I can't tell you what to do with your money. You work really hard for your money. Please don't just go around listening to people on the internet or on YouTube channels or anywhere. You need to do your own research and your own due diligence into figuring out where you should spend your hard-earned money. Do not let anybody else tell you how to spend it. Now, having said that, if you want to use some resources that I have that are available to you to do that research that are in the description of this channel, there are lots of them that are there. Do your own due diligence, look up information, see what makes sense to you, and try to understand what's happening. Because if you're just now trying to decide whether you should buy AMC, I'm making an assumption that you're a brand new shareholder, but you probably aren't. But it's your money, it's your choice, and you've got to make that decision for yourself. So I can't do it for you. What do you look at before buying a stock? So I would say that if I were to throw myself into a category of trader from the past, is I would throw myself in a category of momentum swing trading. So I would be looking at I mean, one of the biggest indicators I've always used is the and I'm gonna have to use the right word here, otherwise everybody's gonna think that I'm just making shit up. But Ichimoku cloud is what I would typically use for defining what good momentum looks like, and bad momentum, and good buying and selling points. But you know, that type of trading and what's going on here with AMC are completely different things, and should be kind of seen as separate. You know, this is not a swing. In my opinion, you know, you could swing trade AMC, but you know, eventually you're going to get caught with your pants down. And the only reason I say that is because there's certain situations that will occur in price movement where if you're not in a margin account, there's no way you're going to be able to keep up with the swing of the trade. So you're going to get left behind. This is something entirely different. If you want to swing trade something, go find another stock, because you probably find something that's a little bit better for you. Versus this. How does the IC work? Looks super complicated. It's actually not that bad. I mean, I would just probably lead you to go to like Investopedia to read up on it. There's actually quite a few good websites that kind of explain how Ichimoku. I feel like I need to say it correctly when I'm trying to explain something to them, instead of calling it the funny name that we always call it, which is Ichimoto. But the Ichimoku cloud is really kind of one of those indicators that it does look complicated, but once you understand the rules behind using it, it's a really good indicator, and can be used with other indicators to really help define buy and entry and exit points on trades. So, but yeah, I've actually, if you go into my history of videos and type in IC, you'll probably find a video. There was a period of time where I was doing segments in the middle of the day where I would go through different indicators and talk about them and try to explain how to use them and what they do. And it was usually around like 11 o'clock after I got back from my first break. So around like 12 o'clock noonish, we would talk about that stuff. So maybe like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So probably like 6 hours into the video. Just look for some like charting, and then when you see the charting showing up on the page, that's when I'm going over it. But you can type in almost any indicator initials, and I've done a video on it at some point in time. Pro Jeweler says, please do not post your positions. It's not meant to be, we're not trying to be jerks around here or anything like that. It's just that I've had people who have been targeted because of them posting their position, and I don't want that to be the case. So, and I know that's entirely up to you, but it would hurt me to know that somebody was taken advantage of, and I have had people taken advantage of on my live stream because of them announcing their position. And I don't want that to happen anymore, so I kind of made a general rule where it's just like everybody has 10 shares, doesn't matter who it is. So, because you will be targeted. If you portray yourself as somebody who has money or has a large holding of positions on anything, you will be targeted. I promise. I've got several people in here right now who can probably attest to that. And then it goes back to probably that whole thing I was just talking about with Maccabees, is that there are people who are in our community who are actively trying to make a living out of becoming a YouTuber or somebody who financially advises people. And so how do you do that? And the number one way of doing that is by targeting individuals who have money. and then incorporating them into your business. Glenn says after reverse split, still 10 or 1. Glenn, I feel like we've gone over this like so many times. It's really super simple. After reverse split, still 10 or 1. Go back to the beginning of the morning this morning, Glenn, and watch from the beginning. It's really, really simple stuff, man. Reverse split first on AMC, and then the following day you got Ape reverse splitting and converting into AMC shares, and then that's on Friday, and then the next trading day on Monday, the distribution of shares to shareholders from holding on the 24th will be issued their shares for the settlement. Oh, you mean to announce here? It's if you want to say 11 shares, I don't care. But I just, for the most part, everybody owns 10 shares. We all own 10 shares. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, just say it's always 10. Just 10. Yucca says, Casey, what in the world are you driving this morning? It's called the Interceptor. There's like a longer name for it. And I looked it up this morning and I forgot it already. It's called the Interceptor Pursuit Special, which happens to be a 1973 Ford XB Falcon GT 351 commissioned at great expense by Police Commissioner Labouche and the Main Force Patrol's Commander Fifi McAfee. I can't make this stuff up. That's what it says. I'm reading it straight to you. It's out of the movie Mad Max. Yucca says, whose skull is that? I don't know. Just came with the car. Pantheon fixed it up for me in the garage, the Big Tramp garage, so ask him where the skull came from, because I don't know. Glenn, I just read it off the page. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not how you pronounce it. It said F-I-F-I, Fifi. Casey, can you show the failure to deliver data? It should be released for the second half of July. Yes, I can. And it is released, and the numbers are a little bit lower. And that's what I suggested is that there were definitely shares that were being delivered. And, oops, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on a second here. My bad. Let's go over here. We'll pull it up on this. I love this stuff at the top of the page, these advertisements. Let's see what we got going on here. Failure to delivers. Here's the second half of July showing up right here. You can see that we ended off, the 14th was the last reported amount at pretty much 11 million shares. Dropped to 9.9, then it was 11.9, 11.1, 11.9, 12, 11.4, and then they managed to deliver 3.1 million shares back here and dropped it down to about 8.3. Then it went down to 7.5, 6.8, 7.1, 7.7. So they're still not done yet. There's still a lot of shares out there, and you can see they're dropping it little by little here, day over day. But let me tell you, man, the total amount of short exempt volume that we had yesterday is going to be adding to that significantly. If you look at the total amount of oh shoot, I don't have it on this page here. If you look at the total amount of short exempt volume, which I can pull up for you here on AMC from yesterday, oh my gosh, it was through the roof. 3,762,824 shares in short exempt volume on yesterday on AMC alone. absolutely massive quantities. That's ridiculous. I'm almost positive that's the highest amount we have ever had going through there. I'm almost positive. I think we may have broken 3 million one time before, but it was just barely. But that is by far the most. And that's going to be stacking onto those failure to delivers. So it's going to be a huge amount. Dan Thomas says, Casey, will AMC and Ape be trading on Thursday and Friday of this week? Yes. Do note that there has been an issuance of a corporate action being placed as an SEC filing, which means that if we see huge amounts of volatility at some point, the FINRA could absolutely shut down any kind of trading whatsoever on the New York Stock Exchange, right? The New York Stock Exchange come in and just shut it all down. So I'm telling you right now, I don't see there being any reason why it shouldn't be trading unless there's some kind of crazy amounts of volatility that occurs. So, but in regards to going into next week, AMC and Ape will be trading. AMC will be at a reversed split value, and Ape will be trading at the same value. And then and that's on the 24th, and then on the 25th on Friday, Ape will convert into reverse split and convert into AMC, and AMC will be trading under one ticker on the 25th. Glenn says FINRA can F off. Chris says, do they still have to cover the failure delivers once reverse split happens? Yes, but it's not. They still do have to find the shares, and I wouldn't call it covering, but they do have to find the shares for the failure delivers. Obviously, the quantity of the failure delivers will change, but there's some people under the impression that it's going to have to be like immediately, like they'll have to find those right away. I'm not of that group of people who would believe that to be the case. I think they can just simply transfer over as continued owed shares that need to be delivered at some point or another, based off of requirements that are needed. So I don't think that I would not stand in that group of people who would say that they have to be all failure delivers have to be closed out before everything is said and done with the reverse splits and conversions. Yucca, I'm sitting in the back. I thought I was sitting. Yeah, I'm sitting in the back of the big tramp, man. If you want to deliver these, you can come on back here and just deliver them yourself.
Deliver these.
No. Wait, no. Yucca, welcome.
How you doing? Happy Hump Day.
Tomorrow. Wait. I got something for you. Ready?
The fucking circus back here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Every
every time I come into the channel, there's a new vehicle. You know, what is that?
It's Mad Max's Interceptor.
I've never seen Mad Max. What is that? Like a TV show from the 80s?
It was a movie. It was a movie, and yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't even know that I've ever even seen it all the way through. So, I saw the I guess the newer version of it, like whatever the more current one was. I saw that one, but I don't know that I saw the original Mad Max all the way through. So I don't know. It's Wolfie's saying it's old. I wasn't when I was that young, and my mom didn't let me watch those kind of shows. So, and I never went back to go watch it. So I just never saw it.
Guys, you guys got some catching up to do on some classic, really good movies. I mean, that thing was set like in a post-apocalypse future with the law enforcement basically against all the wild bunch, and man, that's a top-notch show. You guys are going to have to do some homework.
Yeah. Casey, I don't know what that says about my mom, but I saw the the original one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's I said that wrong, didn't I?
No, yeah, look, there was no filter when I was growing up. Basically, parents would go to work and kids would be at home for the whole day alone with no supervision. Like it was, survival. And it was the whole neighborhood like that. You were running around with the key around your neck and that's it. So,
I mean,
no reason.
There's no filter back in the days. I mean, you would go to Best Buy and people would be smoking next to you.
Did you shoot each other with BB guns?
You're telling me we're invested in a movie company and you haven't seen Mad Max? Stop the bullshit.
I don't think. How old is AMC? When did AMC? I don't even know.
Dude, it's like it's over 100 years. It's over 100 years old.
Wow. Yeah. It's older than me.
You don't say.
I wonder how many people have been holding for 100 years.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think it was public. It went public on the stock market for 100 years.
Yeah.
It hasn't been for 100. It's been what?
I'm assuming. I don't know. No idea.
It's gone public 2 years.
No.
We're the first one.
No.
We've been getting shorted since 1923.
Shit. That makes sense.
Yeah. Kenny's father was like, these guys need to go bankrupt one day, right?
Eventually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Feels like 100 years there. Thompson. Yeah. Definitely. Casey, okay, so I was reading in the back of the general tab, all the way in the back. So it's gonna convert. No. It's gonna convert. No, wait. What am I trying to say here? So let's say on the 23rd we close, and then on the 24th it's gonna open at 10 times what it closed on the 23rd. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's just for AMC though.
That's just for AMC.
Yeah, just for AMC.
Say it's $3.50 times 10 is
$35.
$35.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever wants to sell, they can sell, right? But it's not going to convert. It's not. It doesn't mean that. No, but
your position is going to be reduced by share, right? The reverse split occurs, which means your amount of shares that you have of AMC gets reduced by 10 for one.
10,
sorry, 1 for 10 rather, 1 for 10, and then the price is increased by 10x. Right.
Okay, so it leaves it, which is pretty much the same thing.
Right. It's the same thing. Yeah. Totally same thing.
It's the same value.
Right.
So yeah, and then the next day, Ape comes in, right?
Right. Ape gets reverse split the next day, and then converted into AMC. Now the part and that's not supposed to happen until market open, which is this is kind of the gray area here, where it's kind of like, okay, well, what's going to happen between, because that's when you're going to start having a difference in market cap when you have reverse split and conversion of Ape into AMC. That's going to jack with the market cap, which means they're going to have to do something to the price of AMC between the open on the 24th and the open on the 25th. They're either going to make that adjustment to account for the incoming Ape shares, or they're not, right? One of the two. I don't know which, but there will be a discrepancy once Ape comes over for the total valuation. If they don't drop the price, then we're going to see a huge market cap increase on overnight on AMC.
Okay. So and then I keep seeing these pictures on Twitter of the market cap being increased already. Is that just?
I mean,
just FUD?
I mean, no, we're up on AMC and Ape today, so the market cap would be higher. So yeah.
Okay.
But then again, sorry, just wanted to say that there's screenshots for months now from different people that different brokerages show the market cap differently. So it's on somewhere it's 4 trillion, billion, in others it's 12 billion. So yeah, this is different, like from one to another, and the pardon my French, the bullshit that they have in their systems or whatever.
On the screen right now, I have on here yesterday's after-hour closing prices. I'm going to put in right now the current prices, and I'm going to round off here. I'm not going to put in the exact amount, but we'll put 354 for AMC, and looks like Ape's at 2.14. I'll just put 2.15. So your total market cap as of right now for AMC and Ape is sitting at 3.978 billion. So that's what the current market cap is. Now, the only reason we can figure this out is because AMC told us how many shares are in existence right now in AMC and Ape. And so that's why we're able to figure out what the market cap is on our own. To figure out market cap, all you have to do is take the total outstanding amount of shares multiplied by the current price, and that gives you market cap. So when you add the market cap of AMC and Ape together, you get 3.978 billion. Which is really close to 4 billion in market cap, and that obviously, since we know what the total amount of outstanding shares is going to be after the reverse split conversions and the settlement shares, we know that value is going to be. Then the traded price of AMC and Ape should be based off of the market cap prior. We should be able to extrapolate what the price or the valuation of the company is worth. Based off of those numbers, because all you have to do is you just take your market cap divided by total outstanding shares, and that gives you your total valuation. So, but that's not what the market's going to trade at, right? The market's going to see a valuation of something different than what it's actually, and so what it actually trades at may be different than that. That's just an estimate. It's a theoretical starting point. And all in AMC says, sucks, my 10 shares will be 1 share and average cost will be through the roof. Your average cost will go up, but one thing that you need to remember is it doesn't change the fact that the AMC price can't move large percentages. And so that's the problem. I think that's the problem that a lot of people aren't understanding is that while your cost average goes up, the percentage by which price can move is exponential as well. And percentages can move because the price is starting out at a higher number. So if we were to see, for example, 1,000% gain in price off of a $25 starting point, that same starting point at a $5 price is obviously going to be lower. So you're kind of thinking about it wrong, and this is probably one of the most classic mistakes that people are looking at this from is trying to figure out what their cost average is. And you need to stop thinking about cost average and thinking about what the total valuation could possibly be in the future. That's the more important factor that you need to be concerned about, and not necessarily your cost average.
I think it's the same mistake people make by looking at the share price of, they decide what to buy based on the share price. So they're looking at Tesla, and Tesla might cost more than, let's say, AMC. So I'm going to buy AMC because it's cheaper, right?
Right.
So that way everybody would go towards penny stocks because those are the cheapest.
Right.
However, what matters is the percentage of movement up and down. It's not necessarily the average. So yeah.
Exactly. That is exactly the right answer. How much a percentage that the price can move by is the more critical thing, not the amount of shares that you have or your cost average. It makes no. It's like it's probably one of. You know what it is? I've kind of narrowed it down, and this is unfortunately going to make you feel like a piece of crap when I say this, but it's the truth. When you look at it from that perspective, it's like a poor person looking at rich food and saying, that's too expensive, I can't afford that. And you need to stop thinking in terms of poorness. You need to think about richness. Change your idea of thinking here in regards to how you make your money, and turn it into percentages instead of looking at how much you can buy in quantity. Because just because you eat a bunch of shitty ass McDonald's food does not make you a rich person. It doesn't. That doesn't make you rich. What makes you rich is buying money in something like something that increases in value exponentially by percentages. So, unfortunately, that's the way that people think, and that's a poor person's way of thinking about money. It's all about return on investment, and that's a percentage.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's very kind of you to do that.
Oh, Pantheon's hot. Oh, that wasn't Pantheon.
Right? Like, well, we're not making enough money doing this for a full-time business. We're not Matt Kors. We're not.
Yucca, you're live. You're live playing Pantheon.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry.
Somebody's making a Bloody Mary.
I'm sorry. I was trying to sample some stuff. I was listening to some investor that has common sense. I guess he had Pantheon on there back 100 years ago.
Huh.
And I was just listening to that, trying to get some nice, funny samples, but there's nothing funny about that.
Okay.
Funny how, huh? Funny how.
You know.
All right. Well, we are past time for numbers. I didn't do numbers, right? I don't think I did numbers.
Did you? Are you gonna split that cake with us?
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
I posted it on the Discord,
That's
the general
funny.
tab.
That's funny.
Did you see it?
No, you made it. What, the He-Man birthday cake?
Yeah, there's a He-Man birthday cake for you in there.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, that's cute, but my mom's was way better than that.
Really?
Oh, way better. Yeah, that's printed. That's printed fondant that they've got on there. That's crap compared to what my mom made.
What did you really? Your mom actually drew it on there?
No. She made like a He-Man body. For
Ooh.
Yeah, like
You
it
have
was
pictures?
like she might have a picture. I don't know if she's got it or not. Maybe we can try to get her to dig. I don't know if she's busy or not. I don't know if she wants to go digging through pictures or not. But if we can find it one day, maybe I'll post it somewhere.
You were like what, like 5?
Oh no, man! I was probably, I don't know.
What is it? 23? You were 23.
It would have. He-Man for me was before GI Joes, I think. So, and I think I was playing with GI Joes at like 10. So He-Man would have probably been like 8.
Oh yeah. Might be okay.
It's right about that. It's right about that age where most guys get a little confused about their sexuality. You know, their bodies are going through changes. They don't really understand, and so it's not entirely his fault. It's a perfectly normal thing.
So you're playing with G.I. Joe's at 8.
No, 10.
He makes you a cake.
I was making
10.
Yeah, 10. I was playing with He-Man at like
10.
probably 8. So.
So you were playing with He-Man. You were playing with He-Man.
In like 80,
8?
at like 80, in like 84, 80, 82, 84, somewhere around there. Those years.
Yeah, you were playing with He-Man at 8, and then but before that you were playing with Barbies. So.
No. I didn't have a sister.
No.
He said, but I didn't play with Barbies. My sister came along. She's 7 years younger than me. By that time, there was. The only thing I ever did was she had a. I don't remember if it was Barbie, if it was Ken, but I remember that the knee bent backwards, and I always used to like. I would go into her room and I would find her. It was either Ken or Barbie. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Ken, and I would bend the knee backwards so that it looked like he broke his leg backwards at the knee, and then I would just like leave it in like funny like positions like around her room, so you look like you like some kind of alien broken kneed looking. It was so Hunter's in the background saying that sounds so demented. It was. That was my way of torturing my little sister. She was probably all 3 years old. I was 10, and that's how I tortured my sister.
I'm just trying to piece together the timeline. Okay, so you were bending Ken backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember. And then you were fondling He-Man.
Yes, because he would bend over, like, I don't know if you know this or not, but his entire body, oh man, you could bend him over backwards. Yes.
Where's Foo at?
What?
You had to jump in here. Get a piece of the cake, man.
No, Casey was telling us about all the characters of He-Man yesterday, and I found there's a He-Man named Fisto.
Where were you? Where were you yesterday?
So I put a picture of Fisto in action there in Discord so you can see him.
I think they're in the process of making a Ken Griffin doll. I don't know if you want to play with Ken Griffin, Casey.
You have to go look at Fisto.
Can you bend him over backwards?
Then you'll know.
Yeah, you can bend him any way you want. Yeah, it's so weird because he comes with his mouth open already. I don't know what it's for.
Does he come with the bedpost accessory?
Oh man.
I think those
Food Dog, those professional baseball players all have their specific song. They play their walk-on song when they come up to the plate. And Casey's got a new one for you.
I'll just go round and round.
Circus, man. Afro circus. That reminds me of that.
We're just going to need you to keep your the red nose on and your big shoes at all times.
Helps me hit the ball better.
All right. Should I do numbers or should I just skip it?
Okay, do the numbers. Hold on. Put a pin in it so we can talk about it in a little bit. Food Dog.
Let me see.
Pin it over here on the left side.
Let me see if I can do that. I don't know if I'm confident enough.
Sarah
There's,
said,
there's people that count. There's people that count on those numbers, KC. Despite the fact that it cuts into our jerk around clown time, I feel like we would be remiss in our responsibilities if you didn't do a tiny bit of work.
Sarah says I must be 48, but I'm actually 47. I turned 47 this year. All right.
So you got in Pisto early in life.
I was ahead of my time. Let's see here. All right. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the interceptor back up on the page again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Hunter's making some. What are you making, Hunter? That smells yummy. A quesadilla? Bacon. That smells way too good for a quesadilla. I would love a quesadilla. You gonna make me a quesadilla? Yeah. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Do you want this one? Not yet. I'm not ready. I got about 10 more minutes, 10 or 15 minutes here. All right. Starting with off exchange for AMC. Let's see here. We got 60.49% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 5.5%. Of the total daily volume. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% of our volume going through those exchanges, and it's about 3.99% higher than what I would expect. CHX volume for the day today is at 34,709 shares. Nothing unusually large there. It's got to be over 300,000 for me to kind of go like, wow. Off exchange for for Ape is 36.73%, and EDGX is 7.12. Wow. The combined total on that's 43.85%. That's about 18.15% less than it should be by this time of the day. So we're seeing a lot of New York Stock Exchange lit market price movement for the day. Somebody's protecting the price, and CHX volume is at 100 shares. On GME's exchange or on GME, CHX has only seen about 182 shares traded so far, so nothing unusual with that one. Taking a look at Ortex data. So far for the day today, in borrowing amounts an hour ago, we had 3 million shares borrowed for AMC. It's now 3.35 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to a 28.01%. Cost to borrow mins at 339.42. Average is 887.57, and max is 1,060 shares, or 1,060%. I mean. Shares on loan for the day today is at 202.41 million shares. That's 3.23 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and giving us an all-time high on shares on loan. Last previously set in April of this year. Ortex estimated that about of that 3.23 million shares, 1.09 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.29 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 1.71 million shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 8.17%. Borrowed share, cost to borrow numbers are starting to rise now. We have cost to borrow minute 6.01, average is 8.41, and max 9.86. We're getting close to hitting double digits here. Shares on loan for the day today is 85.22 million shares. Day over day, that's 5.16 million more shares on loan than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $3.50 strike, although it may have changed. Yep, it is. It went up to $4. At 3.5 an hour ago, we had 20.6 thousand contracts. We now have 38.9 thousand contracts at 4. And on puts, highest amount of volume is also at a $4 strike. We had 28.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. We now have 40.2. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere around $4 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $5.70, which was the exact price closing amount that I thought that we would see by the end of the day today. So I'm really close right now, but that's probably not going to stay that way. But yeah, $5.70 is where we're at combined. And you can see after the initial push down in the market, we've seen a very nice drive back up and some consolidation currently going on. Which is just before the next Fibonacci retracement at 575, where if we break through that, our next resistance line is going to be about at 595. We are starting to trend a little bit towards I'm not going to draw this right first off the bat, but let me just put this in here. We are starting to create what appears to be a bullish triangle, where you have a flat side on the top side and the rising level of support on the bottom side. And if I'm leaving out just the tip on this thing here, we may see a breakout to the top side on this somewhere right around in here.
Just the tip?
Just the tip. This box that I just created here would actually be at it would be at 1900, 9877. So it would basically be the aftermarket hour, or pre-market hours of tomorrow morning, potentially breaking through all the way up to about, actually it doesn't go up to the total time end here, but somewhere around market open, potentially maybe seeing a breakout to the top side. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Ape fell off this list earlier the last hour. AMC still on the list here with a 75.37% buy to 24.63% sell ratio, looking really strong. Loving what I'm seeing there. Ape is not back. Oh, no, Ape is on the list again. We're in the last 30th most heavily traded stock with 74.61% buy to 25.39% sell ratio, looking very, very strong on both Ape and AMC's buying pressure from retail. Loving what I'm seeing there. Looking really good. This is our trigger price for the day today is at $3.05 for AMC. It's only on because of the fact that it triggered yesterday. It has not triggered today. Ape triggers at 1.863. Shares available to borrow is still sticking at about 100,000 shares. It was down to, in the last hour, 250,000 shares, so we've seen about 150,000 more shares borrowed within the last hour, putting us at about 1 million shares borrowed for the day today. Some of those shares are returning. You can't see it right now, but on the ETFs, they did return shares earlier into the ETFs. Fees are now at 841%. NASDAQ is down 0.61, Dow Jones is down 0.82, and the S&P 500 is down 0.77. We have 4,479 decliners to 1,723 advancers. We had 1,735 advancers an hour ago, which means we're very fractionally less advancing than we were an hour ago. Very fractionally. Market kind of settling down for the day today here and kind of trading sideways for now. Banks, looks like we've got the biggest movers right now. We got FRC is down 6.25%. PacWest is down 2.99%. Western Alliance down 3.67%. Zion Bank is down 3.31%. And California Imperial Bank is down 2.98%. Ethereum Classic is down 1.46 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.16 and trending up very slightly. Oil is down 0.231 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.11 and trending down. SPY is down 0.8 and trending down. VIX is currently up 7.49% at 15.93. Sorry, 15.81. VBR is down 1.25, and looks like it's kind of consolidating right now. VB is down 1.08, maybe a slight downtrend. Tesla is down 1.91 and trending slightly down. Amazon is down 1.72 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.31 and trending up. Doge is down 1.25 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.33 and trending down. GME is down 3.31 and consolidating. HYMC is down 3.87 and on a downtrend. NCMI is breaking even for the day today and on a very small downtrend. Hood is down 2.07 and consolidating. Ape is up 4.11 and trending up. We are hitting $2.15, which was $2.13 was the value I said we needed to hit today to show for a buy signal for the day today. And so far, we're getting some good volume in here that's causing us to continue to show up as buying. So there's some good volume kind of kicking in at certain places that are keeping us on an upwards momentum. AMC is up 5.75% for the day today and on an upwards trend as well. We have inflow versus outflow for AMC. We have approximately $5.3 million more inflow than outflow. 35.02 million shares traded so far for the day today after 182 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 75.04 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested that we would see somewhere between 50 to 80 million shares, so we're inside that range now. I'm actually feeling pretty confident about that volume prediction at this time. In a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.09, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.24, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.85, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.54, which is above average. On an Ape, there is approximately $1.6 million more inflow than outflow, approximately. 21.53 million shares traded so far for the day today. We had a lot of volume a little bit ago that really kind of caused us to boost up here. After 183 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 45.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million and felt that we would see it on the higher end of my numbers, but felt that there was a chance that I was going to be wrong, and I didn't mind. I'd rather be under than over. So as it stands right now, I think I'm going to be right about that. I think it's going to be slightly over 30 million. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.94, almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.78, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.42, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.39, which is above average. Taking a look at this news real quick here on Ape. 5 investors betting big on AMC Entertainment stock in Q2. Let's see here.
Dave Horton was posted for Kingdom. It says, I have a story. I have to tell this story. I won't give a fuck.
Whoa. Hot mic. Looks like the big investor that they're suggesting is Charles Schwab, Jane Street Group, State Street, BlackRock, and Vanguard, the common ones. Thank you, Hunter. And Hunter just graciously made me a cheese quesadilla that smells absolutely delicious. Where'd you get the meat from?
Leftovers.
Oh. What didn't we have leftovers? It was...
The taco salad.
Ah, the taco salad. Okay.
Nachos, actually.
Yeah. Okay. It's scary when you when your son makes you something, you go like, when did we have beef last? No, yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It was only like 2 days, so yeah, it's not that bad. I just forgot about the fact that we had nachos 2 days ago. All right, I guess that's it. Do you guys want me to leave the back of the Big Tramp open for you guys to talk, or do you want me to just exit out? That way you guys can talk amongst yourselves and not have to worry about being live.
Up to you. I don't know if you trust us enough to leave it open.
Well, I mean, it's up to
Close
you
it
guys.
down. Are you taking a break to eat your quesadilla?
I am. I'm going to take a break.
Another one?
You know what I am?
Man, that thing is perfect.
It is. It's got the right level of sound too. Thank you very much. Wait. Applause goes to Preacher. Thank you very much for putting that in there in the sound.
Welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Glenn says, "What happened to the feeding tube and catheter?" I gotta pee like a mofo right now. I ain't gonna lie. It's. I want to eat, but I also gotta pee. All right.
Wait.
Huh?
Wait.
What?
What do you mean you have to? Huh?
I have to pee like a mofo? You never heard I have to pee like a mofo?
What do you mean you have to? Go ahead and pee.
All right. I will. Thank you. Thank you,
I
sir.
put something for you in the general tab, just in case you want to go reminisce.
Permission granted.
General. There it is. He-Man cake? Oh, there we go. There's the Ken. Yeah. But you didn't show a picture of him with his knee bent backwards, though. That was the more fun pose.
I don't know what you were doing to the poor doll when you were bending him backwards, Casey.
Hey, don't you question me.
Go enjoy your quesadilla.
Quesadilla.
I haven't heard Bruno, so I don't know what kind of beef that is.
Bruno's actually, I don't know where he is. He hasn't laid down by me.
You're about to eat him.
He's getting real grumpy these days and like real ornery and like just doesn't want to move unless we like force him to.
Oh, he's getting old.
Yeah, he's just real old manish. Like I just don't really. You can tell he's like I just don't want to walk up the stairs right now. And it's like okay, I have a feeling that when we move into our next house, whatever next house that is. Actually, you know what? Let me
elevator.
think. If he's 7 now, 8, 9, 10, 3 years. We're not going to be moving out of this house probably in the next 3 years, but I don't know. We'll see.
So what? So you say another 3 years we're going to be holding?
No, what I'm saying is I probably stay in this house for at least 3 years. I'd like to fix this house up first. Get it all going and probably rent it out at some point so that it's nice to go for the next renters. And then that way I can buy another property someplace else, live in that, and have a rental house. That's probably what I would do. Yeah.
Sounds
so
like a plan.
yeah, and I might even do it for like family. Like have family live in it and then give it to them, let them rent it for like a way cheaper than what they would normally be able to afford rent for. But if it's all paid off, what does it matter to me as long as money's coming in my pocket one way or the other?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't belong. Your quesadilla is getting cold.
Yeah, I know. All right, I gotta go.
All right, we'll talk at you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Later.
All right, we'll be back here.
All right.
Later.
Bye. Let me put up some music for you guys. Let's see here. I'm going to come back at 12:20 because I'm leaving like 10 minutes too late. So I'll be back a little bit later than usual, but I will be back. And if I get done eating fast and feel like I'm rested up enough, I'll come back earlier. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Sorry about being a little bit late there. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers. Let's see. I need to update my screen. Take you guys over to the other page here. Give me 1 second while I pull this back up here to the correct numbers. There we go. Let's take a look at this, shall we? Let's see here. I see you guys are blowing it up in here today. Let's see here. Let's see what we got going on. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the interceptor back up on the screen again. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on that, or interceptor back up there. Let's see if I got to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech. May not have to. We'll see. Yeah, I do. Well, it's not a bad idea. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if they allow you to put in a secondary device, they can receive that access code. Not a bad idea to do so, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary and not be able to have access to your account. And then, of course, the most important part, and probably the reason why I should be saying this more than anything, is that we have future changes coming up here on our portfolios, right? And with those changes come broker errors. You probably don't want to be the recipient of a broker error without you knowing what's happened. So if you do not have a statement of your portfolio from your broker within your possession currently, you are already behind. So make sure you have that information going forward, or else you're going to be at the mercy of whatever it is that they tell you you have. So if you're okay with that, that's fine. So be it. But me personally, I don't want to get screwed. So let's go over these numbers here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60. Let's see, we're at noon. 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 60.73% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 5.95%. For grand total, 66.48%. That's about 3.68% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 64.4 thousand shares going through CHX. Not a huge amount yet. On Ape, we have 38.71% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.67. The combined total, 45.38%. That is well over the 63 target number, or sorry, well under, by 17.62%. So why are we seeing Ape's price going way up, perhaps for the day today? Not a whole lot of off-exchange suppression in price. In fact, somebody's pushing 13.75% of our total volume for the day through the New York Stock Exchange, which is part of that reason why we may be seeing that price going up. CHX volume is 3,700 shares. That's not a whole lot. For Ape, GME CHX volume 182 shares. Nothing unusually large going on with that either. Taking a look at AMC's Ortex information. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.35 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 3.68 million shares. It's going to have the effect of increasing the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 28.01%. Cost per mens at 339.42. Average is 894.07, and max is 1,060%. Shares on loan for the day today has reached an all-time record high at 202.41 million shares. That's 3.23 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 1.09 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago on Ape, there was 1.71 million shares having been borrowed. That has not changed. So cost borrow and short-term interest of the free float numbers remain the same. Shares on loan for the day today is at 85.22 million shares. That's 5.16 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4 strike currently. There was 38.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's 51.4 now. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 40.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 52.8. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere around $4 by the end of the day today. Price of AMC and Ape combined is currently at $5.91. I had a breakout box leaving out just the tip of this bullish triangle that we were starting to form, and we ended up hitting a number, hitting over the number here on this level of resistance a lot earlier than I would have anticipated. We're driving back upwards here to meet $5.95 and are going to find that more than likely as a level of resistance. We'll see if we hold at $5.95 or not. I predicted a combined price close today at $5.70. We're already about 22 cents above that. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for here on this list. AMC is on the list with a 74.07% buy to 25.93% sell ratio. Looking absolutely wonderful. Retail is doing its job on buying. Ape is not on the list. We're kind of Ape's on and off the list today. It's neither here nor there. Dos que tres. SSR for the day today is on, but it's only tripped because of yesterday's price movement. Actually, really the Friday after hour price movement, but it would trip if we were to hit 305 again today, and or at any point. Not again. Ape at 1.863 is where it would trip, and there has been an additional 60,000 shares borrowed. I only track increments of 50,000 or greater, so we're at 1.05 million. Shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are 841% now. NASDAQ is down 0.73, Dow Jones is down 0.81, and the S&P 500 is down 0.86. We have 4,485 decliners to 1,734 advancers. The market is more, actually, you know what? More advancing than it was declining an hour ago, but not by much. It was 1725 in advancers an hour ago, so we're 1733 now. Just a little bit higher. Still looking like a hot lava floor. Don't touch it. It'll burn the crap off of your feet. Taking a look. I don't know where I came up with that. The burn the crap off your feet. Some of the stupid things I say. FRC is down 6.25% for the day-to-day. PacWest is down 3.35. Western Alliance down 5.27. First Horizon down 2.94. Zion Bank down 4.53. Bank of America is down 2.83. And California Imperial Bank down 3.17. Ethereum Classic is currently showing down 1.33, and still trending downwards by my estimation. DXY is down 0.1 and trending upwards, starting to kind of level off a little bit here, but did definitely trend up here for a little bit. Oil is down 1.97 and starting to look like taking a little bit of an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities down anywhere from 0.15 to 0.11 to 0.15, and Vanguards are consolidating, but BlackRocks are starting to trend up a little bit. SPY is down 0.89, and I'm gonna say consolidating currently. VIX is up 7.15 and at 15.88, hovering right underneath that 16 level. VBR is down 1.39. VB is down 1. VBR is trending slightly down. VB is down 1.2, trending down. Tesla is down 2.66, trending down. Amazon is down 1.84, consolidating. Cinemark is up 2.32 and trending up. Doge is down 1.33 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.39 and currently starting a little bit of a trend up here, it seems. Might be breaking a little bit of a trend. GameStop is down 2.78 and trending up. HYMC is down 4.91 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.85 and consolidating. Hood is down 1.69 and trending up. Ape is up 5.93 and trending up, and AMC is up 8.87 and trending up. AMC, Ape, and Cinemark all taking a trend upwards right now. By the way, Cinemark is also heavily shorted. Not as heavy as AMC, but it is shorted. AMC is 8 million shares, roughly. It's close enough. 7.9 million shares, more inflow than outflow. 45.39 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 246 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 71.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested to you guys that we would see somewhere between 50 and 80 million, which means we're right in that wheelhouse there. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.67, which is, you know what I just realized? I gave myself 30 million room to adjust volume for the day today when it should have only been 20. Let me adjust that to 60 to 80. I don't know why I'd said 50 to 80. Because I'm pretty sure I was adjusting it down 10 million from the top because I wanted 80 as the top. So I should have said 60 to 80, not 50 to 80. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I just noticed that. I was like, that's the 30 million spread. Interesting. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.03. I must have been tired this morning. 52.03 is the RSI. It's average. That's the second mistake I've found so far. 30-minute time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.47, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 74.01, which is signaling overbought. On Ape, there is $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. 28.59 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, let's see here, 247 minutes worth of trading, we are on pace for 45.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to dip down a little bit more, I think, before the end of the day is over. So I'm thinking my 10 to 30 million share price or volume prediction for the day is going to be a little bit on the low side. But that's all right. I'd rather be low than high. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.53, which is signaling overbought. Overbought on a 4-hour time interval. That's insane. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.47 with RSI above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.98, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.74, which is above average. And with that, I can put the interceptor back up on the page again, see what you guys are writing, and make my entrance back into the back of the big tramp. Heading back to the back of the big tramp. We've got Pirate and Wolfie in here. Gentlemen? Top of the...
And Wolfie. There's one gentleman and then Wolfie.
Oh, sorry. Gentleman and Wolfie? Which is one and the same. Pirate, who are you? Are you a nothing? You're a nobody. Oh, man. I'll be here all day.
Who are you? Are you a nothing? You're nobody.
Oh, somebody's got me hot. Who's got me hot here? It's Yucca. Oh.
Fucka.
Yucca.
Oh, somebody's got me hot.
Someone's got you hot.
Yeah, that's you. You got me on hot here.
And I just learned how to turn my mic off. That's better.
What?
Who?
How was your quesadilla?
It was a damn good quesadilla. Not gonna lie. I just said not gonna lie, didn't I?
Yeah.
That sounds like a lie.
Quesadilla, right? Not quesadilla.
It was really good. I enjoyed it. And then I even had leftover fire sauce from Taco Bell. So I added that to it, and it literally tasted like, I mean, it was missing tomato and lettuce. If it hadn't been for the tomato and lettuce, it would have been one of the Supreme wrap. It almost was like a Supreme wrap or something. That's what it tasted like.
Did it have sour cream on it?
Oh, yeah. I said that to Hunter, too. I said it's missing sour cream, tomato, and lettuce. Yep, that's what it was missing. Yep, you're right.
It's amazing what a little picante or salsa will do. You can just about eat roofing shingles if you put enough of it on there.
When I was
sounds like something we should feed to hedgies.
When I was younger, in my just out of high school days, I would go to Taco Bell, and this is back in the day when burrito Supremes were actually like only maybe like $1 a piece. And I would buy 2 burrito Supremes, and I had them usually give me like 2 fistfuls of hot sauce, and every single bite had almost a packet of sauce on it, and that sauce carried me to being full. Being a construction worker at the time, it carried me to being full every single day, and was a lifesaver. That hot sauce.
Do you ever watch Smoke and Scan?
No, what is that?
Oh, okay. It's the YouTuber.
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he has a black cat, tuxedo cat, and then he's on the scanners, and he sometimes goes live, using other people's feed that are driving around and responding to like pursuits or like emergency calls, but at the same time he's going live and he's just blazing it with his bong. Entertaining.
I don't think I've seen that. But Hunter and I were watching. I have this fascination for these guys that do these Second Amendment. I don't know what to call them. Second Amendment tests of like post offices and libraries and police stations.
First Amendment?
Sorry, I said Second Amendment, First Amendment. My bad. So I don't, and so they're always popping up on my feed, and so I see all these things. But
Auditors. They call themselves auditors.
Right. Thank you, auditors. And I don't know why I have such a fascination for them, but I do.
I have as well. Yeah.
I actually think some of them are assholes, but
without a doubt.
Yeah,
most certainly.
More than often than not, then they're usually a bunch of assholes, and I really just. It's not that I support them or anything like that. I mean, I do kind of like the fact that they're doing what they're doing, but not always. Like some of them are just too much. But I do love seeing it when the police actually react or react correctly. So, and I think that's great when the police officers come in there like, "Oh, you're videotaping? Okay, cool. See you later." And I think that's great. I think it's awesome when they do that, and they don't make a big deal out of the whole thing and like they want them to. But there's a new one that I have been watching lately, and the very first one I saw he was acting like he was doing a fishing channel. And he was standing outside of a pet shop, And he just has this like dumb look on his face. He's filming both forwards and backwards, so you see a picture of him on the screen, and then what's in front of him. And the dude just
What's his name, fool?
No, but he just sits there and acts like a dumbass the whole time, and it's just freaking hilarious. Like I don't know why, but it's so trolly, and I can't stop laughing because it's just Censor Content says that guy is so annoying. He's so annoying, but it's like just funny as hell because some of the reactions that people give him are hilarious. And
I fell down this similar rabbit hole with the guy who his friend videotapes him, and he has a fart machine in his pocket, but he farts in like New York City's Central Park. He waits till there's a group of people around, and it sounds like he's evacuating his bowels right in front of everybody. And it is the most. It's just the craziest thing. And I got sucked into it. I think like 4 hours went by the time I looked up. I just couldn't. As soon as one was over, I immediately had to have another. It was like eating potato chips.
What is wrong with us?
Shit I've ever seen.
What is wrong with us? Why is this humor is not the kind of humor we should be?
It's like a train crash or a car wreck. You know, you don't wish it on anyone, but if it's going to happen, I'm going to look.
It's so trolly, and it's like I kind of hate myself on the inside a little bit for watching them. I really do. I really kind of tend to hate.
It's a guilty pleasure. Yeah, it's definitely a guilty pleasure.
It's gonna rip. 379 is resistant. 378.
Dipping its toe, but it's nice.
It's gonna rip, Casey. Get ready.
I'm watching it. It's moving.
Watching. Look at that. Look. Get ready. Look at it. Look at it.
It's stalled out right now.
We need an addition to our soundboard for like a firework, the whistling bang where the firework goes up and it whistles and has the report. But we've just keep covering up poor preacher with requests, and he can barely keep up with the request as it is.
Yeah, look at that.
This is Yucca ASMR with
come on.
Stock price movement. Look at that price moving.
I'm holding my breath.
Oh my gosh, it's moving so fast.
It's so slow.
It's going
and there it goes.
It's totally going up.
It can't be like April Fool's Day where she only takes the tip.
This is tipping so high.
It's like going golfing, you know, and he's gonna hit it, and it.
That's all over my Bollinger Bands.
Oh man, look, it's going up like Tesla.
It's licking.
Oh no!
It's licking the roof of my Bollinger.
In my mind's eye, I see like 4 guys sitting around a table at a titty bar, and they're like, "Man, look at the cost of borrow on her."
Yeah, man.
Girl, waitress walks by, everybody looks at her ass like, "Have you ever seen such a short interest in all of your life?"
Corbin Dallas says, "Check, please." Glenn says, "Stop already."
Glenn was getting a chub there.
For the first time ever, y'all were like, "We don't want price to go up anymore. It's hurting."
You.
That's funny.
Waitress, bring us a picture of FTDs and 6 shots of short interest, if you don't mind.
Oh boy! By the way, guys, just so you're aware, this is kind of a general rule of thumb of something that I like to keep track of. 250,000. There's 390 minutes of trading during open market hours. And that's not including pre-market or after-market hours. That's only including the open market time. So in 390 minutes in a day, if you do the quick math, dirty math on it, roughly 250,000 shares a minute equals about 100 million shares traded for the day. So anytime I see us averaging or really close to averaging about 250,000 shares a minute, I know that there's some good, decent volume going through. So some of these last minute candles in here, just to kind of throw it out here. This one was 539,000 shares. This one was 469. This one in here was 463. These in-betweeners right here are about 200,000 200,000 shares. This one's 177,000 shares. So when you average out like the last 5 minutes or so, I'm pretty sure we're over 250,000 shares a minute. You could go back a little bit further and say, yep, probably for the last 10 minutes, we're averaging about 250 or more thousand shares a minute. And so that does equate to good volume. You want to see over 250,000 shares a minute. That's it. Anything over 250 is great. It's awesome.
Some good numbers, and it's holding it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ape crashed through the urine yellow line there. That
somebody was asking my my price prediction for the day today. I had 370 or 570 as a close combined between AMC and Ape, and we're currently sitting at 597 combined. So we're about 27 cents above my price prediction for the day. $5.95 combined is usually a really strong sticking point for us. It's a strong sticking point that we always have a hard time breaking past. but today we broke past it pretty easily, but we're kind of bouncing back down off to that 595. So we're at 596 total. So don't be surprised if we don't kind of come back down a little bit and find a little bit of resistance in there going up further. That's been a tricky point for us. Albert says margin calls in 9 minutes. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, maybe. Who knows? Ape is up 7.24% at $2.22. AMC is up 11.8% at $3.79.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go.
I leave you guys alone for 1 hour. The margin calling.
Get ready.
Who was that? Who said that?
I think that was me, but yeah, I was saying that I'm leaving you guys alone for 1 hour, and now you're doing a margin call. Really?
Holy crap, Preacher. Like, you did not sound like yourself. I don't know if you're on your phone or what that is, but you sound way different right now.
Yeah, that's how you know he's a bot.
I think like
I'm on my phone with some cheap earpods.
We all went to sexy voice, and Preacher went the exact opposite.
He doesn't have the sexy filter on his phone.
You need to put. This is sexy voice hour, Preacher. Did you not get the memo? I think you failed to get the memo. You know the girls.
In real life, he sounds like Urkel.
Get ready. Now, any better? Is it any better now, or
no? It's really not. Believe it or not, it's really. Whatever microphone that is, it is horrible.
Look at this. Get ready, Casey.
That's my phone. Just my phone. Well, I need a bit of MOAS to get a better phone.
Yucca, stop tickling my ears, Yucca. Stop.
River.
Oh no.
Where's the Benny Hill music?
Look at that. Hazel says Preacher wrote the memo. I'm telling you, I know my who was it that said it? I'm pretty sure it was my wife. She's like, "Who's that Preacher guy?" I think she likes your accent too. You and Yucca, you're not allowed to buy her any beers.
No worries. It will cost quite a bit to send it over from Europe.
Oh my goodness.
I just finished. I went for a bike lap around the lake. Now I'm out with the dog, so I'm gonna hopefully get back to the PC in a bit.
I've got a sound clip of him saying Mrs. Pirate's name, and I just play it on a loop when we're having sexy time. Really gets her worked up.
Dan Thomas says, if you guys paying for a sexy voice converter, get a refund.
Ooh, look at that. Bam. Are you guys ready for the
If this
90,000?
device can make Urkel sound this hot, imagine what it can do for you.
90,000 a share.
Oh yeah.
Just tap
Did you hear the
12.
new one?
Yeah, Carl, let me know once we get to 500k a share, okay?
Okay.
Then I can run up to my PC.
Ooh, there we go. Look.
Battle
It's gonna
for
break.
380.
Gonna break.
380. Let's go 380.
You know,
381, 380.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to make fun here. I'm really not. But anybody who would have sold on last Friday would have had their money settled by now. their money would have settled by now, and they can jump back in, no FOMO.
Yeah.
What a pony move that would have been.
Oh, yeah.
And good old capital gains will take another 20%.
Yep.
Have
Oh
a
yeah.
nice day.
Yep. Let that.
We've learned many things, including trying to time the market. What happened now?
Financial advice. That's what I would say.
Foo, you don't need to. You don't need to do it. I'm telling you, like for you, you don't need to change anything. You're fine. Leave your voice the way it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it.
No, your voice
Took
is.
away all.
No, I think you're. I mean, you can try more, but I don't know. Let's. Maybe we should do a poll. Maybe we should ask the ladies who are in here which you prefer. Do you like Foo pretend sexy voice, or
Hey,
do you
Joe.
like Foo normal voice?
Joe, what do you like?
Or do
Normal
you
or
like
sexy?
Janet Yellen?
Yelling. Yeah, this rise in AMC prices.
Oh, that's sexy. That is sexy. That is really sexy.
Everyone grab a coffee. Sit down.
Stop. I'm gonna have to not stand up for a while.
Someone said that Janet Yellen took a magic mushroom when she was in China.
Oh, I saw that news article. Polito says, is 2 p.m. a real thing when it comes to power hour? It is.
Ooh, can you do that again? I didn't have a tissues or a sock ready before. I'm ready now. Go.
James of AZ says I sound like Hank Hill. Now, God damn it, Bobby. There better be a naked cheerleader under your bed.
Yeah. Polito, I think I'd have to do some research on it just to verify. I don't want to like blow smoke up your tailpipe. But I think that the reason that you see a lot of action towards the end of the day is there's a lot of closing of positions that need to occur in the final hour of the day. And so that's why there's a lot of kind of price movement and action that occurs during that time. And then perhaps a lot of options maybe trying to make their positions towards the end of the day as well. I know there's specific option trading times that are better than others. And they may be trying to close out positions closer to the end of the day. So that's why kind of 2 p.m. is kind of it's kind of known as like the power hour. So it is definitely a thing. You're welcome.
I can't let Javi get away with that comment.
Big?
No, way up. He said he's enjoying the stream on his 85-inch Sony. And I asked him if Sony makes sex toys. So. Did you ever hear that Aerosmith song, Big 10-inch?
Maybe.
It's about a 10-inch harmonica. So you don't get any ideas or anything, Yucca?
Yeah, he takes double entendres to a whole new level with that song. I thought it was about a 10-inch. I thought it was a record, a 10-inch. I think they made 10-inch long play albums or something. But you might be right. Maybe it is. But it's really a good song.
It really kicks. We used to love that, listening to it and laugh. You know,
it's a rocking song.
We thought, it was something else, but
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the refrain is "She loves my big 10-inch," and it's not pretty much in your face right there. I think the second stanza is "I whip out my big 10-inch." Yeah, it's funny though.
He doesn't even sound like him in that song. It's so weird. Because he usually has that raspy, whiny voice. And I'm not saying that he's a bad singer. He's an excellent singer, but he sounds very different in that song.
Holly says, "Foo Dog, you sound scary on my surround sound."
Glenn C says I'm muted. I wish, Glenn.
You know, that's actually something I would have loved to have done in life as a job is voices for characters. No, voiceovers for characters.
Oh man, it has to be one of the best jobs ever.
It seems like it'd be really fun.
I was amazed to learn that the lady who does the voice for on The Simpsons, I had no idea that she did like 6 separate characters on there. I mean, it's noteworthy enough that she plays the voice of Bart, which Bart's a boy and she's a girl. But I was just amazed to realize that I think she did a total of like 6 or 8 characters on that show.
Yeah, she does. She does a lot of them, and that Seth MacFarlane is also another gifted voiceover actor with Family
and writer. Yeah, and a writer as well. He's just sharp as a surgeon's scalpel.
Yeah, he's something else.
Who's doing your voiceover, Foo?
Oh, some guy out in California.
The dude.
The dude. Did you guys hear? Did you guys see that episode of The Simpsons? That laser that burns down that town. They're linking that with the laser that burnt down Hawaii.
Chris says, "Casey, are we still seeing a conversion price around the middle threes?" No, I was thinking it was going to be 4 and 2. That's what I've been thinking for a long time, was 4 for AMC and 2 for Ape as a conversion price. But if it's not that, I don't mind if it's higher. Well, it's 1 o'clock, guys. Time for numbers.
Let's take a look at what we got.
Let's see. I gotta kick my. Did any of you guys sit on your legs?
What?
You
Not
know,
since
like,
I was 6 years old.
like tuck a leg up underneath you and sit on it.
Middle one, but I don't get much choice.
I'm a leg sitter.
A leg sitter.
Yeah, I always tend to fold up a leg underneath me and sit on it, and I don't know why. I feel like it's something I would have outgrown. I'm here, a 47-year-old grown man, and I still sit on my legs. and I keep trying to tell myself, like, dude, you need to stop this. This is how blood clots form. so I'm having a hard time with it, but yeah, I always tend to do that. Richard says I do that too. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just always.
You tuck it back when you do that? Is that?
It's just like tucked underneath my thigh on my other right leg. You know, it's usually the left leg under the right leg.
On things.
No. It's just tucked underneath my thigh. It's not nothing crazy.
Yeah, right. Tucked in under.
Whatever. I'm so done. I'm moving on to numbers. Forget it. You took it too far.
You
took it too far.
Butt drugs. Butt plugs.
He said butt. All right, here we go. Let's take it. I'm flexible, ladies. That's what it means. Damn it. All right, taking you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see that interceptor back up on the page again.
So you can put your legs behind your head?
No, I can't do that.
You're not that flexible.
Not that flexible, nope. Highly not that flexible. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60. What are we at? 1 o'clock. 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 61.27% going through off exchange for AMC. EDGX is at 6.14. The combined total 67.41%. That's approximately 3.41% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 77.7 thousand shares going through that exchange. That's not very high yet. Anything over 300,000 is pretty high. On Ape, off exchange is 37.93%, and EDGX is sitting at 6.85. The combined total is 44.78%, or about 19.22% less than it should be, meaning part of the reason we may be seeing price moving upwards on Ape specifically is there's not a whole lot of pressure to resist price downwards with the usage of the off exchange. New York Stock Exchange is getting 13.4% of the total daily volume when usually only sees about 9.15%. CHX volume for Ape is at 5,564 shares, nothing unusually high. 30,000 or more is an elevated number. CHX for GME is 182 shares, not a whole lot. Taking a look at Ortex, for AMC, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.68 million shares having been borrowed. For the day today, it's now 5.01 million shares. Somebody's in trouble. And short share interest of the free float is going to rise as a result to 28.1%. Cost of borrowings at 339.42. Average is 921.49, and max is 1,060. Shares on loan for the day today is at 202.41 million shares. That's 3.23 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 1.09 million of that. Hold on a second here. I got to rewrite this number. I have struggled all day long reading my own handwriting. And it's just, this is literally the second to last time I read, and I'm just like, I can't take it anymore. I got to rewrite this. 1.09 million more shares in short interest today than there was yesterday. On Ape, an hour ago, there was 1.71 million shares having been borrowed. It has not changed. Actually, for the last 2 hours, it has not changed. That's going to leave that estimated short share interest, the free float, at the same value. Same with the cost to borrow numbers. Shares on loan today is at 85.22 million shares on loan. That is 5.16 million more shares on loan today on Ape than there was yesterday. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4 strike. That is still the same. An hour ago, we had 51.4 thousand contracts in volume. Now we have 68.4. On puts, highest amount of put volume is at a $4 strike as well. We had 52.8 thousand contracts in volume. Now it's 73.5. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere around $4 by the end of the day today on AMC. Combined price of AMC and Ape sitting at $5.88. We did get a little bit of resistance at that $6 Fibonacci retracement level. Also the $5.90, $5.95 and $6 have been, key points of resistance that we've seen from the past. We're getting a little bit of rejection off that. I think that's kind of normal for where we're at. Moving in price here, because if I take this and move this to like a 5-minute time interval, it's going to look like a flag and pennant type situation, I think, where each one of these candles is let's take it to 10-minute. Each one of these candles is a 10-minute time period. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles sideways before the next move upwards. Your pennant should always be the same distance as your flagpole. We got another flagpole starting here now, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 up. So for the next 90 minutes, we should probably see a little bit of either consolidation or a reversal off that high of Oh, what did we hit? 602. So 90 minutes from 1350 would put us at 2. Shoot, I can't math. 1250, 120, right? No, that's not right. 220. 220 my time, or 320 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll wait and see about 320. And that actually kind of lines up with the last 30 minutes of the day. So we may see if we can get some consolidation in here, some good consolidation, not too much lower than where we're at right now, right up until about for the next hour and 10 minutes, we may see another break to the top side here before the day's over. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC is on this list here with a 72.73% buy to 27.27% sell ratio. Looking super strong on AMC. Ape has super strong numbers today, but has been on and off on the list here for buy order, most heavily traded stocks based off of orders. We are back on the list here with a 69.82% buy to 30.18% sell ratio. So GME is not on this list due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day today would have been at $3.05. It did not trigger. The only reason it's on for today was it triggered yesterday. The remaining amount of shares available to borrow have been borrowed, and Ape would have tripped at 1.863 for SSR. In total for the day, we've had about 1.1 million shares borrowed for the day, according to Stonko Tracker, and fees were last seen at 841%. Let me erase my board. I feel like playing the guitar now. It'll pass.
Ain't nothing holding you back but thin air, man.
It'll pass. It'll pass. Give me a chance to finish the numbers, and I'll be like, nah, I don't want to play anymore. I don't know. I just had that moment. It was just kind of like, hey, that would be fun to play the guitar. Let's see here. Taking a look at NASDAQ is up, or down rather, 0.77. Dow Jones is down 0.83, and the S&P 500 is down 0.89. We have 4,520 decliners to 1,714 advancers. The market's more declining than it was an hour ago, very marginally. And let's see what we got going on with some of these banks over here. How are these banks looking? Nasty. It's a good kind of nasty. Let's see here. I'm waiting for it to update. It's giving me... I definitely need to reboot the computer today. Looks like FRC is down 6.25% for the day today. Silvergate's up 8.65. PacWest is down 3.35. Western Alliance is down 4.9. First Horizon down 2.87. Zion is down 4.21. U.S. Bank Corp down 2.8. Bank of America down 2.83. And last but not least, California Imperial Bank is down 2.93. Ethereum Classic is down 1.78 and still dropping. DXY, or US dollar, is down 0.07 but trending up. Oil is down 1.95 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.17 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.91 and on a very small trend up. Almost kind of looks like consolidation a little bit. VIX is now up 8.23% and above 16, again at 16.08. VBR is down 1.39 and consolidating. VB is down 1.2, consolidating. Tesla is down 2.45 and trending up. Amazon is down 1.89 and trending. That's consolidating. Cinemark is actually, let me go back to Amazon. That's trending down. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the whole day. Still on a trend down. Cinemark is up 2.41 and trending up. Doge is down 1.94 and trending down for the day. Bitcoin is down 0.41, and it's currently consolidating right now, but for the most part, trending down for the day. GME is down 3.06 and consolidating. HYMC is down 4.56 and trending down. NCMI is breaking even and consolidating. HUD is down 1.17 and trending up. Ape is up 4.39 and starting a trend down now, after having been on a long trend up. And AMC is up 9.76 and did a little bit of a trend. We touched the top side of the Bollinger Band here, and you can see price came back down and retested the simple moving average and did break through it initially, but found some support and is going back up to retest that simple moving average again. And we might see a little bit of consolidation for like the next, I don't know, hour and 5 minutes or so. Inflow versus outflow on AMC. We have approximately $8.9 million more inflow than outflow. 54.92 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 286 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 74.89 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between, I said 50 to 80, but I meant 60 to 80, and I don't know why I said 50 to 80. I just did. And then Ape, let's see, what do we got going on over here on Ape? On Ape, we have $2.2 million more inflow than outflow, 33.36 million shares traded so far. We're already over my volume prediction for the day. After 286 minutes worth of trading, Ape is pacing to hit 45.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's it's definitely over the 10 to 30 million I suggested in the pre-market. I'm kind of reflecting on this a little bit. I kind of expected for us to hit slightly higher than 30 million, but it's going to be higher than that. I didn't think we'd break 40, but it's looking like we will now. I'm just reflecting on this just a little bit so I can maybe think about how I can make better changes for the future. Okay. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.68, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.02, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.87, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.27, which is slightly below average. Did I already cover AMC's numbers? I guess I did. I don't know. All right, good, perfect. Back to you guys. I'm not feeling like taking a break right now. I might go grab some water or something, but I don't really feel like I need to take a break.
Hey, see, I shot you a little request. Imagine that, nothing's changing. Another must-have, and it might require you to ask Hunter for a little help. But by all means, don't impose upon him if it's something that's too difficult. But I thought I'd at least throw it out there and see if it was something that he could take a look at. And if it doesn't happen, I fully understand. But it's in your DMs.
Okay, I see it. Cool. Thank you.
No worries.
I'll be looking for that super chat.
And again, I hardly have a right to ask him anything, but I'm not sure that you have the skills, but maybe he does.
I'll be looking for that super chat.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, look at that. John Hannaford saying 1.014 million shares going through CHX Exchange on AMC. Fancy that. Wouldn't have possibly have guessed that was going to happen with all this volume going through for the day to day here and price movement, huh? Ooh, we could have another sexy day on short exempt volume. This is definitely what it starts to look like when it starts to spiral out of control.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You can say that again.
This is definitely what it looks like when it gets. This is definitely what it starts to look like when it spirals out of control.
Oh, they're pushing that big order back down for 215 on Ape.
Are they?
Yeah, but look at the last two candles. The two on Ape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for them to start fighting for a long time. Look at that.
Fighting.
They pushed it right back down. That's a big freaking order for $2.15.
We need that theme song from Toby Keith of "Who's Your Daddy."
You know, I saw a Toby Keith song in the Discord song request, and I was like, as soon as I saw the name of the musician, I was just kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to be playing that.
Yeah, they may not be your go-to for music listening, but the lyrics to many of his songs have references that would just be pure gold. You know.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not saying they're not good lyricists or even music writers. It's just not something that I prefer. So that's all. It's not appealing to my ear. I actually tend to think that country songwriters are probably some of the better lyricists out there. They love telling,
without exception.
Yeah, they love telling a story, and I love the fact that they tell a story in the song. And that's, I think it's kind of a lost art to be able to tell a story in a song. And it doesn't matter what genre of music it is. There's tons of different storytellers in music. And
you don't have to apologize to us, man. If you lean more towards the Vanilla Ice and his 3 minutes of sampling other people's hit songs and calling it his own, I mean, Vanilla Ice is he's like the Tony De Niro of the music world. So, did I say that? Did I say that out loud? My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're throwing low blows right there, sir.
Your inside voice.
Oh man.
Dan Thomas knows. He said Warren Zevon. Without a doubt, Dan.
Yeah, Papa
True master.
Papa Mac says, is there anything that could happen that would make you believe we were wrong about this play, or is there is this a one-way mission, so to speak? It's not a one-way mission. In fact, all the numbers I look at on a daily basis are all numbers that tell me whether or not we're doing what we're saying that we're doing. And if those numbers change and we're not doing, and there was in gosh, I want to say September, but it might have been in October of. Let me show this to you. I will show you. I was about ready. You don't even understand how close it was, Papa Mac, for me to coming on a live stream and saying, guys, I think this is over. This is not going in our direction any longer, and all these numbers do not look good, and I'm afraid that this might be a done deal. I was so close to coming on and doing that.
Really?
Yes, very, very close.
When was this?
Yeah, I think it was October or November of 2021. And let me show you. Let me show you what it is.
2 years ago.
Yeah. So, and I would, if I saw something like that was very worrisome to me, I would analyze the data as best as I possibly could.
Analyze the data.
Analyze it to death. Beat it. Just beat it. So let me show you. I'll go back to that time frame. We'll go back here real quick here and zoom in on this time frame real quick here. And I started to see something that really, really super concerned me. So if you come in here and you take a look at...
Come in where?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
All over it.
Okay, here it is right here.
He's all over the chart.
We started seeing in October... well, actually, I guess it started in September, like mid-September, and we started seeing the exchange reported short interest dropping from 97 million shares down to 91, and it started to creep back up, but this is the big drop that really kind of started to concern me. It was in November. It was the end of October, the beginning of November, and we started seeing it went from 94.64 million shares down to 87.46 million shares, and then finally down to 83.41. And if you look at the on loan amount during that same time frame, it started taking some really big dips. Like the total amount of shares had hit probably an all-time high peak. No, I guess not all-time high, but it was up there of 119 million shares on loan, and started making this like parabolic arc downwards to where we got down to about a total of 85 million shares on loan, which was dang near the same amount of shares on loan as there were in short interest. And that scared the living shit out of me. I was panicking. I was like, oh, this is not good. And it happened to be right about that time, price started dropping off in the end of November during that time frame. And so I saw these price movements. Let me zoom in on this even closer so you can see what I'm talking about, because when you zoom in on it, you see the price movement and the on-loan amount coming down to meet the short interest. I started panicking. I was like, oh, crap, this is not good. And then to top it off, if you went to Fintel...
He needed his inhaler. He needed that little nebulizer inhaler to take a puff off his inhaler to keep him from
Did you pay for
hyperventilating.
him?
No, I did not. And so what I did is I went to Fintel and I was looking at Fintel, and lo and behold, Citadel was now reporting that they were going long on AMC. And I was like, oh, shit. This shit just hit the fan. They're going long on AMC now. They're expecting the price to start taking off. They're closing out short interest, and they're expecting price to start moving upwards here. And so they're going long on AMC, and price may start moving back up in the future, but it may not move up to like any kind of like this kind of any kind of like MOAS type movement at all. And so I started to get really panicked, and I was trying to figure out what the hell was happening. And it turned out that I'm trying to remember the order of events. So during, let me take a screenshot of this because it really helps for me to kind of draw on this a little bit here to kind of explain what was happening. Long institutions who are loaning out shares when there's not that much of a difference in loan shares versus short interest. They're making all their money in this gap in loan shares between short interest and loan shares, right? That big gap in there is where all long institutions are making their large portions of money. And what happened was a lot of short institutions started closing out positions right around this time frame right in here, as they knew that the price was going to start rising back upwards. And what ended up happening is you started seeing them returning a bunch of shares, and on loan amount started going down. And what did long institutions do? They started selling. Long institutions sold, and this is what this price drop was in the end of November of 2021, was long institutions selling out of their positions. Now, when they sold shares into the marketplace, shorting institutions were like, oh, this is awesome. We need these shares. We're going to start buying these shares up. And so they started buying these shares at lower and lower prices. Meanwhile, as they're buying shares, they have to short the price down to keep the price from rising. So they start borrowing again, right? So they start borrowing more shares. And then as you expand this out here, you start to see that the gap between the on loan amount and the short interest starts to spread wider and wider and wider. That's how long institutions started making money on us. And that's when we started seeing going into 2022, where max pain was constantly hit day over day over week over week over week over week over week over week, over and over and over. And the reason that was happening was because long institutions were suddenly in control, complete control of price. And you could see the entire change forming and happening like right then and there. And I was like, we're not in trouble anymore. This is not the trouble that I thought we were in. It's just that the key players that are manipulating price right now is no longer the hedge funds. It's more our brokers. Our brokers are the ones that are manipulating the price. Why? Because they stand to make the most money from having this happen for a long, long period of time. The longer this stretches out, the more money they make. I mean, look at the on-loan difference between on-loan amount and look at the spread over time. Look at the spread between on-loan amount and short interest. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. They're making more and more and more money. Why do they have to make more and more money? Because they got to pay us out. They got to pay us out at some point. They know that. So they have to make money on the front side.
They don't want to go to the shitheads to ask for the money, so they're just doing it off of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
They know how difficult it's going to be to get cash out of these institutions like JP and Goldman Nut and Citadel. They're going to get their money eventually, but they know it's going to be a freaking pain in the ass.
Yep. So that's, in regards to, like, has there ever been anything that causes me to be afraid? That definitely had me up in arms when I saw that happening. And I was probably about 24 hours away from putting out a video that says, like, I think this is where I exit my position. And the story's over for me, kind of thing. And it was like, I'm glad that I sat there and kind of did a bunch of research and sat there and tried to figure out what was happening, why it was happening, the way it was happening, and who was involved and who was in charge and why things were going. And as soon as I figured out that long institutions were the ones that were, and this is the crazy part too. Back in November, if you go back and you look at the records on Fintel, long institutions sold off their entire positions in this slide in price from about. This is reporting $42, but it was something different than that, I can guarantee you, because of our reverse split. But in that price point range from November of 2021 until a little bit before December, they sold off their entire positions and they rebought back in at the beginning of the new year. So they bought back in, they sold off their entire positions and bought back in at a lower price, so that they had a better spread. So.
Yeah, I thought it was all tax. I thought they were getting rid of their stuff. And I knew they were coming back. I just thought it was all for tax purposes. They sell at a loss, write it off, and then as soon as the new year comes back, then they buy back in. It seems like they do that every year.
Yeah, they do. Every single year they do that.
Also a very common practice for them to manipulate things that and ensure that they get bigger bonuses. It's one of those things that so many of their bonuses are tied to percentages, and they rely on that far more than they do their salaries. So there's a whole lot of fuckery that goes on in regards to that as well.
Brian says, I read something on Twitter yesterday saying that us retail are stuck in the middle of major financial power players that are trying to kill each other. Casey, you think that is true? I do.
Mm-hmm.
We are not the big players in this game here. I mean, I'd like to believe that we are, but we're really not. We're not the big players here. But we're going to clean house.
Safety net.
Yeah, we're going to clean house though when we're done.
Mm-hmm.
And there will be absolute devastation on some sides of the financial markets, and we're going to be cleaning up that devastation.
I posted earlier, even their enemy has enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to me, with all this going on right now, that now's would be the perfect time. If you're going to really start going, if you're sat in a market and you're seeing a percentage, small percentage, but powerful, doing the things that we've all grown to believe or learn or understand, well, that can't be nice, because you're all painted with everyone who works in the market is all crooked, and I don't necessarily believe that to be so. In actual fact, I really struggle to think that's how everybody is. But I do know there is definite, and I coined the term, a cancer in the market, because that's exactly what it is. It's just killing everything. And it needs something special to be able to defeat it and beat it. Well, we're the cure, and I've said that a number of times. But we're the whole, we're the net, we're the reason, we're the catalyst. But we need them within the markets to stand up, be brave enough and strong enough. Because you don't buy at the end that feeds you, and they all work within the market. So they order shares off someone that don't deliver, they don't report it. We see it fail to deliver on a threshold list, etc., if it's long enough. But ultimately, they're all inside, and they have access to info that we don't. They hear whispers, they have talks, they'll see, a company go bankrupt and understand or be aware of who's behind it or who's in it, or there'll be rumours, and there'll be people walking around the market blatantly telling people stay out of it, or this isn't a dog in your fight, stay out of it. So I'd like to think that there will be people, good people, that never had a chance. And I spoke before, which I genuinely believe that there must have been a plan to take this cancer on, but it was always missing ingredients. And Apes was a big ingredient. 90, 95, 85% shareholders that wasn't financial, that they being any company within the market were reliant on to loan them the money. They run in a position where they had to worry AMC. So we came along and we provided the safety net. We bought the shares. 2021, the whole world shut down. I believe they went into overdrive. And everything they dumped, we bought. And with respect to what you just said, Casey, which I sort of understand, I'm looking at the Ortex, but it's Ortex. So for me, I have to look at everything. And ultimately, it's always been about the people side of it, because it was, for me, the people that's always been missing. Toys R Us and everything else, they went after Tesla. Now, I think there's an awful lot of people that are also holders of Tesla, but nowhere near the extent of AMC. And I think the amount of people who poured into GME initially, because don't forget, if you've been here long enough, people were laughing at DFE and stuff. But then as soon as DFE was correct because it ran up, rightly so, he got the credit for the work that he done. Now we're in a position where we've got to just sit tight, and we're looking at Ortex, and we're looking at the 85% of the market reporting. We're getting a lot of info. We've had a lot of learning and understanding, but it's about time the very people, the CEOs, CFOs within the market, stood up, because now's the right time. Personally, that's what I think.
Electrical signal of the heart gets screwed up.
Hey, Yucca, your mic's hot. Yucca, your mic's hot.
Just would see that would be a clue that it would be this issue, but it's going to be a difficult.
Yucca.
Happens every time. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're not.
Will Bowler says, clip this. Clip it, Wolfie, and post it. Post it up there. Get it going on your lives, on your YouTube channel. Do you still have your YouTube channel?
I've not really. I've never really considered it a YouTube channel, and I don't know what people don't or don't think. I can only be honest. When I talk, I've got nothing written down. I don't sit there and think these things out and then trouble you in the back of the van or join your wonderful community or get involved with boss or anybody. It's all a conversation will come up or a comment will be made, and it will be something that I've thought about, but there's no, so it's one off every time it comes out. People today are being very kind and having to either listen, suffer, or turn it down till I finish. But it's
that makes you the outlier here, Wolfie, because all the rest of us, we have a staff of writers. They bang out all this stuff and run it through it's run through a focus group the day before, and then it gets kicked up the food chain to KC, and then he signs off on it, and then in the morning everyone assumes their positions, and then we go for it.
Pirate, you know what I mean. When people say, clip it and all that, this is KC's channel. I'm sat laying on my bed watching out of my projector TV with 100-inch so I can read the chat because the eyes ain't what it was, but it's just, that's all that happens. I'll answer a question or
what are you wearing,
go
Wolfie?
into a little speech or chat or whatever.
What are you wearing, Wolfie?
I'm actually it's quite warm here. I've only got shorts on.
Oh no.
He's wearing a banana hammock.
He's like, I'm just laying on my bed.
I'm not crossing my legs either.
Oh boy.
Where do you touch himself?
Go.
Wolfie in a pink thong.
No.
James, not sure about you now.
James only projecting on you. He's really the one wearing the pink thong.
James, if that does it for you, you enjoy, my friend. Rewind. Yeah, I ain't saying no more.
I hope none of you good people are believing Wolfie when he says he's ad-libbing all this. I'm almost certain he's got a side hustle making those cardboard signs for all those guys on the corner. I mean, he just spends a lot of time drafting soliloquies and his poetry. So don't buy all this about him just doing this off the cuff.
I'll tell you, anyone proves me wrong, I'll give you every share I own. You know what it is? It's kind of funny when I meet people throughout life, and it's always been the same thing. I meet people who are really into football. Well, I can sit there for hours and listen to people talk about football, the strategy and the players and management decisions. I can do that. And then other people, political, and I can join in political because I don't really watch football. But politics I've always watched, so I've got an opinion. Psychology, if people talk about psychology, or, you know, when it comes out FUD, I can come back with 10 great responses to any FUD I've seen in 2.5 years of this. In actual fact, going back 12, 15 years when crypto was being first come out, and even back further than that, 2008, with their lies that they come out with, and weapons of mass destruction, and the lies that they come out with, and mainstream media about literally everything they've ever told us to hate. Every diverse group in our communities or our countries, and that's all it is. I'm a pretty boring fella for the most part. I like what I like, I know what I know, and I'm not, you know, frightened of sharing my opinion and being counted for it. Can I be wrong? Of course I can. But when it comes to people and talking, it's just what I genuinely feel or have thought or believe. And if that resonates with people, then, you know, it's not a completely selfish act on my part, because it means for years and years, maybe when you feel lonely or isolated, or, you know, mainstream media is convincing others that nobody cares. And well, if you are a carer and if you have been watching and if you do understand certain aspects that impact on us, when I talk and I see occasionally I'll have the comments like today, if I see people responding favourably, it makes me feel less alone. It makes me realise I'm not different. I'm not clever, I'm not smart, but I'm a decent human being, and there is millions of us. We're just never heard. And I think that's
Wolfie,
really, for me...
I need to stop you for just a second. There's kind of some breaking news here. So somebody said check your Fidelity accounts right now, and I pulled up my account and looked at it, and if you go to positions, it says positions for some accounts are currently unavailable. We are urgently working to restore service. How many times have I told you guys to make sure that you had those portfolios saved? Of your, you know, get a documented copy of your portfolio statement.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stress to you enough. Please, urgently, I stress upon you to make sure that you guys are collecting that information. If you are not collecting that information, you are in for a world full of hurt, probably going down the road.
A world of pain?
A world of pain that you can't even possibly imagine. So please.
You're entering a world of pain?
Yes. So be very, very careful, because when they do restore our positions and restore service here so that we can see our positions, there's probably going to be a lot of people out there going, wait a minute, that's not what I had before, and I had something different, now it's changed. But you're not going to be able to prove it unless you had proof prior to the documentation of that. I've been trying to tell you guys for such a long time. Every single day I put that in there as a disclaimer. Please, please, please let this be one of the things that when I say these things to you guys, I don't say it for my health. I say it because I'm trying to protect you from the future and the possibilities of what is to come. I promise.
Pain. Damn it. Do you know, Casey?
What's that? Do I know world?
Gone crazy. Am I the only one around here who gives a shit about the roll? Market zero.
Damn it.
Some stuff is going to happen, guys. This is not the kind of thing historically that just comes without any kind of problems along the way.
logged into my Fidelity account not less than a half an hour ago, and everything was fine with it. Based on that little revelation there, I just tried again, and I got the same notification that they're having problems. So that is interesting.
No, what a convenient way of letting everybody know, huh? Everybody's having problems. Look at me. I'm having problems. I'm trying to log into my Robinhood account. I can't get in.
You're going to make me blow boogers, man. I almost blew boogers on that one. That was funny. That was like almost as good as a spit take.
That's Food Dog's favorite name for his fingers is the booger hooker, and every time he uses it, I about pee myself laughing.
That's the booger hook, man. That's a quick booger hook right there.
Oh my God.
Wolfie, do you know what a booger hook is?
Of course I do.
It's no, I don't think.
Why do you think I got no shirt on?
No, it's slang for trigger finger.
Ah, okay. It's not quite the same over here.
But pretty much the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. Pick and flick.
Yeah, pick and flick. That's nice.
If you can get it on the windshield, they're too close to you.
Well, it's kind of interesting. Maybe a good timely reminder for everyone. I know you have said that every time I come on, Casey, I've seen you say it, and every time I applaud it, because people do need to keep checking, keep taking screenshots. It's really important that you do that. God forbid anybody's in a position where you'd actually need it. But let's be honest, we got no idea. After they took the buy button away, we got no idea. Well, we do have an idea of what they do every day, week after week, month after month, in order to, suppress it and knock it down, and other companies that they've crippled. But don't put anything past them. And as a timely reminder, when I talk about psychology, I've looked at what I think the end game would look like. And it will be something that if you have been here for the 2.5 years, or you have previously had your eyes open to how the world works, it will be everything we've seen magnified, is my belief. You will have people flipping. You will have people freaking out on every social network. You will have a monstrous amount of people coming in pretending to be the 80% that have never been on social networks. They will use everything they can to convince you it's over, everyone's sold, accounts are being shut, people have been robbed, people are being attacked, people are being this, it's the apes' fault, the end of the world. Whatever they're going to do, or whatever we've seen them do, expect it to be magnified. It comes down to what you're here for, ultimately, when you're sat in front of your computer or your phone, deciding or having to make a decision on what you're going to do. I hope the last 2.5 years has woke people up to there is nothing they won't say or do or try and convince you. So I hope people are aware that it will be magnified tenfold over anything that we have seen previous. We see it come in waves. Every time there's a catalyst or great DD done, or these great people we've lost in the past that have come out, they should have been or could have been correct every single time. But because of market maker exempts and tricks that they know and things that they do and regulators not regulating, they've been able to get away with it. But there's going to come a time where this ends. And when that time ends, it's going to be on us being the safety net, the holders, the vast majority. I know we've got institutional owners and they can affect it. But when it comes to apes, when it comes to individuals, there's a huge difference in my world, in my mind, between an ape and a retail investor. And I think we've seen a retail investor that might have surprised a few people in the last week or so, but there's definitely been others. Well, there's a difference for me between a retail investor and an ape. And an ape knows that they're going to come at us with everything. They'll convince us by charts. They'll convince us by news. They'll convince us by people. They'll convince us by mainstream. Whatever they can do to try and convince us. Ultimately, at the end of this, your decision when you got out, what you sold for, what you did, what you held on to, how long you've been here, whether you're going to stay, that's all ultimately, when the push comes to the shove, when the final whistle arrives, that's going to be on you. And when you do go quietly. because we don't need 8.8 million people suddenly coming into Twitter world saying, and if they are going to come, which I believe they will, the pretenders, the fakes, we don't need apes out there as well doing or saying their thing. I remember GME running up and everyone coming out with Lambo pictures and new houses they bought and telling people. I also remember it coming out saying that, oh, I've lost 80 grand, or I lost 150,000, or I lost 300,000. They'll use all sides of the psyche to get at people. Ultimately, you should have learned by now, 2.5 years in, but don't listen to anybody. I have faith in individuals to do what's right by them and their family.
Mm-hmm.
And when the push comes to the shove, it's going to be you that benefits or you that loses. Different people have different strategies. I've got my own strategy I've never heard anybody talk about, but it's my own strategy, and I believe it will hold me in good stead. And it isn't about timing. It's about whether there's margin calls and liquidations. It's whether automatic orders go straight into the lit market. It's whether the controls took away from the greedy cancer and is automatically done through a system that will generate the margin call that they fail to reach, which will generate the liquidations of these people, and the orders will appear and it will just run right up the tree buying every share that's on offer. I'll be watching things like the share price. I'll be watching the green candles. I'll be remembering VW. I'll be remembering other things. I'll make my decision off my back and I can live with that. I don't need every cent. I need every one of them in prison. So maybe my mentality and approach to it's a little bit different, but just be aware it will be magnified tenfold when it really does start, same as it did when GME did.
John pointed out here that M1 Finance is stating AMC is liquidation only and only can be sold. No new purchases can be made. Showing up here.
So something I've spoken about.
So this may be the beginning portion of what it was that I was talking about last week with the tinfoil hat, where we may see enough volatility here in the aftermarket hours today to where FINRA comes in and shuts us down and makes it basically shuts down trading to be only basically no further trading until the corporate action goes through. So remember we were talking about that last week as a possibility, and I wanted you guys to be prepared for it, that's not going to be a concern. It's part of the rules and something that is allowed to occur. So just kind of keep that in mind, and going forward, if there is because of the announcement by AMC with SEC filing, it does put us into that category of being able to be shut down for price movement.
Yep. Be a lock-in.
So be ready for it, and if it does, I might take a little vacation again. There's no reason for me to stream. I might stream like an extra day, and we can all kind of sit around and kind of talk. I know, right? But I mean, there's no point in me streaming if there's no trading going on. So I might stream for a day where there's no trading the first day after a shutdown or a halt of trades, and then I'll probably just kind of take some time off, as the rest of you should, and we'll refresh ourselves. Make ourselves nice and strong and mentally prepared, fluidated, eated.
Fluidated?
Yeah, fluidated, eated, and fluids in us, and making sure that we're ready to go for action come the 24th. Well, I guess it really would be after starting the 25th. So. Yeah.
What the hell? Oh my God.
Oh hell no! You gotta play this back to back like perfectly. That would be better.
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on a possible? I've described it as a lock-in, where the holders that hold and the shorts that owe, pretty much are the only people that will play this out, and it will be stem from probably a price rise, where the margin calls kick in, but end up being at such a rate that the margin call liquidations and the price will, do what it's meant to do, short squeeze.
Mm-hmm.
But there will be, we've had the buy-in button, we've gone position close only, January 2021, but I'm on about to complete it, to finish it, start to finish, because it's always concerned me that if we're 5 to 10 million strong across all the stocks, and we've told 10 people, that's 50 to 100 million. Now that's, 40, 90 million people out there are going to be mighty pissed. But some of them might be sat on the sidelines thinking, I don't really have the money to invest. I haven't really got the money to put in and wait. So I'll just wait and do what a lot of people did when GME ran up. I bought my first share in GME at $204. I earned 140%. And before I got out the car, driving home from work, before I got out, I'd already opened up an account, which I'd never done before, and I'd already bought a share. And by the time I got in, I deep dived, and I've been here ever since. But I've always thought they'll come up with a way where they'll do just a lock-in, where everyone who's already in it, a shareholder or somebody who owes, institution, that will be it, and they'll just run it out and just play it out. And I'm 50-50 right on a knife's edge, because I'd love everyone in America and Europe and everywhere else to be able to be on the right side of this. But what can you do, We've tried showing people what to look at and make their own decision and do their own DD, but it would be kind of nice on the other side that if they did a lock-in and just run this right the way through. I've always had an amount that I wanted, not a figure it had to reach. In order to get that amount, if it ended up going past that double, I'd only have to sell 50%. And I've often said, don't be surprised if I still have 50% at the end of it. Because if I hold on to 50% of mine, that's an awful lot of shares somebody else might be in a position that will still have the opportunity to get a reasonable price, etc.
Don't you think they would have to go to a settlement then at that point? If they're just going to lock us all in the same room, one group is going to kill the other group. And
well, I genuinely think we'd kill them. And I think the only outsider would be possibly some sort of government intervention. But how do they come in with a figure on that? I don't know that they could. You can't count anything out in that respect. But if you're talking about that particular strategy, they do a lock-in and they just run it to the ceiling, and back. Well, maybe it'll get to a figure where somebody somewhere has got to put a stop on it and say, hang on a minute. Now, if they contact 3.8 million shareholders and say, this is what we're offering, and a majority accepted it, what could you do?
A settlement would be in their best interest. Definitely a settlement would be in their best interest at this point, because if they're just locked in the same room with us, we're going to rip them to shreds. And if they say, you know what, we're going to lose this, which they are going to lose this, they should come in and say, hey, look, we know you guys won, and now we're locked in together, and we need to come to a compromise because we don't want to die. And, and I'm sure there's going to, just like, with the reverse split, there's going to be people saying 1 million a share, out of control bullshit. And we're going to have to come to a consensus on what is, what we're going to take to go away.
And that's the interesting thing. How would they do it? But if they contact 3.8 million in AMC, let's take AMC. If they contact 3.8 million shareholders in AMC and offered, for me, I don't care what number it is. If it isn't sell time, if it isn't the cancer's dead, I'll go genuinely, because without an agreement, we get paid one day, sooner or later. If we're correct, if I'm correct about my DD, I'm going to get paid. And I'm going to get paid significant amounts, is my belief. That's why I'm here. But on top of that, my motivator is 40 years of watching them do what they do, and us, every time they mess up, put their hand in our pocket and take what little we've managed to accumulate. And some of us will argue we've done extremely well. But I don't see that. And I have been in a nice home, and I have had a high salary. I've had a good job. I've got great people and a nice family. I've lived a reasonably good life. But I paid a hell of a price to walk on this planet. So I have a real problem with injustice or lies or manipulation or evil. And I can't help that. But am I the same as everyone else? Well, looking at the chat and interacting with apes across all areas, I think a lot of us are the same. So how do they come to people and say, this is what we'll offer or that? Well, they'll do it by a majority. But it would have to be you know, do you remember the last one that run up $2,550?
HKE.
Well, how do you gauge an opinion? In 1901, there was a railway stock that ran up to $1,000. Well, that's equivalent to 33,000 today. And if you look at Amazon, if you look at the growth of Amazon or Apple, which they support, well, that can run up to the numbers it does. But if you look at Tesla and what Tesla run up, so there's an awful lot of things that they'd have to go in order to look at a number. But I'd like to think, or at least for me, my when I thought through that particular side of that lock-in and what it might mean, they'd have to be guaranteeing prison time. They'd have to guarantee that they wouldn't ignore the millions that are now Darren Saunders of today. Because this has to stop. If it was 100 trillion in 2009, God only knows how much it is today. But it has to stop. And it's why we cannot lose. They need to do a lot more than offer me money. And I hope there's a lot more people that say, caveat is, they go to prison. Caveat is the cancer's dead in the market. Caveat is we bring in these rule changes that prevent this ever happening. If China can operate without it, how the hell is the United States of America not doing it? So there should be a lot of people in the market who want to clean the market up. Now's the time, which is why I posted what I did earlier. Now's the time for them to step up. There should be a lot of people in the media that want to do this. A lot of people within banks that want to do this. A lot of mums and dads that want to do this. Well, we are. We've turned up. It's about time everyone else polled in and started having a say. And don't get me started on where's the Congress. So hold them all accountable.
I won't get you started on
My God, who the hell cares?
Oh, man. What the hell? I care.
I couldn't help myself, man. We had like a landslide of new sound bites, and I was dying to know what they sounded like. So I apologize, Wolfie. You were the victim of just random button pushing. You know, it's like a guy who climbs in the cockpit of a plane and says, "I wonder what this does," and just starts pushing buttons.
Never ever apologise. I don't say anything personally. I say what I say to mean it. Laugh or cry or whatever. It is what it is. I can't control that. But I was laughing.
That was my fault that time.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. I'm telling you, man. We got this thing honed in now. We're coming into our own.
Dude, what the hell just happened? Preacher.
Every time I hear a sound, I'm going to shut up.
Preacher completely just annihilated this soundboard here with all kinds of amazing different things.
My God, who the hell cares?
Oh man, it's gonna be off the chain tomorrow, man.
Oh,
off the chain.
Man,
Who let the dogs out? I see shit. You talk about spiraling out of control, man. This thing's gonna get way out of hand.
Got him!
I'm dying here, just dying.
Oh my God! Oh hell
no! Oh boy!
Oh my God!
I'm gonna have to.
Look, people. We live in a democratic society here. We have 500 people in chat. We can just put a vote. If we can go to gloom and doom. The sky is falling. Sell now. I mean, let the people choose, man. I mean, we can do as we're told. I mean, I have no problems with making the masses happy.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
That one is hands down the best one of all.
I love my mom so much. She's so awesome.
She's awesome.
She's so awesome.
You're going to so regret. You're going to so regret ever showing me how to turn that on.
I didn't give two fucks, but I am telling you right now, that motherfucker back there is not real.
Oh man. Humor, guys. It's really what gets us through this stuff. I'm telling you, it really is. It makes the hard times easy. And I'm sitting here looking at my account,
Yeah.
refreshing my 401 or not my 401k, but my Fidelity. For a long time, it was my 401k account. And I'm refreshing my Fidelity accounts here to see what I got going on here, and I don't have it keeps popping up with an error in there that says positions for some accounts are currently unavailable. We're urgently working to restore service. Sorry, misread that.
Should have gone with Moo. I'm telling you.
You know what? Ultimately, I have a feeling a lot of brokers are going to be having problems, and then ones that experience them first are going to be the ones that take care of them first. I would hate to be one of the last brokers to receive problems. That would be that's my opinion. Game over. Dun, 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 dun.
You know, you go 8 hours a day and you're doing the numbers and everything, and it's just a fact that there's going to be dead air time, which is a real big no-no in radio shows. But it's just a fact. I mean, you're a one-man show, you're running this thing, you put in all this work, and you have to fill 8 hours a day with content that's useful and entertaining at the same time. And it's not your fault that we have the occasional few seconds of silence here or there. But I think I can speak with confidence that those days are over now.
Oh boy, here we go.
My God, who the hell cares?
And that one's I know that one's gonna get overplayed. First off, I hope nobody ever gets offended when that gets played after somebody gets done saying something, because
Look, they're just gonna have to learn, man. We're an acquired taste here. It's like pounding shots of tequila. You don't always like the first one, but if you can get past it, it gets better after that. And if they can just approach us with that attitude, I think it'll work out just fine.
It's all done out of love.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the I'm not sure if it's TikTok or if it was something else, but the mom's like you can tell the son's like gagging on like probably taking pills or something like that, and she's like, you just need to suck it up and just swallow. And she's like getting at her for your kid, and the husband's filming her as she's saying this, and he just starts going and then she looks over at him and she goes, just stop. It was so funny.
The best one I've seen lately was the little toddler, and he bumps the glass of champagne, and she has to choose whether to grab the toddler or the champagne flute, and she just lets the toddler go asshole over elbows, falling down. And it's not exactly she's not exactly like up for parent of the year or nothing, but it's a very funny clip. Priorities.
Doug says Sam Bankman-Fried faces new campaign finance charge. That's like, I think that's like 2 days old on that one. But yeah, that's definitely true.
He's back in the slammer, but they said he gets to have a computer, a phone, but that's fine because the slammer is the slammer. I don't care what you give me in the slammer.
John says Fidelity is working on technical issues. I will definitely be comparing my screenshots of my portfolio prior to this technical error with what they report to me afterwards, because that is quite concerning.
There's reports that the SBF is doing the taxes for the warden in the jail there.
On QuickBooks.
I wouldn't trust him with anything financial, to be honest.
He's pulling the old Shawshank in there so he doesn't get shanked. You know that guy would be someone's love child in there. With his boobs hanging out?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Sorry, by the way, because I just remembered now I was listening earlier, but I couldn't speak. Casey, I'm also standing, like sitting on the chair with my leg under me. It's going on for years and I can't stop it as well.
I don't know why I do it. It's been
Every
since
time I sit down, it's just that's the natural motion.
Yeah, I just fold my leg in half, sit down on top of it, and then sometimes it starts to get numb, and I just kick it out. But it's always
look at you, Casey.
It's always the left leg underneath the right leg. I don't think I ever sit right leg under left. I don't know what the deal is.
So you're doing the can move. You're bending your leg.
No, I'm not bending my knee backwards. No, that would break my knee. There's something wrong with you if your knee bends that direction.
Well, I assure you, after you blow out a one or two of your meniscus and your knee, that'll be the end of that sitting on your legs.
Probably.
A little bit of arthroscopic surgery goes a long ways towards that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I come from a line of history of bad knee problems, so maybe that'll be the case. Try squatting.
I used to suffer very bad knee pain for years. And then I just started squatting. And in the gym, like basically heavy squatting, and that took care of it somehow.
There are some cultures where that's how they spend their leisure time. You know, a lot of them squat as opposed to sitting on chairs.
I usually have my iPad when I'm squatting. I also call it resting my elbows on my knees. Little euphemisms in life.
Oh shoot! It's past 2:00. It's time to do numbers.
Oh my gosh.
Let me refresh my account one more time just to see where I'm at here. But I'm gonna take you guys over the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Dang it! I forgot the name of it. No.
Interceptor.
Yeah, until you see the interceptor back up on the screen again. I lost it. I was doing so well. I was remembering it most of the day, and then I just lost it all of a sudden. Let's see here. Let's see what we got going on with these numbers here. Moving a couple of screens around. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 61.55% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.8. The combined total on that 67.35%. That is 1.35% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 1.409 million shares going through that exchange at extremely high amount. As anything over 300,000 is a lot to me. On Ape, 40.12% going through off exchange. EDGX sitting at 6.69. That's about 19.19% less than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 7,385 shares, not a whole lot. And on GME, CHX volume for the day today, 182 shares. Taking a look at, let's see here, Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 5.01 million shares having been borrowed for the day today on AMC. It's now 6.97 million shares. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 28.23%. Cost borrow mins at 339.42. Average is 933.94 and max is 1,060. Shares on loan for the day today is at 202.41 million shares. That is a world record. No, it's not a world record. It's an all-time high for us on AMC, which was last set back in April. Day over day, we had 3.23 million new shares on loan. Ortex estimated that about 1.09 million of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago, there was approximately 1.71 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.09 million shares, which is showing a return of shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 8.16. Cost borrow mins at 6.01. Average is 8.52. And we now have cost borrow max in the double digits at 14.38. Shares on loan for the day today is at 85.22 million shares. We have day over day showing up as 5.16 million more shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $4 strike. At a $4 strike an hour ago, there were 68.4 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 78.5. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike with 73.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 77.5. Market suggesting combined price of AMC and Ape, or not, sorry, not combined. Price of AMC will close between $4 or right around $4 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $5.78. We're getting a little bit of a pullback here, and I would have estimated that the next run up on price, provided that we had a little bit of a flag. We didn't get really that much of a flag in here, so that may not be the case, but I'm expecting it in the next 5 minutes if we do see a run up here. Starting with looking at, screen problems. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC has a 70.04% buy to 29.96% sell ratio, looking really strong. Ape sitting at not on the list. It's been off and on the list of the topmost 30 heavily traded stocks for the day today. GME not also on the list either. SSR tripping for the day today at $3.05, but never tripped. It was on from being tripped yesterday. Ape would have tripped at 1.863, also has not tripped. All the rest of the remaining shares were borrowed out this morning, and fees were last seen at 841%. NASDAQ is down 0.9, Dow Jones is down 0.85, S&P 500 is down 0.94. We have 4,485 decliners to 1,784 advancers. The market's slightly advancing compared to where it was an hour ago, but still looking like hot lava, like you'll burn your feet if you touch the floor. Looking pretty nasty out there. We're ending the day pretty red right now. Taking a look at some of the big banks out there and seeing what those are looking like, plus or minus 2.75% or greater, are going to be the only ones that I read off to you guys. Why is this not updating? Come on. You can do it. FRC is down 6.25. Let's see. Silvergate is up 8.65. PacWest is down 3.35. Western Alliance down 4.45. First Horizon down 2.87. Zion Bank down 4.14. Bank of America down 3.15. BlackRock is down 2.84. And California Imperial Bank is down 3.02. Ethereum Classic is taking a bit of a hit here, dropped about 5.06%, had a massive dump down to 15.89 and is driven back up to 16.59 cents. Really big, huge dump right there, which may have been during the time that we started seeing problems developing on perhaps Fidelity. The US dollar is currently up 0.02 and trending upwards. Oil is down 1.58 and trending upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.29 or 0.23 to 0.29 and trending down. SPY is down 0.93 and really kind of consolidating right now at around 443. 444. VIX is currently showing up 7.49% at 15.97. VBR is down 1.21 and trending up. VB is down 1.07 and starting to, it's kind of consolidating right now. Tesla is down 2.44 and kind of trending upwards right now. Amazon is down 1.98, trending down. Cinemark is up 2.96, trending up. Doge is down 4.27. Took a massive hit like Ethereum Classic did. One big, huge, major dumping. Bitcoin also taking a major dumping and finally breaking that 29.3 support and level of support. and is running around 29.1K a coin. Currently coming back off, bouncing off at 29.059, and then coming back up and starting to kind of have a little bit of an uptrend with maybe a bit of a flag and pennant, and God, I can't talk. A flagpole and pennant. GME is down 3.66% and trending down. HYMC is down 5.38, trending down. NCMI is up 0.57 and consolidating. Hood is down 1.46 and starting to consolidate a little bit right now. Ape is up 3.7 and trending down. And AMC is up 7.23 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. We have about, let's see, $6 million more. No, I'm sorry, $5 million more inflow than outflow. 60.59 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 350 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 67.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would have somewhere between 60 and 80. I actually said 50 to 80, but I meant 60 to 80. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.51, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.65, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.69, which is just slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.32, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 37.35 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 351 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 41.5 million shares traded for the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares, so I'm definitely under predicting on today's volume, as we're going to close higher by almost probably about 10 million or more. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 64.69, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 55.13, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.49, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39, which is slightly below average. No, that's below average, what am I saying? And with that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the ride for the day here.
Are we just not doing trivia anymore?
No, next week. I'm going to start back up next week.
Next week, huh?
Yeah. Is that all right? Is this like the second or third week now I've said next week?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2
We'll
weeks.
start it back.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Is that ever going to get old? Do you think?
Nope.
Sometimes I wonder.
In 2 weeks.
These? Does that ever get old? These
what?
Oh, hell no!
I may not be able to play a guitar, but I'm hell with a soundboard.
What the hell have we created here?
I'm the goddamn Amadeus Mozart of the damn giggle board.
It's going to cause me to just laugh insanely all the time. Mega Johnny says, how do you keep a shill in suspense? 2 weeks. Dynamite says, take the reins, Casey. I never had the reins to begin with. You guys did. You really did. You guys made this what it is. So accept it. Enjoy it. I just simply provided it. That's it. You guys made it what it was.
Can't put that blame on us.
Oh, I most certainly can. I am but one.
Y'all
I am
need
but one.
to give it up. Y'all need to give a big shout out to Preacher. He's the one who did the marvelous work of putting all that together. So everybody, a nice round of applause for Preacher and his efforts to help us with our laughter.
Yeah, thanks, Preacher. Really appreciate all of that. Right.
Well, try not to don't sound too enthusiastic, Food. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, really appreciate it, Preacher.
Yeah.
I feel more and more like Kill Tony every day. If you know who that is. It's a comedian here in Texas. I'm not trying to say any. That's not like code word or anything. He's got a guy that sits there on the stage with him that does like these funny like soundboard bites and stuff.
Oh, someone's gonna sample that. Someone's gonna grab that phrase.
Probably.
Well, it's like a good rock and roll band. Not everybody can be the lead singer. I mean, somebody's got to play the cowbell.
Yeah.
John says, you wouldn't have to spend time thinking of questions.
Curtis said Hollywood just offered a deal to the actors, or maybe the writers.
Mega Johnny says, have you been to the mothership yet? I took my son who had a 21st birthday and Hunter who had his 18th birthday to a Kill Alive. I think it was the Kill Tony anniversary tour. So that was the first chance that I've had a chance, and I don't think that was part of the. I don't know if that has anything to do. I don't know if that has anything to do with the mothership or not, but I think that is a comedy. I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, the mothership's like a comedy place that they do it. Yeah, the 10th year.
Yeah, and
of course they're going to say they didn't get it because she wants more. Man, dude, she's got to feed the monkey.
I swear to God, I thought that was Foo. I really thought that was Foo. To Foo, I'm not even kidding you. Swear to God, you sound just like him, man.
I mean,
you need it.
Monkey.
If you get excited, you sound just like him.
Gotta feed the monkey. I mean,
someone's gonna feed the monkey.
Do it, Foo. Come on. Gotta feed the monkey. Do it.
There you go.
Monkey, come on, man.
Oh my God.
I didn't know what he was saying at first.
If they had to do another video, if they had to do another movie and needed somebody to fill in the shoes of Jeff Bridges, isn't that his name, Jeff Bridges? You do it. I believe. Yeah, you fit right in there.
As long as it was Donkey Kong. I'm not Donkey Kong, but King Kong.
He's stunt double, man. He's the stunt double, the stand-in.
I swear to God, I think.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
I swear you fit right in. I mean, you really do. You fit right in with the
raping everybody out here.
That's from Yukon. Like we had the request from him.
And I just asked for a few simple sound effects from like the old timey cartoons, man.
Oh, you opened a whole can of Opus with that.
We hit the mother lode here, man. I was sifting around looking for some gold dust, and I hit the mother lode of nuggets.
What the hell?
Oh, no. That was almost perfectly timed. James of Arizona says, can't buy more on Fidelity. James, you can always call him. You can always call him, James. What was that, Foo?
Oh, we need that song, Hell to the No. No, 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 no. Oh, hell to the no.
I can't help myself. My mind keeps going back. I see us all sitting in front of Congress, and the first thing the prosecuting attorney or the attorney general says is, if it pleases the court, we'd like to start off by just playing a few sound clips.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
ABC, I don't know, man. Unfortunately for us, we're always lagging by like 15 days. It doesn't seem like that would be the case, but I would say I don't think so.
You got to feed the monkey. Come on, man. I mean, who keeps hitting that button?
That's not me, man. I'm gonna have to bribe KC. I need to make sure I slide a couple extra Benjamins his way to limit access to this thing. I'm like a kid with a new toy. I don't want nobody to play with it but me.
You need to access the super chat function.
The buy walls are ramping up on Ape. Wow. AMC 2.
KC, if you were being really honest, you have to admit, you look back 3 years ago, you didn't see all this happening right here today, did you? You would have never guessed.
No.
No.
That's a beautiful thing, man.
That was a pathetic. No, I don't.
No. I mean, there's. I mean, I guess some.
Like, unfortunately, not in my worst nightmares.
No, and I what I'm trying to say is, I guess what you're talking about, taking this long to get to the point where we're at, and in regards to like, some of the. I mean, there are aspects to what's happening right now that I fully expected, but I feel like you're talking more about like us all sitting in a room and chit chatting and just yucking it up. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't.
Camaraderie and the camaraderie and the like unit cohesion. I would have never guessed. You could have never sold me on the concept, and you certainly couldn't have made me believe that it was even possible, much less that it would come to fruition. Yet here we are.
I literally, honestly believe that there was a very good chance that I would stream information and maybe have like, I don't know, maybe half a dozen so or people watching. And I thought, if I show half a dozen or so people, information that they need and it helps them to see what it is that they need to see, then so be it. It's half a dozen people, Well,
I've made no secret about the fact that I've had an adventurous life and I've taken part in some wonderful, exciting adventures that I don't mind telling you. And I'm completely sober. This isn't one of those I love you moments, but I'm here to tell you this is truly a special thing that we're taking part in, and I'm thankful to be in the middle of it with you.
You my people.
Yeah, I just imagine Kenny G at night. I mean, Kenny G is like, so what the fuck are they doing? Are they selling yet? They're playing soundboard sounds and they're making fun of this. You're just having fun and buying more. It's not working.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not going to go and say they don't give a fuck over there, but it doesn't sound like they give a fuck. I have no doubts in my mind that based on the gravity of this situation, that there almost certainly have someone that's been tasked with keeping an eye on not just this channel but all of them. They'd be remiss in their responsibilities if they failed to do so. So I can only imagine some intern or whoever who's been assigned to that. I'm relatively certain they're hearing us right now, and I think it's the greatest thing ever.
I hope somebody's tasked with having to listen to 9 hours a day worth of this information and compiling it all into like some kind of like I don't know something.
Yeah, they have to distill it down and put what they think is pertinent and kick it up the food chain. And just imagine the poor guy sitting there at his table with the sweat just pouring off of his brow as he tries to filter out how much of this shit that we do every day he has to include in his reports.
Yeah, I imagine that what they would do is they would probably download everything, throw it through a computer that would process the words into actual words, and they'd be looking for like key specific words that they would target, and then looking for those specific moments in time where those keywords were being used. So I'm sure they could probably make it a lot easier than having to sitting there and painstakingly sit through 9 hours. But still, I hope somebody has to do that at some point.
I'm just thinking, there's the interns, the shells coming in, trying to spread FUD and stuff. But then at the same time, they're, they see the play and they're finishing their shift, going home, putting an order for more Ape and AMC. The job's a job, but then they still want to get in on the play.
Yeah.
That's been one of my fondest wishes, Preacher, that all those guys that I'm almost certain were paid from these call centers to come and stir up shit and influence. And it's been my fondest wish that those people were like smart enough to say exactly what you just said. Like, man, I don't know, I'm not sure these guys are really onto something, and take the very paychecks, meager as they may be, that they earned from those ne'er-do-wells and our enemies, and use that very same money to buy, even if it's one share. There's a certain amount of poetic justice to that would have to be included in any future documentation or movie or whatever. It would be a wonderful plot twist.
Yeah. Well, like if you have half a neuron still firing, you would have to consider it, right? There's nothing else, no other stock that's getting bashed that much, where there's that much chivalry, and you have to think about it. Like, why? If I would be them, because they have to be paid. Like, those guys have to be paid. Nobody cares about our money that much. They just they have to think about, well, if I'm getting paid to make this guy sell, they must be holding on to something valuable.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I mean, logic dictates that, and they have to have some level of intellect to do that job. I mean, it's not like digging a ditch with a shovel. They have to have something between their ears to even apply for those positions. So it stands to reason that they would be smart enough to sniff out an opportunity. And I just think it would be one of the greatest examples of irony and a plot twist ever if it would be revealed at a future date that was going on. And that's one of the things that I look for in the future.
James of Arizona says off the phone with Fidelity's service, and they can't see accounts. They would call me later. There was probably too much buying pressure. I mean, look at Fidelity. Hold on a second here. Putting it on the main screen here. I mean, look at the buying pressure that we were having today, right? I mean, what were we? Top 10, 3, 6, 7, 8. We were 9th most heavily traded stock for the day-to-day last time I refreshed this. With a 70.04% buy to 29.96% sell ratio. Look how much they stopped buying pressure for the day-to-day by shutting down Fidelity at whatever time it was that started occurring, which I plan on going back and doing some research and seeing if that co-aligns with where we saw the price drop out on some of the cryptocurrencies. But, I mean, that's insane. That's really insane right there. They just took the buy button away from an entire broker, essentially.
KC, it's a little boring topic, but how much traffic can these systems hold? I'm not technically savvy like you guys are, so can you share with us? I mean, how many people at one time can try to affect trading? And I mean, I'm certain that they have a robust system and it's able to handle obviously millions of trades and all that. But is there a limit? Is there a limit to what those systems can do before things crash?
I'm sure there's got to be, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the thing is, I believe, because with most servers, with games, even websites, you can DDoS them, right? There's small programs that you can use to basically ping a server over and over again.
What does DDoS mean again, please?
DDoS is like how to put it. You have a
denial of service.
Oh, it's an acronym. Okay, it's an acronym then. Okay.
But you're like trying to flood something so that it just stops dead in its tracks. So you're like, if you DDoS a website, you send so much traffic to it that it can't, like, it just stops working because it can't process everything, right? So let's say you have a lemonade stand, you can handle maximum 5 customers an hour. I'm exaggerating, but whatever. And I send 10,000 people to you, to your lemonade stand, right? You're stuck. You can't handle someone else, right? But I'm pretty sure there's ways to avoid this. There's ways to counter it, and I'm sure the NYSE has to have something against this to stop it, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure there are ways to create artificial traffic, but I'm sure that they have ways around it. And at the same time, I'm pretty sure they have closed gateways. I'm assuming with brokers, so that not everyone like unless you're a broker, you can't send any traffic their way, right? But that's just my assumption to how it's working.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm certain I revealed how ignorant I am on the subject, but I was just wondering. I mean, I'm a mechanical person, and every machine has its limits, and I didn't know if that applied in the digital world as well, or if it was just unlimited. If it had unlimited capacity, I didn't know how it worked.
Mm-hmm. Look, it might be that they have basically, let's call it handshakes between, let's say, a broker and NYSE. So they could have an agreement that, okay, you send us packages every second, let's say, right?
Handshakes?
It's like milliseconds, whatever. But basically, it's something like, okay, you bundle up all your trades that you want to execute, and you send them over, let's say, hundreds times a second, but not more, right?
Yeah.
And the network is built to handle that. So I'm assuming that there has to be something like this where they make sure that everything works and keeps in check.
We haven't even come close to their capacity. They were trading 1 billion shares a day at one point.
But it's not about the share; it's about the number of trades, right? If I make a trade for 10 million shares and I make a trade for 1 share, it's still 1 trade, right?
It's just one event, and that machine, that machine doesn't differentiate between the values. It's just one event.
Get that correct.
Oh man.
For those of you who are
you
asking,
saying handshakes?
You are a smelly
Or are you saying hand jobs?
oh wait, what's that? What was that one? Replay that one again. What was that? What did I just hear?
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
Oh, now that's just not right. That's not right.
That is totally.
There's something fundamentally wrong with that.
That was totally awesome.
Talk about ruining a guy's day, man. I was just like, it was like Christmas and birthday all rolled into one, and now I'm fucking done.
Pirate, take it out on Yukon. He DM'd me the clip, so
what?
It was a personal request.
Where is that one? What is that one called?
What, the last one?
No, the pirate one.
Yeah, just scroll down. It's the last one in the list.
I don't see it.
Like in the AMKC Discord server, it's the last one.
I don't. I see. Why you gay? That's all I see.
Yeah. And just below,
Why are you gay?
You have to see one more row.
I don't see one more row. There's no more rows.
I can't scroll down that far. Mine.
No. Where is it?
All right, we'll just play it for them so that they can live in.
Yeah, let's not.
I'm so
See, now
upset.
I feel like I'm missing out. Now I feel like there's toys I can't play with that only the cool kids can get, because I can see like the first, 12 or 14, but I can't seem to make it scroll down. So
it was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
Well, we can press on with pride. I'll have my IT professionals are out laying sod right now. Mrs. Pirate and my 2 sons are in 99-degree heat laying an entire pallet, 600 square feet of sod.
Go help them out. Go help them out. How dare? Oh, come on.
The captain of the ship does not do dishes or scrub decks, man.
But he lays some sod.
What sod? What?
Grass.
Grass. They harvest, they grow grass and they harvest it, and it comes with the dirt attached. It's like instant lawn. Instead of planting, instead of planting grass seed, you just roll it out like fucking carpet and water it. The next day, it's green.
Got it.
Do you have that where you're from?
Yeah, we actually did that part of the garden where we have the birds. We flattened out the surface and just put that behind. So yeah.
In Arizona, I mean they do have sod in Arizona, but most people opt for desert landscaping, and so it's just rocks, nothing but rocks. That's your lawn is rocks.
Yeah.
It's great for not needing to water. It just does nothing. Just sits there.
I want to put fake grass in my backyard, but I'm just afraid my dogs will tear it up. They're rough on stuff.
What's the hottest temperatures that you get to where you're at?
It can get to 105, 106 in July. It's not like Arizona hot, but
don't do it. Stay away from that. Stay away from it.
Stay away from the fake stuff?
Yeah, dude, it will just burn the shit out of your feet at anything over probably like 95 degrees.
Oh, maybe it'll keep the little effers off my lawn then, bastards.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Volume coming in.
Yep, this is our last 15 minutes of the day run here.
Mission and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space.
Pantheon says, "Nice car, Mr. Shaw. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves." Thank you, Pantheon, for working really hard on this beast of a ride here, the Interceptor. Appreciate it.
Yeah, dual screws on it. That's amazing.
I love how I sit in this vehicle. I feel like when I put the vehicle up, I was like, "There's no way in hell my picture is gonna fit in there." And lo and behold, my head fits in there just right. So I'm like, "Holy shit, that actually looks pretty decent too." I can almost look right out the front window.
Tuck a pistol in the back of your waistband. Get in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's gangster right there. High enough to go off road. I've never seen a car with 2 superchargers before. That's just wow.
2's better than 1.
2 beavers are better than 1. Remember I made you listen to that song?
I feel like we did. I feel like this is like deja vu all over again. I had to use a Yogi Bear quote right there. It does. It feels like deja vu.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Yukon says, "Casey, I'm working on a fuzzy guitar cover for the rocket ship song we play every day for when we need to shred to the moon." I'm down with that.
Somebody play the Arnold clip. I like it.
Was that a clip right there, or was that just... I couldn't tell. The microphone on that sounded like it was a clip. Oh, I have it.
I don't know which one was Arnold.
That's great.
Oh, it popped up for me.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
I can't believe you did that one and not get to the chopper.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see it. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper is a good one. That is.
Yeah.
I used to work with a group of guys.
I can see by like Monday of next week, I'm gonna have like my entire screen is just gonna be nothing but soundboard shit, and then a tiny little chart down in the corner.
What was I gonna say? I don't know. Oh yeah, I worked with a group of guys. They used to play that all the time because they thought that was the funniest thing. Get to the chopper. They used to have like the soundboards on their phones, and every time somebody started acting like something was a panic or something like that, somebody would play. They'd whip out their phone and get to the chopper, and everybody would start just busting up laughing. It always
because and that's the thing. It's not funny. It's the application that makes it funny. It has to tie into that moment, and that's where the real laughs come from.
Yeah, and it was great because it always kind of diffused the emergency feeling that the person was portraying at the time. I love it.
It points out the foolishness of the moment.
Yep. Because there's always those people when you work with that are like that. There's always those people. Everything's an emergency, and it's just like
everything's a disaster. Everything's an emergency. Exactly. The sky's falling.
Yeah. Tactical Review says this is a great group of guys and gals. Mr. Shaw, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you. You're welcome. And you guys are the ones that make it. Your participation is what makes it what it is. So thank you.
Who made you a Hercules cake?
Was it a Hercules or was it a He-Man?
He-Man.
Hercules.
Hercules.
It was either earlier this morning or yesterday. Novocaine, I think that's his handle. Was someone was trying to throw a little shade or something, and his retort was real brief. He said, "Man, if you're coming to a place to try to bring bad vibes, this is the wrong place, man." He goes, "These guys here, it's never going to fly here." And I just thought it was the greatest compliment because he knew the guy was just wasting his time. Like, there's plenty of chats where you can go piss and moan and whine and cry. He's like, but it's just that dog's never going to hunt here.
Man, that is so true.
Fidelity's back on?
That is so true. I'm so glad that you brought that up because that is the truth.
That's all Novocaine. I give a footnote to the original author. I'm not a plagiarist. That was all Novocaine, man. He flat just told the guy in the nicest way. He's like, man, you might as well enjoy yourself, man, because it's just not that kind of place here. And I thought, man, how wonderful is that, man? You don't have to stay here. Go take a stroll around the neighborhood. Go click on a few of the little thumbnails and get a little taste of, see if you're smelling what they're selling over there. And you'll come right back, and you'll realize how good we've got it here.
I am seeing indeed Fidelity information back up on my positions that are held. So if you do have positions held through Fidelity, then you would probably be able to see that currently.
July.
Cool.
Beep, beep, boop. Gotcha.
Well, guys, I think it's been a pretty successful day.
That was a system test. That was a system test by Fidelity. So when the time comes for them to shut it all down, they made sure that they had a one-touch button. They got it on what they call those speed buttons on their computer. They wanted to make sure their speed button was all set up to shut her down when the time comes.
Actually, I don't know if something happened, but there was a notification on IBKR that the system was down for maintenance for 15 minutes today. I'm not sure if it's related or not, but yeah, there was something in the beginning of the day with IBKR.
David says
they're preparing for.
Yeah, David says, Casey, do you think they turned Fidelity off because at one point everyone changed most of retail? I'm not sure what he means by that. Can you guys help me figure what he means by that? Fidelity off because at one point everyone changed most.
Everyone charged cheats.
No, I can't quite figure that one out.
Yeah, maybe rephrase that one, David, because it's a little confusing for me. What you mean by that? Oh, everybody moved to Fidelity.
Moved.
Maybe that's what it is. Everyone moved to Fidelity. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he didn't say change to. Yeah. See, Mega Johnny's right. If they clear everything in house, if all they have to go outside and outsource is the net change, there's really no reason for them not to take orders. So Mega Johnny gets points for pointing that out as well.
You know what I just realized?
Price started heading back up.
Drop a like on today's video.
Oh, hit down. Who cares? I was going to say that price started rising back up as soon as Fidelity came back up and online again. Everybody's trying to get those last minute shares. They're like, oh shit. Everybody in Fidelity's like, this may be my last opportunity. Quick buy. Everybody's going in there and buying.
Well, it is a bit of FOMO, right? Like if you expect this thing to move, you expect high volatility, and you see that brokerages basically stop showing your position or block trading, then yeah, it's about FOMO time.
Yeah, I don't register to that.
You'd be hard pressed to find another event like this that I'm aware of where so many people were watching. Even the haters, the naysayers, and the ones who think we've just lost our marbles, they're still watching, even if they disagree with us, and that's a really unique phenomenon.
Yeah, I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea of making my trades based off of FOMO positions. While I am a momentum trader, I don't like writing quick momentum things that are extremely volatile, because that can kind of tend to get you in a little bit of trouble sometimes. So I personally myself would not make hastily decisions based off of a reactionary move to something happening, like an event, like seeing Fidelity shut down for an hour or two. I'm not going to decide my entire position based off of something like that. So it's going to be a little bit more premeditated, I guess. And I'm not going to just jump to conclusions and make quick reactions.
Well, entire position, no, but if you have some money to spend, you might, consider, well, if they're going to stop me from buying maybe later today or tomorrow, I better buy now.
Yeah,
adding to the position.
I do plan on adding to my position before the 24th. I'm just not there yet. I'm not ready for it. So I'll do it when I'm ready on my time.
Yeah.
Well, it's about that time of the day, guys. So I think I'm going to head back on out of the Big Tramp.
Oh, come on, Casey.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He fucked up.
You taking another break?
Yep, break time. All right, I'm backing out.
See now the oh hell no is going to be a real popular one.
Yeah, I'm backing out, guys. I'll come back in after market closes. After live stream.
Who the hell cares?
All right, guys. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end, and today is no different than any other day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Tomorrow is Happy Hump Day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk, because crying out loud, they like getting outdoors too. And above all else, go see a movie at AMC movie theaters, because dang it, that's what we're here to do, support AMC. Don't have a good night. Have a great night. I don't know. I have no idea what kind of... This car doesn't have a horn. It's just like it farts gas for a horn.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men know the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men know the Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men know the rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.